Marvin Stevens Arrington Sr. made an unforgettable mark on the city of Atlanta. He was elected to the Atlanta Board of Aldermen in 1969. The name of that legislative body was changed to the Atlanta City Council in 1974. Arrington served as council president for 17 years. Among many other important causes, Arrington fought diligently to address issues of discrimination and led the charge to require the recording of all standing committee meetings and city council meetings. He also courageously appointed a woman to chair the Finance Committee. After stepping down from the council, his service to the city continued. In 2002, Governor Roy Barnes appointed Arrington to become Fulton County Superior Court Judge, where he served for 10 years before retiring. Arrington's dedication and commitment to serve would not go unnoticed. In 2019, the Atlanta City Council voted unanimously to rename the council chamber in his honor. I am Atlanta City Council President Felicia Moore. The legacy lives.
The Carrie Steele Pitts home. The founder, Carrie Steele Logan, was an emancipated slave who moved to Atlanta during Reconstruction while working as a maid at the Union Railroad station and encountered many abandoned children. Her compassionate heart and her experience as an orphan compelled her to care for them in her very own home. Carrie raised the money to build a larger space and founded what would become the oldest Black orphanage in the country, the Carrie Steele Pitts home. Locations have changed, but the commitment to children remains. Her epitaph at Oakland Cemetery reads, "The mother of orphans, she hath done what she could." I'm Atlanta City Council member Andrea Boone. The legacy lives.
Zernona Clayton is a civil rights activist who worked alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Clayton moved to Atlanta in 1965 after taking a job with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. She also traveled with Coretta Scott King during concert tours. She's the first Black person to have her own TV show, a corporate executive for Turner Broadcasting for nearly 3 decades. Clayton is the founder, president, and CEO of the Trumpet Awards Foundation Incorporated, and creator and executive producer of the Trumpet Awards Show, which honors the accomplishments of Black Americans. The city of Atlanta honored Clayton with the dedication of a street and park plaza for a lifetime of contributions to humanity. I'm Atlanta City Council member Jennifer Ide. The legacy lives.
We know you and your patients have a lot of questions about the global outbreak of COVID-19, better known as the coronavirus.
Atlanta child psychiatrist Dr. Patrice Harris was the first Black woman elected to serve as president of the American Medical Association. I spoke with her about coronavirus and its impact on our nation.
Are you encouraged by those additional vaccines that may come online, and then in particular the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which seems to have far less efficacy? How do you convince people who may say, okay, maybe it has a better outcome as it relates to death, severe disease or death? However, its percentage is much lower than that of the Pfizer or the Moderna vaccination. How do you convince them when we're already running short and it may be the only one available for a time? What do you say to those folks who are first and foremost nervous about it, especially when you're hearing reports of people having problems after the second immunization or people dying from it? How do you keep that support in favor of the vaccination given these, although low incidents still occur, these incidences still occur?
So let me first start with me. I have received my first dose about 3 weeks ago, and I'm scheduled for my second dose this week. So I want to start there to make sure that folks know I do believe in leading by example. It's the message, but it's also the messenger, but it's also the actions of the messenger. So I have received, again, my first dose, and will be receiving my second dose later this week. Yeah, so after the first dose, my arm was sore, and that was it. So my arm was sore about 48 hours, started to get better after that, and that was it. Now, we do know that people do have side effects more often after the second dose, where they're, have a little bit of fever, fatigue, don't feel well, like a flu. But I can tell you that when you weigh, a couple of days of not feeling well to saving one's life, for me, I look at dying from this disease versus a couple of days of not feeling well. For me, it's an easy decision.
Several variants of the virus have been discovered in the United Kingdom, South Africa, and Brazil. Both Pfizer and Moderna say a booster may be necessary, and they're working on one. Dr. Harris says she's encouraged by this.
That is good news, that we are identifying early, are able to identify the science and able to be able to develop additional booster shots as they may be needed. We all should be receiving a tetanus booster every 10 years, right? I don't know about you, but, I had a tetanus shot years ago. I think when I first came to Atlanta and came to train at Emory, and we had to make sure that our immunizations were up to date. That's not a foreign concept that we sometimes need a booster shot.
As for the mental health of our children, many of whom have been somewhat isolated, and they're being educated remotely, Dr. Harris says there's no question that they're still dealing with stress, anxiety, and depression. She encourages parents to find ways to break from screen time and take learning outside. She also promotes the idea of families staying connected in a way that maximizes safety.
You could say, all right, I really want to see you, so we're going to not go anywhere for 10 days, and you're not going to go anywhere for 10 days, and then we're going to do stuff and then do that and then go back. So, I say be creative, but try to stay within the boundaries of what we know decreases risk.
The Atlanta Police Department saw major change in 1948 when it hired its first black police officers. Soon to come along in its ranks in 1950 was Claude Everett Mundy. While responding to a burglary on January 5, 1961, on Parkway Drive, Officer Mundy became the first black officer to be shot and killed in the line of duty. Officer Mundy was 39 years old and left behind a wife and 5 children. He was recently honored with a proclamation during the 60th commemoration of his death. His family was there celebrating his life and his undeniable bravery. I'm Atlanta City Council member Michael Julian Bond. The legacy lives.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in 1 minute. All right, everybody. Good morning. It is 10 a.m. on February 17th, 2021. Atlanta might be hosting a television event-only NBA All-Star game, but the biggest party of the season is definitely this work session on 21-0-0063, the proposed tree protection ordinance. I am joined today by Council President Felicia Moore and Council members Andre Dickens, J.P. Mathikite, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Dustin Hillis, Carla Smith, Amir Faroki, Michael Julian Bond, Jennifer Ide, Andrea Boone. I suspect others will be joining us throughout the course of the morning. Ms. Pulandini, will you kick us off by reading the remote meeting statement, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This work session on Ordinance 21-0-0063, the Tree Protection Ordinance, is being hosted by the Community Development Human Services Committee and being conducted remotely as advertised and as in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1. The public may access the meeting by dialing 877-579-6743, conference ID 831-599-1256, which was noted on the work session's public notice. The public may also view the meeting on Channel 26, the Council's homepage at citycouncil.atlanta.ga.gov, the Council's YouTube channel, or the Council's Facebook and Twitter pages via @ATL Council. Additionally, the public was able to submit comments related to this work session via voicemail at 404-330-6042 between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. the day before this meeting. The work session agenda, presentations, and supplemental materials were all made available today on the Atlanta City Council Community Development Human Services presentation page. All persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to mute their phones and speakers. Additionally, speakers must be acknowledged by the presiding officer prior to speaking. The agenda, presentation, and supplemental materials have been distributed to council members beforehand. Thank you all in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you very much. We've also been joined by Council Member Howard Shook. Colleagues, before I move to the rest of the agenda, I actually want to jump ahead and talk for a second about next steps and try and help frame the conversation that we are about to have. Everybody on this call knows that this is an incredibly complex topic that stirs up a lot of passion and emotion across the spectrum. I think the 15 of us were the recipients of over 100 emails yesterday alone on this topic, and at the end of this work session, we will hear 232 comments, totaling 4 hours and 44 minutes of public comment as people reach out to share their thoughts with us. We all know that we're about to hear from city staff who has spent an incredible amount of time over the last 2 years, honestly, working on this topic. We're going to hear input from stakeholders, citizens who came together last spring, who we heard from in June and have been working with our planning department over the intervening months around a number of different concepts. We're going to hear from the president of the in-town chapter of the Greater Atlanta Home Builders Association, whose members and clients will be impacted by the ordinance that we end up adopting. And so I'd like to frame our conversation today with the end in mind and set a target for full council to adopt a new ordinance at our May 3rd meeting before we move into our annual discussions around the budget. That would mean that CDHS would provide a recommendation on April 27th, and I would like those things to come after a final work session that we host on April 19th. And in the 2 months between this day and that one, to provide an opportunity for the different viewpoints that we're about to hear this morning, as well as in public comment, to either come around the same table or, if necessary, the same Zoom screen, so that we can discuss and reach resolution on the differing points of view that we are about to hear. So I'm looking forward to this conversation, honestly. The city needs a new tree protection ordinance, and I look forward to all of us working together to make that happen. So with that, I'm going to pass things off to Commissioner Tim Keene and his team so that they can review their proposed ordinance 21-0-0063 that Councilmember J.P. Mathikite read in and is currently being held in CDHS. So, Commissioner, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Tim Keene, Commissioner of City Planning for the City of Atlanta, and all council members who are here with us today. This is a very busy time, I know, for you, and all the work sessions you're having. Appreciate everybody's attention to this matter over the next few hours. The topic today is regulating trees on private property in the city. As you know, we do that through an ordinance that's called the Tree Protection Ordinance. The one that we currently have was adopted in 2001. This is at least the second attempt to replace that ordinance with a new one based on what the city's experienced since that first ordinance was adopted in 2001. Perhaps this effort will be successful. Since we had that work session with you in the summer, late June, we have had, as the chair said, numerous meetings with, in particular, the citizens group that you'll hear from today, including most recently 2 weeks ago. Builders and developers in the city, notably our technical advisory committee, who we present to, used to be monthly, now every other month, but others as well, other meetings with builders. You'll hear from them as well today. And importantly, you know, we have day-to-day interaction with dozens of Atlantans related to managing or dealing with trees on their private property. So this is something that we spend a lot of time on every day and care, like you, deeply about, and seek to find consensus among the varied viewpoints related to this issue, and they are quite varied. In preparation for the ordinance that you have before you today, we did our best to find a way to kind of, we felt, come to some optimal solutions that were the result of listening to all the people that we must listen to. There are aspects of it that we're not hugely satisfied with. You know, going into it, we had expectations as well. Not all those expectations were met. But we did want to submit to council something we felt would be a better ordinance, and we think significantly better than the one we have, even though that we didn't achieve everything that we'd hoped to. We do feel that what we have before you today is substantially better than the current ordinance, and so we do feel good about that. But it's the result of a tremendous amount of discussion and debate among all the different viewpoints on this issue. And sometimes, you know, and one thing we have to factor in, of course, is viewpoints that don't attend work sessions or come to public meetings, but they are people all over the city that have trees, and, you know, and we deal with them every day, trying to help people deal with what sometimes is something they don't fully understand. So what we're going to do now, Mr. Chair, is Andrew Walter, who's on our staff, is going to take us through our presentation of the ordinance before you. So we have Andrew Walter. Also, to answer questions when we're done, Elizabeth Johnson's joining us, and Elizabeth, of course, worked extensively on what became Atlanta City Design Nature, the study of urban ecology in the city. David Zaparanik is with us. He's our chief arborist, and he leads a group of incredibly dedicated, talented arborists that we have in the city that we're lucky to have, and work hard to help people and deal with the canopy that we have in the city. So that's who's joining us. And Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to Andrew, who's going to go through the slides for you.
Sounds great. Hi, this is Andrew. Is the presentation going to be posted? Not posted, but I guess displayed on the screen.
I believe the answer to that is yes. Is that right, Ms. Polendini? Yes,
yes,
it
Mr.
is.
Chair, the presentation, yes.
Yeah, it may lag a little bit, Mr. Walters. So you can just kind of talk through it, and the slides will catch up.
Okay. All right. Whoever is changing the slides, you can go ahead and just skip the very first slide. It's just the cover. It doesn't doesn't add anything. What I do want to, so yeah, go ahead and advance that slide. This tree ordinance was, I want to start out by saying that this was based on or built upon the Atlanta city design, which was the study that was completed in 2017 that gives a vision for Atlanta's growth over the next decades. It predicts a tremendous amount of growth. One estimate is that the city population, which is currently at about 500,000, could grow nearly triple, up to 1.2 million or so. So we've got a lot of growth to accommodate. The Atlanta City Design also identifies 5 key values of the city, with nature being one of those 5. We followed up with an ecological study to really expand our understanding of what that nature value means on the ground in Atlanta. And that study was originally called the Urban Ecology Framework. Now we're calling it Atlanta City Design Nature. And the recommendations in this tree ordinance are based on the findings of that ecology study. Next slide, please. This study, the ecology study, looked at the existing ecological conditions in the city and assessed what their impact and effect on life for Atlanta residents is, and how to integrate those two, in part through a tree ordinance, but there's a lot more. Next slide, please. So this is a tree ordinance, and I would be negligent if I didn't at least briefly touch on some of the benefits of trees and forests. So the original condition of the land that we are living on here in Atlanta was forest for millions of years before Westerners showed up. And so that means that all the natural systems around us evolved in a forest condition, and that means not just the life of the wildlife, but also our hydrologic system and even our soils are all adapted or derived from these forested conditions. What may be more, possibly more relevant for this discussion is the fact that trees and urban forests have tremendous benefits for urban dwellers. They mitigate, that it's been known for a while that trees create an environment that people like to live in. They mitigate some of the problems that we've created with our cities. They lower the temperatures in downtowns. Urban areas typically are much hotter than rural areas because of all the impervious surface and the concrete and the roofs that are dark and soak up heat, and the lack of trees to cool them off through shade and evapotranspiration. A perfect example of one of the pollutants that it can handle is ground level ozone, which is it's a combination of auto exhaust and going through a transformation because of heat, and both of which can be moderated by urban trees. Even more interestingly, is research that's been done, especially in the last 20 years, about the additional benefits of trees. That there's health benefits, mental health benefits, many of those relating to the environment that they create. That having urban green makes it more conducive to getting outside. It creates gathering, it encourages gathering and meeting people. So, increased movement reduces obesity and heart disease, but also it increases social cohesion and reduces some of the social problems that we have. There's many studies that show that depression levels are lowered, domestic violence goes down, other crimes as well, and even, some unpredictable things, such as women who live near green areas and trees have higher birth weights than their babies. So there's numerous benefits. Next slide, please. The approach that we took with this tree ordinance is, first and foremost, it's about design, that most of the trees that are lost in the city are lost during development. And so to counteract that, our development needs to be more responsive to the conditions on the site and the trees on the site. One of the other things that we need this ordinance to do is also to accommodate the city's other priorities. And those are, equity is a concern. in the city, as well as affordability and mobility. So we don't want this tree ordinance to stand in the way of any of those goals. Advance the slide, please. It should be on slide number 5. The ordinance also needs to be clear, and by that I mean it needs to be clear what the requirements are and able to be uniformly applied across the city. So we tried to eliminate as many gray areas as we could. It also needs to be implementable, which means that it can't conflict with any of our other regulations. So we tried to keep that to a minimum. I think it's inevitable with a code as complicated as ours that there are going to be some conflicts, so we tried to minimize those. We also had to be very aware of our resources for implementation and enforcement. And that means, in some cases, keeping it simpler, keeping a simple, straightforward approach, when a more nuanced one may have ended up with a slightly different result or better result, but would be much more difficult to enforce and implement. Next slide, please. So this, as I mentioned earlier, this tree ordinance is built on top of the city design, Atlanta city design, and this slide that you're about to see shows a very simplified map of Atlanta city design. The land uses. There are two main designations which are subdivided, but this map shows the growth and the conservation areas. The growth is in green, the conservation areas are in green, the growth areas are in the brown or the tan. Now the growth areas are those are our downtown, midtown, Buckhead business cores, as well as certain corridors that are appropriate for dense redevelopment. That is where most of our growth is anticipated to go over these next generations, that tremendous population growth. The conservation areas in green, as you can see, are the vast majority of the city's area, as well as the vast majority of our tree canopy. Those are largely single-family residential neighborhoods. There's a little bit of industry in there, and there are some pockets of neighborhood commercial districts, small neighborhood. But for the most part, those are single-family neighborhoods. And the designation of conservation area doesn't mean natural resource conservation, like the traditional use of that word. It means conservation of character. And so, in other words, we're not expecting a lot of change of character in the single-family neighborhoods. Obviously, houses will be but the nature of those neighborhoods will stay the same. And so because so much of our canopy is on the lower density single-family neighborhoods, the vast majority of our canopy, that is, our approach with this tree ordinance is really to focus on preservation in the areas where we have the most trees and the least density, and to focus on, in the growth areas, to focus on really good replanting in these these dense future dense areas to provide good, well-planted trees that provide the benefits for everybody in these areas. Next slide, please. And you can see, upcoming slide, that this is really how Atlanta already develops. You'll see a slide up here with Peachtree, a shot of Peachtree Street, and you can see the dense urban development, commercial development along that corridor, and right behind it are the well-canopied residential neighborhoods. Next slide, please. This slide just shows a list of all the elements and the changes that I'm going to discuss in this proposed ordinance. This is really more of a reference slide. You can go ahead and skip to the next slide. It'll be slide 9. Tree valuation is the first topic that I'm going to discuss. The current tree ordinance only designates healthy trees that are protected by size. Species is irrelevant. Native or non-native is not taken into account. With this new tree ordinance, we are recognizing the outsized importance of certain mature native hardwood trees, as well as street trees, and placing them in a category of higher protection than the rest of the trees out there. These are grouped by species into several categories of size. So oaks and hickories and a few other trees in the 18-inch size. Poplars, sweet gums, pines, you can see the list on screen, at 24 inches. Some other trees at 32, and the full list is available in the ordinance. It's simplified groups to make the implementation and the enforcement more straightforward. Heritage trees is a new category. This is just it's a recognition of trees that have special historic or even aesthetic or sentimental attachment or importance to a neighborhood. These would be nominated to the Tree Conservation Commission, who would then designate these trees. This can only be done with the owner's permission. These trees would have special protection. They could only be removed unless they were dying with the approval of the Tree Conservation Commission. There's special protection in this ordinance for trees growing in stream buffers, wetland buffers, floodplains, and along the streets. Currently, there is no actual protection of trees growing in stream buffers in the current ordinance. No explicit protection. So we are adding that you cannot remove a tree in a stream buffer unless you have been given an encroachment authorization to go into that stream buffer. And what that also means is that if you build right up to the stream buffer, you cannot impact the roots of trees growing in that stream buffer that you're not building in to the degree that you would kill the tree. So it provides special protection for stream buffers, same protection for wetland buffers. Floodplains are carrying over a requirement from the current ordinance that only 10% of the trees in the floodplain portion of your lot can be cut. And street trees are designated as priority. All street trees are designated as priority at 18 inches. And native trees are generally this system values them higher. Next slide, please. So the tree replacement and recompense, just like in the current ordinance, all trees that are cut down, all healthy trees that are cut, have to be replaced by replanting additional trees, or if that's not possible, or where it's not possible, you can pay a recompense fee into the tree trust fund. We are basing the replacement, the replanting, and thus the recompense on those categories of trees. So the priority trees are replaced at a higher rate than the non-priority trees. You can see it's the 3/4 of the size for priority trees and half an inch for every inch removed for the non-priority trees. This is lower than the current requirement. The current ordinance requires replacement inch for inch or payment. This is the standard that the city has been using for its own projects, that they all have to be replanted, not paid into the ordinance. And so we see that was an excessive replanting. So we are really focusing on better plantings. We've increased the specifications for planting to make sure that these trees they mature into a graceful old age and reach their optimal size and don't die young by being squeezed in too small of a planting bed or planted in poor soil. The replanting incentive, we are really trying to encourage people to replant trees rather than pay into the tree trust fund. Currently, under the current ordinance, it's much cheaper to pay recompense than to actually plant a tree. So we are providing a new incentive that if you plant that tree, you would get 25% more credit than you would have gotten for paying into it. So we really want people to encourage people to plant those trees on site. We're also giving replanting replacement credit for soil under suspended pavement systems, and I'll show you some examples of that in a second. It's a way to plant trees within hardscape areas where you may not have enough space to have full open soil plantings. It's basically a way to get much better plantings in hardscape areas like parking lots and plazas and whatnot. But it's an expensive endeavor, so we want to offer enough credit for that replacement credit. Green roofs are also going to be available for tree replacement credit for commercial sites where it's too tight to get enough trees planted. Suspended pavement, these are pictures of or diagrams of what suspended pavement systems look like. Essentially, there's a number of different ways to do this, but some of the most common are these modular systems that are put out by several manufacturers. They almost look like milk crates, but what they do is they create a matrix that you can then pave on top of and have uncompacted topsoil underneath that trees can grow in. Ordinarily, below paving, you have to compact that soil very, very well to prevent the pavement from sagging, so much so that trees can't really survive in compacted paving. This is especially useful in parking lots where you have tight parking lots, or in streetscapes where we have, especially in downtown, midtown areas where we have tight corridors along the faces of buildings between the streets. So this will allow us to optimize that space and have really good street tree plantings. Green roofs are also an option in commercial areas. They're not trees. They don't provide all the benefits that trees do, but they provide some of them. So if trees are not possible, green roofs are an option. On the left-hand side, I have been forgetting to advance the slides. If you could advance the slides fairly slowly up to slide number 13, so that people can see these pictures of the suspended pavement and the green roofs. I'm going to pause for just a second until these slides slightly catch up.
So there's actually a delay. The way you're speaking is in line with what is being shown on the TV. It's just we're seconds behind.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I talked about the tree replacement, that every tree that's cut has to be replanted, generally with more than one tree if it's a large tree. If that, if you have reached the capacity of your site and you can't find places off-site to plant, you are allowed to pay just like currently. The fee needed to be updated. The fee it was set back in 2001 based on what the cost to the city to plant a typical replacement tree, which is a 2.5-inch caliper tree with a 2-year warranty on it. We have done an assessment of what that current cost to the city is, and while the fee study is not finalized, we're pretty sure that it's going to land at about $240 per inch, which is a significant increase. The current rate is $100 a tree and $30 an inch. That is based on the city's cost to plant a tree, and we're pegging that. We looked at a range of prices, and $600 seems to be right there in the typical price of what we're paying. One of the other things we're doing is, in this ordinance, we are eliminating the maximum recompense per acre. That's a provision in the current ordinance that allows certain projects under certain conditions to just pay a flat fee per acre rather than accounting for the individual trees that are removed. We don't think that encourages the sort of design we would like to see. Next slide, please. This slide shows the comparison, that $240 an inch, that big increase. Just wanted to compare it to some of the other cities around the country, a few of these in the metro area, to show that we're in line with what other cities are doing. Generally, there's a lot of cities that don't have a set fee established. They look at what we're doing is they look at the current cost at the time. Other cities do it by canopy cover, and it's a little bit harder to compare. So next slide, please. Tree planting and preservation is the subject of this slide. For single-family houses, and I'm going to show some site examples at the end, so hopefully that will illustrate these points more clearly. The current code, the only specific protection that it has for trees is trees in the setbacks. But that's a difficult thing to enforce because some of these setbacks are quite narrow and the trees can be quite large, and the roots of a tree grow well outside that setback where construction can impact them. So it's not always been possible to save trees in setbacks, and that's one of those things in the ordinance that's hard to implement or enforce uniformly. So for single-family houses, For single-family development or duplexes, basically what's in R1 through R5 right now, we have two preservation standards. There's a high standard and what we're considering kind of a fallback standard. The high standard requires you to save a high percentage of those priority trees, or those mature native trees, and you have to save a high percentage of those based on the lot size. I'm going to show you a chart in a second. If you can do that, and that requires careful design on the site to avoid those trees, if you can do that, there's a significant recompense reduction, 50% reduction in the recompense owed, as well as an incentive for appeals that would not subject those projects to full public appeal. The immediate neighbors could appeal on a limited basis. But that would be an incentive for meeting that highest protection standard. If that's not possible due to the nature of your site or the nature of your project, the fallback standard is simply a limit of the amount of disturbance you're allowed to have on site. It's land disturbance that kills trees, so reducing the amount of disturbance will naturally save trees. That disturbance area, again, is also, just like with the preservation option, is based on the size of the lot, but is nearly exactly the allowed lot coverage under the zoning code. So it's almost exactly the same. One of the other things that we are proposing, and this is in a companion ordinance to this tree ordinance, is to allow administrative variances for zoning setbacks to save trees, so that if it's possible to shift your building shift the building away from a tree and it requires that you go into one of the setbacks, that could be granted administratively and not require a trip through the zoning process, or the zoning appeals process. And that ordinance, again, it's going to be voted on at the MPU meetings, but you will not see that language in this tree ordinance, but it accompanies it because they're traveling on different legislative paths. The last part of the residential requirements is site density. This is an update of a requirement that's already in the current code. Currently, you're required to have a certain number of inches of trees that's based on the diameter of the trees growing. And we are changing that to a number of trees because the current requirement with those inches can't be met in all cases with new trees. The same for commercial. So we're updating that with the number of trees that can be met through trees that you saved on site or new trees that are planted. Next chart, please, or next slide, please. This is a dense chart. I'm not expecting everybody to be able to take it all in right now, but this information is in the ordinance and this presentation will be available later. I've highlighted one line on here that shows how to read this, that the priority tree preservation for this small lot, and with this ordinance, we are tying it to lot size, not zoning, because it's much more appropriate. Zoning generally has typical lot sizes, but there's some variation within that. And also with the new zoning ordinance coming up, it was easier it seems like this ordinance will have a longer life if it's not tied directly to the zoning code. But you can see in this slide that on a small lot, 5,000 to 8,500 square feet, which is R4B, R4A, some R5 lots, that you would, to meet the highest standard, you would need to save 60% of all the priority trees, at least 60%. And if that wasn't possible, then the fallback would be you could disturb 55% of that lot, grade or stage, or basically you would not be able to disturb the remaining 45% of the lot. As the lots get bigger, those numbers increase. Small lots are much more difficult to work with as far as avoiding trees. Next slide, please. We'd be on 17. For commercial development, as I said earlier, the focus here is really on replanting. We are not putting any specific preservation requirements for commercial sites due to the huge variety of projects and allowances in zoning for complete lot build-out. We are encouraging preservation, certainly, and there's a reduction in site density with priority trees saved. But primarily, we're really focusing on having good, high-quality plantings in these areas where so many people are going to be We've updated the specifications. We've added minimum soil volume, so we have healthy trees for hardscape planting, like parking lots and plazas and streetscapes. And we've upped the site density, or in some ways upped the site density. The site density for commercial developments in the current code is a bit like the single family. It's in inches, and so it's not always able to be met, and often has to be waived. So that would be 12 trees per acre plus an additional tree for every 3,000 square feet that doesn't have a building or a parking deck or pool or some other site features that keep the trees from being able to be planted. That does not include regular surface parking or surface paving because of the possibility of going underground with that soil volume. Next slide, please. One of the things that we have heard a lot about is the need for earlier tree review, or earlier review during the permit process of tree plans. Currently, trees are reviewed at the end of the process, and so if there's changes needed or called for by the arborist, it's much more difficult for the builder. They've got to revise their plans. They've already invested a lot of time and a lot of money. So moving that review as early as possible so those changes can be made before a lot of time and money has been spent is the goal. Thus far, in August of 19, we began the Concept Review Committee, and that was to get all the different entities, all the different offices in the city that review site plans to gather and look together at the plans for future. All we're looking at right now is subdivisions and rezonings. But that allows people to understand, the applicant to understand all the requirements about their site in one room so there's not conflicting information. We're looking at a way, or we're looking for possibilities to expand that to include more than just the rezonings and the subdivisions. But in the meantime, we are proposing to move the review of the arborist plans up in the process, so closer to the front, to coincide with the zoning review, which is the very first review. So any review at that point could be, we believe, can be appealed. I mean, could be posted if your early review happens at your zoning stage, so before your building plans are reviewed. We are going to offer an optional pre-application review with the arborist, almost a concept meeting. That's available to anyone. We're not currently requiring that the way we've written our ordinance. But we are moving the review up administratively in the process. Next slide, please. This is postings and appeals. There's not a lot of changes here. I'm going to talk about how we're combining public and private. So currently public trees only have one posting. All trees now, we're going to have two postings, just like they do now. The difference is the first posting will be online only, and that is to save arborist staff time for going out and posting the signs so we have more time for enforcement. And it will, again, just like it is now, it'll be for 10 days, but these will be business days rather than calendar days. Second posting after the preliminary appeal, just like now, it'll be posted on site. Trees will be marked 5 business days for appeal, so slightly longer posting period. And there was some concern about that in the development community that it could slow down permitting, but we think moving the permitting earlier in the process will negate that. And also the appeals, as I mentioned earlier, if a residential project meets that highest standard, they wouldn't be subject to full public appeal. Affordability, obviously that has been a concern in the city for a long time about housing, and specifically about affordable housing. So we are offering a discount for affordable housing projects. I'm sorry, next slide, please. We are offering a discount for affordable housing projects that meet the requirements shown on this slide. These are written to coincide with, to be the same as the reductions in impact fees for affordable housing projects. It's only a 20% reduction, which is less than we would like to have offered. But the reason we are having to keep it that low is because any reductions for affordable housing, we would have to recoup or reimburse the tree fund from another funding source. and we have not identified enough funds to provide a larger incentive. But when we do, if we do, we will be able to do that. The other affordability measure that we put in here is that recompense for homeowners, because the recompense fee is going up, we are capping the recompense that a homeowner would owe at 50% of the land value, and that's based on the county's assessment. Not the building value, but just the value of the land underneath. We are also been hearing a lot of people are just confused about how to deal with their trees. What do they do if they think the tree might be dying or is a hazard, and not knowing where to turn? So we are dedicating resources. We're going to have dedicated staff that will answer questions like that, help people figure out what to do about a tree they're concerned about, and also, especially because this new ordinance is going into place, will help hold people's hands and walk them through the permitting process. The outreach folks will also be able to provide guidance on tree maintenance, a program that we're proposing for removal of dead, dying, and hazardous trees for low-income people, low-income homeowners that it would be quite expensive to take down a dying tree, and that's an expense that we think that we can take from the Tree Trust Fund and replace any dead, dying, and hazardous trees while providing financial assistance for low-income homeowners. Next slide, please. The public and private trees right now have different standards under the current ordinance. And different replacement standards. They are reviewed by different departments. Public trees are reviewed by the Department of Parks. Private trees are reviewed by city planning. And what that can mean is a lot of confusion. If you are taking down a street tree, plus, as part of your development, plus private trees, you actually have to have two different sets of tree plans sent to two different offices and then combined. It can be confusing. Additionally, the standards for replacement for city projects have been quite onerous for some of the projects, that all the trees that are cut have to be replaced on an inch-for-inch basis, generally within the same NPU or within a mile, and that can be very difficult to find enough places, which is part of the reason that we have lowered that replacement to less than 1-for-1 because of what we learned. So we're merging all the standards. All trees are going to be permitted the same way. They're all going to have the same recompense requirements, same planting requirements. There is one exception that for linear city projects, and that would be pipes and roads, sewer lines, water lines, roads, etc. Because there is really no opportunity for any design variations to protect trees. You know, if there's a sewer line underground, you need to dig it up, you've got to dig it up right where it is, regardless of what trees are above it. So we are creating a cheaper and simpler process for those projects, which will save taxpayer money as well for some of these important transportation projects, several of which have been on hold for a while because there's just not enough money. But the tree recompense, the costs are higher than the project cost. Next slide, please. Up to slide 23, we should be at enforcement. Enforcement, we have heard for many years, needs to be strengthened. So one of the ways to do that is the Arbor staff is going to be asking for additional positions, 11 additional positions, many of those field positions that will enforce this ordinance and make sure that it's followed and that cuttings are not illegal. Many of these positions we're proposing to fund out of the Tree Trust Fund. The change in posting is also the change in making that first posting online only. It saves field arborist time keeps them from having to go out in the field and post that sign, so more time for enforcement. We are adding fines that are currently not in the ordinance for violations other than illegally cutting trees. And this is mostly going to be violations during construction, allowing the silt fence to fall down or not putting it up at all. I mean, the tree-safe fence to fall down or not putting it up at all, parking in tree-safe areas, that sort of thing. I know there's been a lot of call for increasing the fines for illegally cut trees, but we are currently charging the maximum allowed under we're currently charging the maximum that we are allowed to under Georgia law. That's $1,000 per tree, plus the recompense fee. And the other thing that we're doing is we're going to require registration of all tree professionals with the city arborist office. That means tree companies as well as private arborists and foresters. Anybody who wants to do business in the city of Atlanta or stamp or submit plans has to register. There's no charge for that, but we want to make sure that everybody understands, knows that we have a tree ordinance, understands it, and is held responsible for making sure that they follow it. If there's violations, you can be suspended from that list and wouldn't be able to operate for a while. The first time it's a warning, but then suspension times increase for each subsequent violation. Parking lots. Next slide, please. Parking lots. We might be a slide behind. Go ahead and skip to slide 24. Parking lots have always been a tough thing for cities. They're needed for parking, but they're not very useful for many other things, and they do cause a tremendous amount. They contribute a lot to the heat island effect. So the current ordinance requires the same number of trees that we are, but the new requirement spreads them out more in the parking lot, so your shade is not concentrated; it's more ubiquitous. That means that you can't be further than 40 feet from no parking space can be further than 40 feet from a tree. The other major change is that we are adding. We are upping the minimum planting area or soil volume required. Currently, you can have a 6x6 planting box in a parking lot, and that meets the code. But that tree is never going to mature to any size, and it's probably going to die young. So by increasing the soil volumes, we're going to get bigger, healthier trees in parking lots as well as other places. Next slide, please. Stormwater management. There have been a lot of concern about trees, especially on residential properties, being cut down to put in stormwater management devices like dry wells is the classic one. And a lot of times that happens it seems to be through lazy design. That often the post-development stormwater requirements for single family can be met without cutting down trees. There's a lot of other things besides dry wells that can be installed. So tree cutting for stormwater on single-family lots won't be allowed unless you can really demonstrate that you've looked at all the options, and tree removal is necessary. The other thing we're doing to encourage tree planting in green infrastructure is to give credit for trees planted in like a bioretention area or a rain garden. They be counted as 2 trees of that size. And then green roofs can be used to meet site density and tree replacement requirements on commercial properties. They are also stormwater management. They're primarily stormwater management facilities. And we have had a lot of conversations with watershed management during this period and to see where we could align. And watershed management is currently developing some stormwater credits for preserving priority trees on single-family properties. That apparently is going to be released at some point when they update the single-family stormwater guidelines. It's going to be administrative change. Next slide, please. Tree Trust Fund. There have for years been concerns about transparency with the Tree Trust Fund, and we just completed an audit this year that showed that there were some issues with the spending and the approval process. And so we are putting provisions in the ordinance from that audit that make sure that we're following the requirements of the audit.
Hold on one second, Andrew. If everybody could mute their phone, please, that would be great. That person right there.
It's hard for me.
Can you do it from the control box?
Unclear. That box doesn't rest in my office, but if everybody could mute your phone, that would be great. Thank you.
Right, okay.
Go ahead.
Continuing. So we are putting the audit provisions in the ordinance, some of them in the ordinance where it's appropriate, others are just going to be administrative changes. And the Department of City Planning is going to carefully manage that fund and make sure that it is used only for what is allowed. The allowed expenses are essentially the same. It's planting of trees. We're adding private property as well. We think that's important. There's a lot of opportunities for increasing canopy on private property, and that's an opportunity we should take advantage of if we're trying to increase our canopy. So planting trees, management of public forests, and maintenance of our trees, forested land purchases, which we just purchased the first property at Lake Charlotte last year. And we want to also do an urban forest master plan. We're going to update our canopy coverage studies, which we do with aerial photos, and Georgia Tech has been doing the analysis for us, as well as some of the other programs I talked about, the assistance with dying trees for low-income residents, and salaries, and tree education, which we currently do as well. A new provision, next slide please, is to allow homeowners who have well-forested lots to remove 1 or 2 trees every 3 years without having to pay no fairly simple permitting process. It will require a permit because we've got to make sure these trees, no one would be allowed to cut a priority tree down under this provision, but you could cut one non-priority tree or 2 non-priority trees that were less than 18 inches together, the combined size. And this is just a way to allow homeowners who have a lot of trees and want to remove one for some reason not to have to jump through so many hoops. And there's a few additional provisions that didn't warrant their own slide. I'm sorry, next slide. And those are, we've adjusted the allowable tree spacing, so trees can be planted together, which coupled with our updated specs, I think is going to give us better tree canopy and quicker canopy closure. The tree warranty currently is a 2-year requirement under the current ordinance. We are upping that for larger trees. Larger trees take longer to establish when they're planted. So any tree that's 6 inches and up is now going to have a 5-year warranty rather than the 2-year. We are also going to require a survival bond for any trees that need an arboriculture prescription. Currently, and this will continue, you're only allowed to impact up to 20% of the critical root zone without that tree being considered destroyed. However, you are allowed to go up to 33% disturbance, so additional root zone disturbance, if you hire an arborist to do mitigation, to do some root pruning and canopy pruning and some other things. If that moving forward, that tree would need to be bonded, and so after that warranty period, the arborist would inspect. And this is just another way to make sure that that requirement to do the arboriculture prescription and save that tree is taken seriously. And also, invasive vines, especially English ivy and wisteria, have to be removed from all your trees on site during permitting, and that's an easy way to save a lot of nice trees in the city. And so with that, I'm going to show you the site examples. Next slide, please. Show site examples to really illustrate what these preservation requirements for single family and commercial is. This first slide is a small single family lot. It's a R4 lot. This was a plan that you're seeing that was permitted under the current ordinance. This could not be permitted under the proposed ordinance. All the trees you see here are priority trees, and you can see that there's 2 being saved at the back of the lot, and 2 being removed from this lot. There's another tree on the right-hand side, but that's off the property. The new requirements would require, again, there's 2 standards. One is preserve a minimum of, in this case, it would be 60% of the priority trees, which since there's 4 on site, that would be 3 trees, you round up. So 3 of those 4 trees would need to be preserved, or you could fall back on that lower disturbance area. We call it the alternate maximum disturbance area. You could fall back on that, and that would be 55% disturbance on the site. You can see the site disturbances in purple right here. As shown on the plan, that's at 6,500 square feet. So the alternate disturbance area would be a good 2,000 feet less, so significantly smaller. Next slide, please. So this slide shows that even Well, the disturbance area would be reduced, so that purple line is probably inaccurate. But this illustrates what that allowance for a administrative zoning setback would allow you to do. In this case, simply moving the house and the driveway forward towards the street into the setback to some degree will allow that development to move forward without destruction of that one tree in the back. That parking lot would have to be constructed in a way so it bridges over the roots there. But even without that, there could be an arboriculture prescription that would save that. So in this case, they would meet the priority tree standard because they saved 3 of the 4 trees, so they get a 50% reduction in any recompense owed. They need to replant 1 tree to meet site density because their site density, as you can see up at the top of the slide, is 4 trees on that lot, so 1 would need to be planted. And the recompense, I'm showing the recompense on all these slides so people can get an idea of what the increase in recompense costs would be. So for this plan, the recompense would be $2,070 under the proposed ordinance. Currently, under the current ordinance, it would be $765. Here is another slide that shows the same, the same tree destruction. Next slide, please. The same tree destruction, but just illustrates what that alternate disturbance area would look like. It's in purple, and it shows the percent of the site that it would allow to be disturbed. In this case, it would accomplish the same thing. It would save 3 of those trees. You'd still, the builder or the homeowner would be still eligible for that recompense reduction. So the numbers are the same because the tree destruction is the same. The next slide, please. Here is a new site. This is about a half an acre site, zoned R3. This, again, was also approved under the current ordinance. And all the trees shown here, they're all priority trees as well. There's additional trees on site that I didn't show just for clarity. But the priority trees shown on site, there's 18 of them on site, and this plan only preserved 2 of them on the site, and actually destroyed 2 in the right-of-way access between the street and the house. And there's 1 tree down in the lower right that is actually off the site. So this one could not be permitted under the current ordinance because it both exceeds the preservation standard for these priority trees and greatly exceeds the disturbance area allowed. The maximum disturbance area would be 10,000 feet, 10,280 square feet, so they'd be just under half of what is shown here in the purple disturbed. Next slide. Again, this is really just to illustrate what the alternate maximum disturbance area could look like on this site. The topography is not depicted very well on the plan, so I'm not saying that this would be a viable layout, but it's simply to illustrate how much of the site could be disturbed. This one I laid out specifically to save the maximum number of trees possible, and by doing so, actually met the priority tree standard. So you've saved 14 out of 18 of the trees, 75%, so you're eligible for a recompense reduction and that appeals waiver, for a full public appeal that immediate neighbors could appeal. And then the recompense increase is shown that would be, so 2 priority trees were cut. A lot of other trees, and remember there were 10 other smaller trees cut. So you had 279 inches of trees taken off, which it's not necessarily that obvious from just looking at the plan itself. But the new recompense would be $14,000 versus the $6,000 that it would be charged under the current ordinance. Next slide, please. Here's another illustration of the same site, also using the alternate maximum disturbance area, but just laid out differently. This was if you just wanted to plop a rectangle down on the site, and without much concern for how many trees you're destroying, that would be permissible. The arborist, of course, is going to try to push to save more trees, but this would be allowable. That's one of these provisions that makes the implementation efficient and sets a clear standard so people understand what they're allowed to do on a lot. In this case, the max disturbance area destroyed more priority trees than would be allowed under that highest preservation standard, so they would not get the the 50% discount on the recompense, and they would not be exempt from appeals. And the recompense is significantly higher for this site. More trees were destroyed. 411 inches were destroyed, 8 priority trees, and the recompense would be $53,000 over the 14 that would be under the current ordinance. One last single-family example here, and this is to show how additions work. This is a site that is adding a pool to the backyard, and the proposed trees, I've got the priority and non-priority trees here because both are being proposed to be removed. The non-priority trees, next slide please. The non-priority trees are in the lighter green or yellow, the priority trees are in the darker green, and the removed trees are in the brown. So in this case, with the one thing that I didn't mention earlier is with single-family lots, if you are not building a new primary structure, which is the house, if you're not building a new house or tearing down and rebuilding, then you must use the maximum, the allowed alternate max disturbance area. And that is calculated by adding the existing impervious surface on site and considering that disturbance, and then whatever is left from your total is what your additional disturbance could be. So in this case, the total disturbance allowed it's not listed here, I'm sorry, but is about 15,000 feet, and on this 1 acre lot. The existing disturbance, or what we're calling disturbance, is really existing impervious at the house and the driveway and the sidewalk, is 13,000 feet. So you're allowed just under, next slide please, you would be allowed, using the max disturbance area, you would be allowed 1,400 or 1,800 square feet of disturbance, which is not very much at all. You can see here that disturbance area takes out no trees, which is the purpose, but it doesn't meet the goal of this project clearly. So next slide, please. So the better approach would be to simply avoid cutting down that one priority tree. And then if you don't cut down any priority trees, you are not subject to the alternate disturbance area. So if you can avoid cutting down priority trees, you can essentially build what you would like, as long as it's legal and meets the zoning code. And so a simple change here, you can see I've got that purple or that pink revision cloud drawn around that change. The big priority tree in the southern part of the lot, or the bottom part of the lot, is not being removed. Obviously the site would have to be redesigned. It doesn't achieve the aim here either, but there's more space that can be used. The recompense on this, 74 inches were cut. And the recompense is $8,000, almost $9,000, as opposed to the almost $3,000 that would be owed under the current ordinance. Next slide, please. I'm going to give you one example of a commercial development. This is the site this is just to, next slide, please. We should be on slide 40. And slide 40, this shows the footprint of the new development. This is, again, another project that was approved. The footprint of a new development with the tree removals shown. So it doesn't show you what was actually on site before demolition, but it does show you all the trees removed, and it was all of them. And it was 27 trees removed, and that was over almost 450 inches. The next slide shows what is allowed and would be permitted under this under a new ordinance. As I had mentioned earlier, there's no specific requirement for preservation on these commercial sites, and it's really the replanting that we're after. And we want good replanting. You can see the street trees are all in place. The colors here are simply to demonstrate the blue trees and the darker green trees were on the plan that the builder was proposing to plant. Those are all the street trees. And under the new ordinance, this site would not meet the site density requirements or the parking lot requirements. So those new yellow or yellow-green trees in the center of the site, those are trees that I sketched in that were not on the original plan, and that would be required for this site. It actually exceeds site density, but is necessary to meet that parking lot planting requirement. You can see with the recompense that the recompense is about twice what the current recompense is. But there is a provision, as I mentioned, for using the suspended pavement technique, so you can have trees planted in what look like relatively small tree pits, but a lot more soil underneath the sidewalk around. Those were necessary in all of those dark green trees. There simply wasn't enough space in that streetscape to have full open planting areas. And that is likely to be the case in a lot of our dense urban areas, is those suspended pavement systems may be necessary given the close placement of the building to the street. And that is all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much as well, sir. I appreciate that super thorough presentation. Colleagues, if there are no objections, I'd like to move into the stakeholder segment of the conversation and for 7 or 8 minutes from our citizen folks who came and talked to us last June and have some thoughts that they want to share. And then I'm going to ask Jim Cheeks, who is the president of the Inner Atlanta chapter of the Home Builders, to share some of his thoughts as well. And then we can move to questions and comments once we have heard the presentation we just got, and then from our stakeholders as well. So if everyone is okay with that run of show, I will hand things off to Chet Tisdale, who is a member of our tree commission and has been working closely with folks in his organization, as well as having a lot of conversations with Commissioner Keene and his team. So if we can unmute them, that would be great. Y'all there?
I can hear, but I can't hear anybody else.
Okay, well, we can hear you. Well, I don't think anybody's speaking yet. Mr. Tisdale, are you there?
I can't hear him. If you can't connect, I can move forward if that's helpful.
Hold on 1 second. I had to do this yesterday in our Beltline work session. Give me 1 second. All right. I believe we have everybody who needs to be on the line. So folks, take it away, and then we will go from there.
Thank you, Matt. Can everybody hear me?
Yes,
sir. Okay. If we could put the slides up for the citizens group presentation. And let me just start off by
It's going to be a little delay. There's a delay on the presentation that's online or on TV, so you can just kind of talk and the slides will follow as you talk.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. In June, this committee recognized the citizens group and directed the planning department to work with the citizens group to negotiate a new protection ordinance. We've had many productive discussions over those months, and the planning department has incorporated concepts that we suggested, and they have given us good ideas for things that they put in. But the planning department draft has major problems. So what we decided to do was to take the planning department draft and add the language, fix the problems. And what that has produced is what we call the citizens group blended draft tree ordinance. It solves the problems, it closes some loopholes, it's been reviewed by industry professionals, it's clear and more consistent and simpler than the planning department draft. Now, there are parts of the planning department draft that are positive, and we appreciate that. But there are other areas that are complicated and unworkable, and in some ways, and this is sad, the planning department's draft is not as good as the existing tree protection ordinance. And as everyone knows, we have a crisis in Atlanta in terms of tree loss. We're the 5th worst city in the nation. in terms of tree loss. We're the third worst city in the nation in terms of temperature rise. The last quarter of 2020 the third quarter saw a major loss of trees. So we have to do something. The blended draft protects trees and makes a more consistent process for homeowners and for builders. There are several major problems. I'm going to cover just two of them, and Catherine Kolb and Tirson Boutte will cover the rest. First, and you've heard Andrew Walsh say that the right of public appeal has been eliminated if an owner or a developer meets the city's preferred tree preservation standard. So the only person who could appeal would be an adjacent property owner if their trees are being damaged. The blended draft restores the right of appeal. Any citizen within the NPU or an adjacent NPU. The planning department has given us no logical reason, no sound reason for why they eliminated public appeals. I'm on the tree commission and I've seen this. Appeals protect homeowners, they protect developers, and they protect interested citizens. They are very valuable and necessary, and we have many years to show that. So there's no reason to eliminate public appeals. Second, the planning department has a tree preservation standard that in reality is a tree removal standard. The planning department draft allows homeowner or a developer to remove up to 50% of the high-value trees, the priority trees on a lot, even if the owner or the developer doesn't need to remove any priority trees to build what they want. There is simply no justification for allowing priority trees to be removed off the top when they don't need to be removed. If they do, then they should be. And the blended draft we remove the loophole by providing that if it's necessary for an owner or developer to remove priority trees to build what they want, they have that right. They can remove the priority trees, even all of them, if they need to. But if they don't need to, there should be no right to automatically remove the priority trees. That standard that allows up to 50% to be removed is not, as I said, a tree preservation standard. It's a tree cutting or tree removal standard. As I said, we have a crisis. We think that if we take the Citizens Group blended draft and work with the planning department and the city council, we can find a solution. And now I'm going to turn it over to Catherine Kolb and Tirson Boutte to finish the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Chet. And we could move to slide number 6. I think that's where we are in our presentation. I'm Catherine Kolb, and I'm going to begin to talk about the details of the draft, the comparison between the planning department draft, the blended draft. The pre-application conference is something we suggested that the planning department incorporate. They did add the pre-application conference in the draft, and that is something that helps most builders and developers, and it reduces appeals. However, the planning department draft only has very vague and limited criteria, which leaves arbitrary decisions in the hands of the arborist plan reviewers. Our blended draft clear, consistent standards to ensure an effective and practical of the pre-application conference. Next slide, please. That will be slide number 7, multifamily, commercial, and subdivision. Planning department draft has 0 tree protection for multifamily, commercial, or subdivision sites, and that's a lot of City of Atlanta. So our blended draft includes minimum protection. It's not a lot, but there is something there to protect on all properties, especially residential properties, because we need to have trees where people live for a livable city. The planning department has spent a lot of time talking about tree benefits and a citywide ecology approach, and a lot of those very positive sounding things, but those things are not reflected in this current draft. Our draft includes concepts of cluster design and cap and trade to encourage permanent protection of trees and green space while still allowing for flexibility in site plans. Atlanta does not have to choose between trees and development. It's an out-of-date argument. We need to move forward. We can have both trees and development, and the citizens draft and the professionals who've been working on this month are accomplishing this. Next slide, please. Some other details of the city's draft. Penalties for illegal tree removal. The planning department did include a progressive approach, which is to have tree cutters registered with the city, but it only requires a written warning even for the first tree removal. So someone could cut down a big tree and all they get is a warning. So our draft builds on the planning department's suggestion and actually has stronger penalties, including revoking that tree cutting license for repeat offenders from working in the city for 3 to 5 years. And this has been ineffective in other jurisdictions. Priority tree values. The planning department undervalued trees so that even champion trees of some species would not even qualify as priority trees. And both the citizens and the planning department really focus our protection on priority trees. So it's important that our best trees are included in the priority tree list. And we have a science-based, comprehensive, easy-to-use chart that simplifies a number of other sections of the draft for our priority tree list. Next slide, trees and setbacks. The planning department removes protection, the current protection for trees and setbacks, and our draft restores that. Next slide is recompense and replanting, and I'm going to hand this over now to Pearson Butte Tree. Pearson, are you there?
Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Hey, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Hey, it's Pearson here. Just thanks, Matt, for all your work on this. And I remember Felicia Moore was involved in the first tree ordinance. So it's great to see her here, still committed 2 decades later. Thanks for all your work. Real briefly about recompense. We agree with the city's general number for recompense of about $200 an inch, and we're glad to see that it's going to follow inflation now. We do feel like issuing credits for trees that are planted off-site is it's really a little bit of a weakness that could eventually allow recompense fees to drop off. So we'd like to really look at that more closely. And as far as the planting specifications, we have a strong feeling that not only should the volume of soil, but the quality of the soil is important, and that's missing from the city's draft. So we'd really like to see some improvements in those areas. Ladies and gentlemen, Atlanta's trees bring a tremendous benefit to us all. They shade our public spaces, and they make life more tolerable for everyone on those hot summer days. But like a lot of things, they're a good long time in coming. They require patience, and really what we've seen is that the tree ordinance is also requiring a lot of patience. Everyone here has worked hard to make compromises to listen to everyone else's point of view. Council, you can tell that this is a big issue. There's been hundreds of messages recorded prior to today's meeting, and our coalition has worked probably harder than anyone to reflect the desires of regular Atlanta. We understand and we have accommodated the pressures of industry and finance. But at the end of the day, when we talk about a tree protection ordinance, what Atlantans want is more trees. Our draft, the citizens' draft, accomplishes this. We stand committed to trees as the ordinance takes final form. With continued work together, I think we can all create an ordinance that we'll be proud of and that'll keep our city canopy for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you guys so much for giving us the chance to talk about this.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. I was remiss earlier, colleagues, in announcing that we have been joined by Joyce Shepard, Antonio Brown, and Madeline Mosby Archibong, which means we are up to 15 folks. I'd like to move now to Jim Cheeks, who is the president of our Inner Atlanta chapter of the Homebuilders Association. Jim, are you here, and can we unmute him, please?
Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Well, if I just heard correctly, all 15 council members are listening in, so that's a huge honor. I wanted to start out with the opportunities that we see in the tree protection ordinance rewrite. There is at least one point that I believe we all agree on, and that's we in the development community can do a better job of planning around trees. The current ordinance doesn't encourage that. The new one should. City staff has heard from both sides and have made some good first steps to this end. Clearly, we need more discussion both on our side and I believe from what I've heard from the other side as well. The new ordinance also should finally incentivize the planting of trees as opposed to the paying into recompense. You might be aware that the city has basically stopped planting significant amounts of trees on public property because there just isn't any more or very much more public space to plant land. This is why we need to find new uses for the tree fund. Some of those have been mentioned in the draft. The main one that I personally have been pushing for a long time is that we've got a tremendous problem with invasives and kudzu, English ivy, to name a few, that have a negative impact not only on just the mature canopy, but on the immature canopy, which is also vitally important. Typically, these trees are not in harm's way of development, but are important nonetheless. Staff has made some points regarding trees in floodplains and other undevelopable areas, as well as a minor mention of invasives, but that's not enough. Out of the general fund budget, the city spends more than $1 million a year removing invasives on public property. We need to do that. We need to use the tree fund money to do that onto private property. And really, if we do that, we'll be really impacting the canopy in a positive way without hindering development. You know, trees come down all the time in nature. Trees come down in our city all the time from development. When a tree falls in nature, new sunlight allows for new growth. It fills a void. This is what the new tree protection ordinance should do. We should follow nature's lead. Lastly, the biggest opportunity we have is to stop looking at this ordinance as punitive to those who want to build a house. Why don't we determine how much canopy each lot in the city should contribute and require each homeowner, not just those wishing to do development, but each homeowner to plant enough trees to reach that canopy goal. Sounds far-fetched and unworkable, but that is clearly the best solution to achieve the canopy that we all want while not hindering development. If we stopped all trees from being cut today, from development anyway, from today, in our lifetime, it would be nice. It would be great. But that wouldn't help the canopy. In fact, we would be in immediate decline. It is as much about planting new as it is removing existing. So we see a number of threats to housing and to growth from this draft and from the citizens draft. Any reduction in the buildable area we currently have will have a profoundly negative impact on housing and on growth. I hope this is a line in the sand that you will not cross. Not crossing this line doesn't mean you hate trees. It means that we have to do everything that we can in other areas to increase the canopy. I hope you think that some of the things that I've just proposed are good ideas. In some parts of our city, there has been significant disinvestment for over a half a century. Among other things, what happens in disinvested areas over such a long time? Trees grow. A severely restrictive tree protection ordinance will make it even harder for these areas to gain new investment. That is not just. There are other areas of our city that have seen sustained investment for most of the last half century. They are in a very different growth pattern. Most of these residents would like for everything to stay the way that it is. I get that, but it's also not just. This body and the full council has allocated tremendous resources to the Beltline and parks and other public improvements in order to allow for more people of all means to use and enjoy the use and enjoyment of these investments. We surely require more housing. A severely restrictive tree ordinance will stop that. That is not smart nor just. A severely restrictive tree ordinance will hinder my portion of the home building industry. I focus on affordable housing. It's amazingly simple, really. Restrict the buildable area and you will reduce growth. That may be fine for those who have what they have now and they want to keep it, but it's not good for everyone. Again, very simply put, less housing means more expensive housing. So in my opinion, the path forward, everyone knows we're going to have a new tree protection ordinance. There will be a final version that will be agreed on after much discussion. Once that time has been reached, this body will send to the full council, although you all are on the phone now, and you all will vote. If you take one thing away from my comments here today, I implore you and I even beg you to have a robust economic and development analysis of the outcomes of the proposed ordinance, as well as the recently passed stormwater ordinance and the upcoming 350% increase in development impact fees. You should not make a policy based solely on the desires of advocacy groups or the Home Builders Association or even regular residents without knowing what the impacts will be. This is too important to leave to chance. That would be bad public policy or at least haphazard. This is what council did with the current tree protection ordinance many years ago. They voted on an ordinance that had recompense fees because it sounded like a good idea. It wasn't. This is why we have some $9 million in the tree fund now instead of 18,000 trees growing in our fair city. I realize that I will probably be unhappy with whatever council finally votes into law. I hope my friends on the other side are equally as unhappy or maybe slightly more unhappy, but you get my point. Our happiness is not important. In fact, it is hardly germane to increasing our tree canopy. What is important is that the 15 members of the Atlanta City Council and the mayor understand what the outcomes will be and make an informed decision, not another haphazard one, which we'll have to fix in another 20 years. Thank you so much for your time. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts as well. All right, colleague, that was 90 minutes worth of information to internalize and digest. I'm going to move over to the sponsor of this legislation, Councilmember Masterkite, to kick us off with some combination of a comment/question. And then if you have questions or comments, let me know, and I will add you to the list. So, Mr. Masterkite.
Thank you, Chairman Westmoreland, and thank you to the speakers that came today to share their thoughts and for all of the work that they have done. This is an issue that, as been said, is very emotional and very important to lots of people, and there are lots of different perspectives that people come at this issue. So it's great to hear all of the different perspectives. We are going to have a new tree ordinance, as was said, and I'm looking forward to working with all of the different groups to be sure that we hear them, that we understand their perspective, and ultimately we will have a tree ordinance. As was said, every group won't get everything that they want, but we will have a much better tree ordinance, and we will achieve our goal to make sure that Atlanta remains a city in the forest. So just a thank you to all those who came today and for all the work that they've been doing. We really appreciate it. I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you much. Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues. Chairman Westmoreland, you've done an incredible job with this meeting, bringing everyone together to have this conversation. And, as Councilmember Mazikite said, I think whenever you're getting to an end product, sometimes everyone doesn't get what they want. And sometimes you have to compromise. And I think that as long as we continue to go through this process and recognize that, I believe that we can all get to where we want to be so that we can continue to protect this city and a forest. I want to speak specifically to some concerns that I personally have with regards to the recompense fees in the city. And I think it's incredibly important that, as Mr. Cheeks has stated, that we understand the implications that are involved. I brought this up at one of our last discussions around this tree ordinance, and I spoke about how the recompense fees, how there were implications on city departments, and the fact that replacing trees in low-income areas that have been underdeveloped for decades, where trees have grown in record number, will disproportionately impact developers and the continued development of affordable housing. City departments like Renew Atlanta and city agencies, in my opinion, we should be having a discussion on how they can be exempt if there is a way to support the work that is happening in these low-income communities, especially a lot of the communities in which I represent. When I remember when I came on to council, I took a meeting with Renew Atlanta, and we were discussing, infrastructure improvements in my district and how these improvements, there was so much money cost involved in which was coming out of my Renew Atlanta budget because there was an aspect of having to find the exact trees that needed to be replaced. There was an aspect of timing involved, where it was causing a project to be delayed by 6 months or more. And my budget, the cost around it was decreasing my ability to be able to service my district in its entirety because of the implications around my budget. So, I think these are conversations that we have got to have and incorporate within this tree ordinance, specifically to the recompense fees, so that we are creating a fair and equitable process for developers to develop, and more specifically, develop affordable housing in areas like mine, that when you go through my district, there's a ton of trees in my district, especially in underdeveloped areas, that we would have to figure out how to address. So I just wanted to say I've listened and I've heard everyone's concerns, and I appreciate it. I've received the hundreds of emails in regards to the tree ordinance. So, I appreciate the advocacy around this issue and the importance of saving our trees in this city. But I do think we need to have this conversation and really get to a way where we can all meet on common ground. And if that means some of us have to compromise in our desires and what we seek in this tree ordinance so that we can all be at the same table, then I think that's important. So I appreciate the time to speak to you all. Thank you to my colleagues for being here and present. Chairman Westmoreland, thank you for all your hard work and efforts to bringing us all together. And I'll yield back to you.
All righty. Ms. Overstreet.
Gosh, that was quick. So thank you, Chair Westmoreland. It was. I feel like I've been in listening mode now, like for an hour and a half. So it got to me quickly. And this whole concept of changing the tree ordinance or the whole tree concept is just, it gives me lots of angst for several reasons, because I see people real time being affected by our tree ordinance and dealing with the arborists just understanding our tree rules and ordinances is just really hard for a lot of my constituents. And it's not just hard for me to explain it to them, it's hard to watch them feel totally helpless and unheard because of the trees, the tree ordinances and all of the parameters that we have in place. Just understand that all of my comments and my actions are coming from that place, from the problems that I see people experiencing in my district with our current tree ordinance and with this new one that we're writing. They're terrified about our discussions around trees. And rightly so, in most of their instances. A couple questions. I was listening to one of the people that was just speaking, and I can't remember his name, but he wanted to know, why did we eliminate the public appeals? And I would like to know the answer to that too before I go on to my other questions, because that's very interesting to me.
Yeah, this is Walter. Andrew Walter, can you hear me?
Andrew, if I could, this is Tim. Let me answer your question.
Yeah,
this is Tim Keene. Councilmember Overstreet, as it relates to the appeals, we're not eliminating all appeals. We're eliminating the appeal in cases where whoever's building is meeting the highest standard that we've created in this ordinance, which is the protection of a minimum number of priority trees. And the reason for this surgical reduction in appeal possibility for people is that we felt it's important, if we're making the regulations more strict, if people are being asked to do more as it relates to protecting trees, and they're in fact meeting the highest standard, then everyone should not be able to appeal that. There's, as I said at the beginning, and as all of you are expressing, we're seeking an optimal ordinance here based on all these varied interests and perspectives on the trees. And this one we thought was an important thing for the city to consider, that in cases where people are meeting the high standard and we're increasing so substantially the requirement around protection of trees, there should be some limitation on appeal in those cases. That is why.
Okay, so I would actually have to have a couple of examples to really understand what your viewpoint is on that, and we don't have to do that today. I can get with you later for that, but I would like to know just a couple of good examples of how being surgical about deciding which appeals are necessary and which are not. I would like to see that. So where are we now? How many pages of information is every resident expected to know? Where are we with the amount of information that we're expecting them to understand?
Well, Councilmember, we haven't, as you have stated, and you are absolutely correct, the current ordinance that we have is complex, and many people don't understand if they're not arborists or people that deal with such issues on a regular basis. It can be intimidating, and the current ordinance can be, and the proposed ordinance can be for the same people. What we have done and what we're proposing is acknowledge the important issue you have raised, and what we're proposing is to beef up our ability to do outreach to people. So if someone has, right now we have very limited ability to do that. We don't have enough staff to really spend time with people and walk them through what options they have and how best to navigate the ordinance. We don't have enough people to do that. We're incredibly stretched as it is. Our talented arborists are running all over the city doing as much as they can. We're suggesting, Councilmember, to your very point, that we need people that are doing exactly what you're suggesting, which is outreach to people to help them understand these things and deal with what can be stressful issues for them. And in addition, as Andrew mentioned, we are proposing that for the first time, the city dedicate funding to the tree trust to help low-income homeowners remove dead or dying trees from their property and replant healthy ones. That is a service that has never existed in the city, and we're proposing to do it, to help people that need help in the city, because unfortunately, and I mentioned when we started, we didn't achieve everything we'd hoped for in this ordinance. For me personally, one of the things I'd hoped we'd achieve would be a much simpler ordinance, much simpler in terms of so that many people can understand it. What I've learned through the process is that's something that if we're to deal with all these issues you've heard from all sides today, we're going to have somewhat of a complex ordinance, and we need the resources to help the people you're speaking of, council member, deal with an ordinance that they don't understand.
And did you mention a number, a page number, how many pages people are expected to understand?
Well, the ordinance is before you. The ordinance that we submitted to council is the ordinance. So I haven't counted the pages.
So what I'm speaking of is the actual tool, the pamphlet, the brochure, the actual outreach. Surely you're not going to walk around with the ordinance to educate the public, right?
Well, council member, at this point, we have not developed marketing and outreach material. We will do so when we have an ordinance.
Okay. Well, I would suggest that you use, you prioritize that. Like, it is just as important as drilling down this ordinance to get specific and have all of that information for your outreach also. And when you are beefing up your team to do the outreach, I think that's paramount for sure. But it can't be for 6 months. It has to really be just the way we do business going forward. Because our tree conversation is just that intricate, that we have to prioritize and a lot for education and hand-holding indefinitely.
I agree with you, council member.
So a couple more questions. So do you feel that this tree ordinance now is fair to the average 75-year-old that's living in a home and afraid of the trees that, even healthy trees that are around her or him?
Council member, I think what we've proposed is a way to help a 75-year-old homeowner who doesn't understand trees dramatically more by the way we have structured this ordinance and what we're proposing that council do related to this ordinance. That the new ordinance would be phenomenally better for that person you're describing. For the reasons that I just stated.
So. From listening today, though, I'm just not sold yet on that. But I really do hope that our final product will be just that. Also, do you think that treating the entire city the exact same way, and I'm talking as far as the council, the districts that have great canopy, our best canopies, as well as the ones that are very sparse. Do you think that we've addressed that in this ordinance, the fact that all districts don't need the same thing?
Well, we have structured these requirements around the square footage of property, which is new. Currently, the ordinance relates to zoning, and we're proposing to change that based on the square footage of property, which we think is a dramatic improvement and gets to the issue you're raising, which is not every property is the same. Number one. Number two, we are proposing, as Andrew said in his slides, to, for the first time, cap the recompense for a homeowner. If you own your property and you've got trees on your property, the people you're speaking of, council member, that we would cap the recompense at no more than 50% of the value of the land, which is specifically to deal with the issue that many have raised on this call related to properties that are of not as valuable in the city, where you've got people that are, in need and struggling to maintain their property, that we have incorporated that specific requirement to deal with the differences that we have within the city geographically. So, beyond that, as it relates to trees, a tree that is a priority tree anywhere in the city is a priority tree anywhere in the city. So we're not differentiating between that. But what we're doing is incorporating aspects of the ordinance to address the differences that we have in the city, particularly as it relates to the value of land. And so that's been very intentional in what we've presented to you, because we've heard that issue before and we agree it's very important.
So what I'm really getting at is that if our goal as a city is to make sure that we hold on to or achieve 46% tree canopy throughout the entire city, I don't think that it is accomplished by having 76% in one area and 23% in another and just taking the average. I think that it's accomplished by making sure that the 23% areas are brought up to 46%, if that makes sense. So it may be an opportunity for us to have maybe a sliding scale of some sort, so that we're not just taking averages and using a broad stroke for every single district when some are just fine and we're just preserving at this point. And so that is just my thought, that maybe there's an opportunity for us to better look at that aspect of it, of this ordinance. I don't want to give the appearance that I don't like trees. I absolutely love trees. That's why I live in such amongst the trees. Like, I love trees. But what I don't like much is when a tree has more priority and more safe. The trees are safer than, the average homeowner, the people that are really feeling threatened by their trees. So, and to have a priority tree for a 75, 80-year-old that's been in her home for 50 years, for the tree to have more rights than her, it just doesn't feel right to me, and no matter the reason. So that's just my thought. And I do appreciate this detailed, intense tree ordinance conversation today. But I still have angst, and that's just where I am with it all. And I do hope that we get to a point where I feel comfortable helping with the education of our tree ordinance and with our residents, all of the constituents. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shook.
Yeah, I want to thank the chair for convening this therapy session.
My pleasure.
And what people need to know, it's important that as this is, the chair and this committee are dealing with a 40-year can that's been kicked down the road called impact fee policy. They're dealing with a much newer problem about whether or if or how to tax tens of thousands of people along the belt line, and coming to a theater near everyone at the last minute. We'll have to redistrict. So he's got to deal with all that. And so I appreciate his leadership on this issue. I completely agree with his inclination that we need to set a deadline and get this over with, and it needs to be before the budget because, folks, we are not in a great position in terms of city finances. I really appreciate all the information I've heard. A lot of this I'm seeing for the first time. I'm on CD, thank God. And so I like hearing from the home builders. As other stakeholders know, I'm totally open to hearing from others. I got to say, though, when my colleague who's new, Mr. Brown, seems comfortable in expecting that we're going to reach, agreement, I know for a fact that at the end of the day, we'll have a series of very contentious votes on amendments. And I look forward to it. I'm hoping that the various stakeholders will get together and in good faith try to iron out some of their differences. That'll make our job a little less odious. We'll pass something, and then the debate will begin anew about, why it isn't good enough. But Mr. Chair, I appreciate you. I'm done. Oh, well, one more thing. I got to say, the planning department and Commissioner Keene, I think, is kind of taking an unfair beating here because they've had the audacity to actually ask stakeholders to share their opinions over meetings that have stretched on for years. And so I think that I appreciate that and respect that and the job they've done, and I think that needs to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That exhausts the list of folks who I had signed up. Is there anyone else on the body who has a question or comment? Yeah, Ms. Shepherd.
Yes. I listened, and one of my things that I did see in there was something it talks about for seniors who basically they have trees in their yard and the trees are dead or they're dying, and they can't afford to get their trees taken down. So I do appreciate the fact that there was talking about looking at those seniors who are low income, who may have trees that they need to get down, but they can't. So I appreciate that. This is a lot. I'm reading through this document, and I agree, Mr. Shook, this is something that we've been dealing with for quite some time. We're not going to satisfy everybody, but I understand the importance of trees. I'm a tree lover. I'm a nature person, so I love trees. So I think this is a good attempt at where we are. But I am concerned about because we've tried in the past, I know myself and even Ms. Moore when she was council member, to look at how we can actually get some compensation for seniors who need trees taken down but can't afford it because of their cost, low-income communities, folks who own their home, who are on a fixed income, who have trees that need to be taken down. So I have some concerns. I appreciate you all putting that in there. I also saw that looking at one of the slides where it talks about, how we can go ahead now and start having every 3 years, maybe have trees taken down in your yards and things like that. But it's based on a formula. And I want to go back and look at that a little bit more to make sure I clearly understand it because I have some concerns about that. So I'm not going to talk about it too much right now. I'm going to reach out to somebody to get clarity on that. But I do have some concerns about that formula also. So thank you.
And Mr. Chair, this is Council President Moore. And I've been listening, and I know that it seems to be a bit frustrating. I think it would be helpful because I have heard from people, of course, on both sides, if we just had a running list of whatever people's objections would be, and we can start there. I do know I heard the appeals process is one of them. particularly, and I heard the commissioner explain, why they were waiving the appeals process in that instance. And then I think something that explains because I heard it, but I don't know that I get it, and maybe he can explain it again, what exactly the provisions are for seniors. Ms. Shepherd brought that up. It's been something that council's been looking at with seniors and others who can't remove a dead or dying tree on their property, to explain a little bit more about that. But it just would kind of be good, because I think when you get to the point of actually getting ready to vote on it, at least you'll have some sense of what potential amendments may or may not be. Because as Ms. Shepherd said, everybody's not going to be satisfied. There are going to be things that are going to be passed on either side, whether you're in support of the ordinance or not, that are going to pass. But it would be good to have all that consolidated so we understand what the sticking points are. So that's it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Mathpat, you're the sponsor of this paper. Any closing questions or comments before we move to public comment?
No, just thank you to everybody again.
All right, colleagues. Well done. 11:56. We have 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 45 seconds of public comment that is going to come our way. And so, Mr. Massenberg, if you will start that. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Walter. Thank you, Chet, Catherine, Tierson, and Jim. And thanks to all of you for near unanimous attendance today.
One moment, please.
Ms. Blandini, is that the public comment playing, or are we still pulling it up? And that's somebody not on mute.
I believe it's the public comment, but I'm still confirming.
Okay.
Actually, they're still queuing up the comments, so thank you for your patience. They'll do that up as soon as possible.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Dickens, I know you've been working on some tree-related poetry. If you wanted to share with us before we start the public comment.
Mr. Chair, we will need a little bit more time on the screen, so we'll need to restart this meeting. If everybody could hang up and dial back in, and then we'll begin with the public comment.
Okay, sounds good. Colleague, same phone number and ID information as earlier.
Thank you all for your patience. The public comments will begin in 1 minute. Thank you again for your patience. The public comments will begin now.
Hello, this is Jack Whitaker, and I'm leaving my comment that the City Council should reject the latest draft of the tree protection ordinance. It seems to me like it's more of a
Hi, my name is Nancy Hunter, and I wanted to let you know that after reading through the proposed new tree ordinance, I want to stress that I believe the citizens of Atlanta deserve better. I'm disappointed to see that the proposed ordinance doesn't even protect trees to the extent that the current ordinance does, and the vast majority of public feedback appears to have not been incorporated. I have many concerns with this proposed ordinance, but in the interest of time, I'll list just the top few. The first is that it sets no clear, measurable goals for protecting the tree canopy. How do we know if it's achieving its goals when that hasn't even been defined and can't be measured? Two, it eliminates setback protections. The setbacks give us buffers from our neighbors and street traffic. We all live close together, but there's no need for us to be on top of each other all the time and looking directly at each other. The trees at least give us some separation. And the setbacks are one of the few areas where the current ordinance has protected trees. Now, those trees that we worked so hard to protect are easy targets to further deplete the canopy that we've tried to save. Three, the ordinance doesn't properly protect boundary trees. It puts the onus on adjacent property owners to fight to protect them and hope that they're successful, even though it impacts their property just as much as the applicant's property. Too much discretion and too much power is being put into the hands of arborists, limiting the citizens' ability to appeal and hold them accountable. While some of the arborists are trying to do the right thing, I've seen too often that they've consistently demonstrated either an inability to or a lack of support from their leadership to stand up to developers and enforce the ordinance. Giving them more power and removing the citizens' ability to provide checks and balances makes zero sense. I don't need to tell you all of the reasons why trees matter, but I'll give you just a few of them. Trees reduce energy costs for homeowners by providing shade for homes in the heat of summer. They help to control erosion and stormwater runoff. They mitigate noise and air pollution, provide shelter for wildlife, and they boost mental health and reduce anxiety. I recognize the need for continued development and flexibility for homeowners, but why can't we do that and protect the incredible tree canopy that's taken generations to develop? It's a defining asset of our city and an asset to our entire community. Why can't Atlanta show its leadership by demonstrating that development can work with nature instead of against it? I want future generations to experience the many benefits of our tree canopy. They can't just be replaced once it's been destroyed. The citizens of Atlanta deserve better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Coral Fowler. I'm a concerned resident living in Sherwood Forest. I'm calling because I'm disturbed by how many trees have been cut illegally, either by developers or homeowners, over the last 3 years in the neighborhood. I would like to see a tree ordinance that puts tree removal at the very beginning of the permitting process before people file building permits or submit plans for review. I would like to see a tree ordinance that does not allow homeowners to remove a significant number of trees, specifically older growth hardwood trees, in connection with rebuilding or building a new house. I would also like the ability for residents to appeal such a permit to remove those trees maintained, not limited to just adjacent neighbors. Thank you very much for your consideration. Take care.
Hi, this is Pavel Kishka. I'm calling to support the citizen group blended draft. My number is 201-344-2208. I live in Pine Hills, and I have been affected by trees falling on my house, which was a result of negligence of neighbors. But one of the problems is that when neighbors legally or illegally cut large portion of their trees, my trees became exposed to wind. So basically, trees cannot cope by themselves. Individual trees are generally weaker than trees in the forest as far as winds or elements are concerned. So I think this is something cities should take into consideration, that one cannot just clear the forest for the aesthetic reasons, as often people do. And I've always witnessed situations where contractors are in favor of cutting trees because that makes their job easier and makes the house more exposed. Plus, they can charge commission for cutting of trees. So I think there has to be some mechanism to stop developers to cut trees unless it's necessary. Again, my name is Pavel Pliszka, and I am calling to support the citizens group blended draft, especially with respect to the new development. And also, I believe the city needs to monitor using satellite images the actual number of trees, because in Pine Hills we lost 30%, if not more, all the trees over the last decade. And I don't think the city was aware of that, whether those were illegal or whether unplanned. We need to have better controls on that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gretel Glick. I'm in Madeline Archibald District, and I was calling to urge you to reject the current tree ordinance that's been put forth by Department of Planning, and to instead support the Pearson and Citizens draft of the tree ordinance, which is does much more to protect City of Atlanta tree canopy and prevent so many trees from being removed from lots during development. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Bye.
Hi, my name is James Stewart. I live in Atlanta on Grant Valley Road in Buckhead, and I was calling to voice support for a stronger tree ordinance. I want to make sure there are hefty penalties for non-permitted tree harvesting, protects not just legacy trees, but an entire tree canopy in Atlanta, and have the ordinance have some sort of verifiable and measurable goal for doing that. I think clear cutting of residential lots should be banned, and I think that allowing harvesting of trees inside setbacks and within creek buffers should also be extremely difficult to achieve. So thank you. Please strengthen the tree ordinance as much as possible. I think hefty fines and especially hefty penalties for repeat offenders is one excellent way of doing that. And then the tree fund proceeds need to go to replanting trees and reforestation within the city limits. Thanks very much. My address is 3340 Grant Valley Road in Atlanta, 38305, and my cell phone is 404-314-9392. This is James Stewart. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sean Griffin. I'm calling to express my support for the citizens draft tree ordinance submitted by Tirson Boutte. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sarah Spector. I live in Atlanta in the Pine Hills neighborhood, 974 Crane Road Northeast, and I'm calling to state that I'm supporting the Atlanta trees and any plans that Atlanta has to protect our trees. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
My name is John Welchel, and I'm very concerned about the draft tree ordinance. I think all drafts that I've seen are inadequate. There's not enough being done to protect people against water flows off property when trees are cut, particularly in the setback. And the proposal now is to remove protection for trees in the setback. In addition, to prevent people in residential areas from appealing when water is going to come onto their property, and water tends to fall between the cracks between the planning department and the tree commission. But almost every voter that I talk to has had problems with water on their property or knows of a neighbor who's had water on their property. And the removal of trees is what causes these water flows. The city of Atlanta only protects for the first inch of water flow, but if you've looked at the rain we've had in the past week, that protection is wholly inadequate for the type of rain that we have here. I'd also like to see that the right of appeal be preserved so that people can complain about trees coming down next to them, and I'd like to see a very simple and easy to understand tree ordinance that people can follow. The present draft, I think, is too complicated, and that means that both citizens and developers will be unable to follow it. I really would like to see our tree canopy preserved and not have a substantial reduction in the number of trees in the city, which is, I think, what we're going to see based on the drafts before the city council. Please have these drafts pulled or revised appropriately to, in fact, preserve our trees. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Van Beneden. I live in Lake Claire. I want to call to leave my support for Tirson and the citizens draft tree ordinance proposal. I think you're going to take into consideration more. So please support a good, healthy tree ordinance that by Tirson and the citizens draft. Thank you.
My name is Chris Klinkmuller, and I'm calling in support of Tirson and the citizens draft. I believe Tirson's draft is important because it aims to prevent so many trees from being removed from lots during development instead of just clear cutting. It will also allow homeowners more flexibility in managing their own trees. It also will increase the quality of the planted trees and retain the citizen right to appeal tree removals. Please support Tirson's citizens draft. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Sager from Buckhead, and I've reviewed the City Planning Department's proposal, and I believe it falls far short of what our city needs. So I strongly urge you to adopt the Citizens Group blended draft instead. At this point in history, we can't afford to slack on tree protection. I'm a local business owner in the financial services industry, and I respectfully argue that this 10-year policy has ramifications far beyond issues like what developers can and can't do. From a pure economic perspective, the cost to cut down a tree should equal the net present value of the economic and social benefits that tree will provide over the remainder of its usable life. And while that's a tough calculation, we know those benefits are significant for our citizens and our planet at a time when climate change has become an urgent priority for everyone. Trees are one of our most important technologies in the fight to reduce emissions, rising temperatures, deadly pollution, heat deaths, drought, floods, soil erosion, falling crop yields, climate migration, and the environmental injustice that plagues our city. I'm on the leadership team of the local Climate Reality Project chapter, and I give many presentations to help our citizens understand why climate change has been called the #1 threat to global health, global security, and the global economy for years. We also discuss solutions, and deforestation is not one of them. Plus, my firm's clients do not want to invest in companies that aren't drastically altering their deforestation practices. So I ask you to please consider all of these factors when you compare these two proposals. The city's draft is simply too lax. For example, I'm extremely concerned that developers can cut 40 to 50% of high-value trees before any protections apply. That just encourages them to cut the largest trees first so they can clear more land for concrete and buildings that exacerbate the effects of climate change and climate injustice at exactly the wrong time. So for these reasons and many more, I urge you to adopt the citizens draft. We'll live with this ordinance for 10 years, and a weak policy full of loopholes undermines the efforts of the public and private sectors as we fight the problems I've mentioned. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Schrader. I just wanted to voice my support for the Citizens Group blended draft. Atlanta's tree canopy is the city's heart and soul, and we're losing it day by day. Do not allow trees in floodplains and setbacks to be cut down, and we need to dramatically increase the fees and penalties for illegally cutting down trees. Thank you so much for your time, and please protect our trees. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Diane Festa, F as in Frankie, STA, and I live in the Buckhead area, and I'm calling about the tree ordinance because I think it is so important for Atlanta to protect our beautiful tree canopy. We used to be the city in the trees, and it seems like every time I ride down the street, there are blocks and blocks of trees that are being removed, which breaks my heart. There's so many reasons. I mean, the beauty, of course, is one thing, but also even the temperature. We have to protect our trees, and I'm asking the city council to rethink the ordinances. We also have to protect the trees that fit the neighborhoods that have trees that are so old and haven't been taken down. We had a couple of incidents right here on Valley Road where the trees had fallen and pulled the lines down. Actually, in front of my house had a major fire. That was so hot it burned the bricks of the house across the street because the tree was old and not taken care of and fell. And there are several around here that are in trouble. I can tell. I'm a tree lover, so I see it. So we have to protect our trees. We have to take care of our trees, and I'm asking you to take this seriously because we are one of the cities in the United States that we are known for our trees. We are the city of the trees. And I think that we should cherish that and protect it and make an effort not just to put something on paper, but to make it work. I thank you for the hard work. I thank you for everything you do and taking the time to work for the city. I ask you seriously to consider my request to rethink the tree ordinance, to rework it, to make it a little bit more serious, to absolutely I know we want commerce, I know we want houses, I know we want the city to grow, but this is horrible what they're doing. They're taking down these beautiful trees, just blocks and blocks. And you can tell the difference in the temperature. Actually, since I've lived here 30 years, you can tell the difference. Atlanta is not the cool place it was, and because it's all the trees that we're losing. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
My name is Amy Cowboy, I live at 3142 West Roxborough, Atlanta, 30324. I am completely opposed to this ridiculous new tree ordinance that you are proposing. It is loaded with numerous exceptions and caveats. It's too complex for the average person to understand. It has no quantifiable goal for saving the tree canopy, nor any plans for creating an urban forest master plan. It enables the city to exempt from compliance almost any project serving a public purpose, removes protection for all trees in the setbacks and 10% of trees in stream buffers, allows all pine trees under 12 inches in diameter to be cut without permit, which is ridiculous, requires preserving only a percentage of priority trees on single-family residential lots, and thus allows clear cutting of all other sites. It encourages developers to cut the largest priority trees first to have more land on which they can build, removes nearly all rights to appeal single-family residential tree cutting. It significantly reduces physical tree removal sign postings in both number and time duration. Most single-family residential properties will never have a physical sign posting. Does not provide enough protection for boundary trees or on adjacent properties. Does not protect the next generation of mid-sized trees for them to mature into priority trees. Fails to ensure enough tree replanting and or recompensation to maintain.
Hello, my name is Barbara Van Nostrand, and I am calling in support of Kirsten Boutte and the Citizens Draft, the tree ordinance. My number is 678-429-6344. Thank you.
Alita Silverman. I support the Citizens Draft of the tree ordinance, as well as the Trees Atlanta evaluation of what is before the council work session tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, this is James Patterson. I'm calling to ask that you adopt the Citizens Group blended draft for the tree ordinance. I believe that several of the things in the draft need to be done, especially all the high-value trees must be protected and must require a minimum tree save protection for all zoning districts, especially subdivisions and residential areas. And the need to close the loophole that allows for boundary trees on adjacent properties to be cut. We need to preserve our tree canopy. The health and economic impact of not doing that will far outweigh all profits in the short run. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Howard Katzman. I'm a resident of Morningside and a 44-year resident of Atlanta. I want to speak from two perspectives, one as a homeowner and the importance of appeals. Right on my own street in the last 2 years, we have had 3 occasions to appeal projects where trees were going to be unnecessarily taken down. And in each case, we were able to preserve the tree, yet the developer was able to build the projects that they wanted to build. Arborists are human. They make mistakes. They didn't suggest things that the builder could have done. For example, one case, the builder simply had to flip his design in a mirror image in order to save a tree, and the project went ahead. In another, they were able to move their house 2 feet and save a tree, and the builder, when presented with this suggestion, gladly agreed. The other perspective I want to speak from is as a former builder. You're going to hear from members of the development community who are probably going to say that any more new restrictions or requirements will make it too complicated, too difficult, and too expensive for them to build in the city of Atlanta. I don't believe this is true. My experience is we already have a fairly complex set of regulations, and with each step in the addition, they make more sense. They handle things like stormwater, such as the new green infrastructure requirements. So builders are accustomed to having to meet all kinds of requirements and regulations, and yet what we have are builders making a profit in the city and continuing to operate here. So if we go ahead and implement stiffer tree protection regulations, what we're going to get is projects that still can be built. They may be a little bit different. It may mean that the designs have to be modified from a standard design in order to fit the lot and to fit the reality of the trees. But that we'll end up with better design, more trees saved, less stormwater runoff, and builders can still make a profit and operate in the city and serve their customers. Thank you.
My name is Judy Yee with Trees Atlanta. We've been asked again and again, is the new draft of the tree protection ordinance good? Our answer is, we're hopeful, but there's a lot left to complete before this ordinance is ready to be considered for adoption. In particular, information such as proposed recompense value of trees is not included, and which trees are considered priority trees still need further adjustment. It's impossible to say if it's good or bad without testing it against real-life scenarios. In fact, when we walked through a few examples with community partners, they came up with really different calculations, which led to different conclusions because the draft was really difficult to understand. The city has made progress, and it shows in the new ideas that are reflected in this draft, but it still needs more work. Some standards we just object to, like the ability to remove one priority tree for any reason every 3 years. The ordinance isn't better yet, but it can be. We know that the document we're reviewing is a draft, but it's clear we still need another draft that's undergone testing, uses plain language, and is better organized. There really shouldn't be any guessing for users, but for anyone, the stakes are just too high. Two studies show that Atlanta's tree canopy is declining over time, and we really need to reverse this trend. We advocate for the protection of trees because trees improve human health by decreasing pollutant, controlling stormwater, helping to restore ecosystems that support wildlife, plant life, and of course human life. I mean, who hasn't found healing in nature and trees this past year? So the list of benefits of trees is long, and when more trees are removed, there's less benefits of trees for all of us. We need this ordinance to be better than the current one. Better means not just faster the process or fewer appeals, although we need that too. What it really means is a canopy that thrives and grows. A good ordinance ensures that people living in every neighborhood of Atlanta have equitable access to the benefits of trees now and in the future. Whether you live in a single-family home or high-density housing, you deserve the benefit of trees. The ordinance itself says it. Trees are a public good. This ordinance addresses removal, replanting, and recompense for trees removed. There's a lot of changes on how all three work, and reading through the individual sections alone is incomplete. We need to know how the sections work together. We've got to validate that the city's approach produces the canopy results that we all want and need. Trees Atlanta has provided a statement of our review that we've sent to the members of this committee, and it's also on our website that we invite you to review at treesatlanta.org.
Hello, this is Mary Poe, and I have read both of the documents, both what was proposed and as well as the additional ones from the citizens draft. And I think the additions are very important to add to what had been before. There's some real important pieces to it. And so I am calling to support the citizens draft and hoping that we can get a good tree ordinance in our city before too many more trees are taken down. It's something we have to really be vigilant about. So I vote for the citizens draft. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chip Fincher. I live at 1168 Converse Drive in the Pine Hills neighborhood of Buckhead. And I'm calling to let you know that I am in disagreement and have great concerns about your new tree ordinance draft. I would appreciate if you guys would re-evaluate what you're doing there and take more comments from the neighborhood and from the Buckhead Council of Neighborhoods. We really strongly want to protect trees, and we've seen so many lost already in our community through unnecessary developments, trying to crowd too many homes in one spot already, and we've lost a huge amount of trees in just a short few 4 years that I've lived in this community. This is something that's very important to me. I volunteer with Trees Atlanta, and I am proud to say I've planted hundreds of trees across our city, and I would again appreciate anything you can do to reevaluate the importance of the green space in our city. My number is 404-808-5131. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Midge Sweet at 220 Elizabeth Street, Northeast, here in the city. Happily so for 40, 50 years. And I am calling because I wanted to voice my support for the citizens' version of the tree ordinance. The citizens draft has a lot of improvements on what the city is proposing. So I think it is important that we take the input and incorporate it into the final law. Certainly we want to provide for a greater quality of planted trees and our right as citizens to appeal tree removals, and certainly ensure that the Tree Trust Fund money has citizen oversight so that it can be used for its intended purpose, as well as other improvements on what the city initially drafted. Thank you so very much. Bye-bye.
My name is Judy Yu with Trees Atlanta. We've been asked again and again, is the new draft of the tree protection ordinance good? Our short answer is we're hopeful, but there's a lot left to complete before it's ready to be considered for adoption. In particular, the information such as the proposed reference value of trees is not included, and which trees are considered priority trees.
Hello, my name is Bill Haney, Haney. I am calling to express my strong support for the proposed tree ordinance. I live at 12 Vernon Road, Northwest, here in Buckhead. I support the ordinance. I believe the proposed ordinance, I believe it does a much better job than current law does of balancing the rights of property owners with the public interest in preserving our tree canopy, which I also support. So thank you very much for your efforts. I think the proposed ordinance is great. I encourage the council to pass it. Again, my name is Bill Haney, Haney. I'm at 12 Vernon Road, Northwest. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Beth Kemp, and I support Kirsten and the citizens draft concerning the improvements to the tree ordinance in Atlanta to protect Atlanta's trees. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Robert Barstow, a 68-year resident of Atlanta and taxpayer. I support the citizens draft. I looked through it and I see holes in the current proposal, and whether it's enforcement, tree classification, all the other things in there, boundary trees, cutting down trees under false pretenses, rights to appeal, and other things. So I just wanted to voice my support for the citizens draft rather than the current proposal for the tree ordinance. Thank you.
Hello, this is Ione Lee. I live at 1 Yona Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30309, and I'm calling to protest the new draft for the tree ordinance, which fails to serve the purpose of the tree protection that is all over Atlanta. We need to protect our trees and not give the developers as much leeway as they have been given. Please for this that I am opposed to the latest tree ordinance draft. And thank you so much for serving Atlanta.
Hello, my name is Marcus Lennon. I live in the Pine Hills neighborhood in Lenox and Roxborough, and just calling to express my concerns with the latest version of the tree ordinance. Main concerns being really lack of planning for the future protection of our canopy. One of the things that I love, and I think many people love about our city, is it's a city of trees. I understand development has to happen in certain areas, but the current ordinance does not appear to protect the current tree canopy or a future tree canopy in a master plan sort of way. It also looks like there's way too many caveats and ways around protecting trees built into this. So major concern for myself and my family. Recently just built a home in Atlanta and decided to stay in the city, and the beautiful neighborhoods with mature trees and landscapes is a major reason, the greenery. So hopefully the next version of this ordinance will take more of the concerns of the residents into account. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Sherrod, and I'd like to express support for the tree ordinance.
Good afternoon. My name is Maura Wilson, and I just want to leave a message saying that I support the draft ordinance from Tierson, as I am so fed up with seeing trees being removed by developers without any care for the environment. Anything that improves and keeps the tree cover for Atlanta preserved, for me, has to be a good thing. And I think this will certainly help in that direction. So I just want to say that I support the ordinance and hope that it gets approved tomorrow. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Lutzer. I've been an Atlanta resident for more than 10 years. I grew up in the area, and I'm calling to support the council to adopt the citizens group blended draft for the local tree ordinance in Atlanta. I love Atlanta's trees. They're one of the things that have kept me here in Atlanta from moving elsewhere. I know rapidly growing places such as Denver don't have these beautiful assets. We must protect them. There are major problems with the ordinance as it's being proposed, including it doesn't prioritize our most valuable trees, taking up to 40% or 50% of high value trees that can be cut any reason before any tree protections even apply. It doesn't protect trees from subdivisions, multifamily or non-residential zoning, which I've seen growing up in Gwinnett, I've seen the impact of clear cutting and making it a very undesirable place to live or grow businesses. And there's a cap on the fines being issued to people who are cutting them down. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Poliani, and I'm calling with regard to the tree protection ordinance being held on Wednesday, February 17th. Concerned citizens, we need to leave a message, and we are hoping for people to understand that the tree protection ordinance is very, very important.
Yes, my name is John Fenton, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident, and I am calling to express my opposition to the proposed tree ordinance. I think it cuts down way too many trees and too many big-sized trees without adequate replacement, and it also limits the appeals that individuals can have to appeal situations. So I strongly urge the City Council not to adopt this. Thank you.
Hi, this is Janine Adams calling, and I'm calling to support the rewrite of the tree ordinance. And I'm in favor of the ordinance of the draft provided by Tiersten Boutte and the citizens draft. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bye.
Hi, my name is Julia Skinner, and I'm calling about the tree ordinance. I have a number of issues with it. First of all, that we've already lost so much of our tree canopy here in Atlanta due to developers cutting them down to build structures, and I find this particularly concerning, this new ordinance, because we're rapidly losing, what makes Atlanta, Atlanta. We're the city in the trees. The trees are a big part of why I moved here, and without that, we're just, a town with a bunch of condos, and I find it very concerning that the public has, repeatedly said that having the tree cover is important to us, having priority for larger trees and mid-sized trees that can then grow into priority trees, and then having an actual system for feedback and accountability for developers, which is something we lack overall, and especially in the case of trees. And so I hope that in this meeting tonight you will take the public's concerns into consideration, and will listen to us when we say that we want our trees to be protected. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Joy Loman, and I am a resident of Pine Hills, and I was calling to support a protective ordinance for trees in our neighborhood and surrounding communities. It's been quite shocking, the number of trees that have been torn down in the name of residential development in this neighborhood and the surrounding communities. It significantly affects the beauty of our communities in addition to the wildlife and ecosystems. It's certainly detrimental to our changing environment, and it should be minimized. So again, my name is Joy Loman. I live in Pine Hills, and I'm calling to support any effort to preserve our tree canopy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey McClellan, and I support Tiersten and the citizens draft. I am tired of builders coming in and cutting down 100-year-old trees and cramming two houses on a lot that once had one small house. I feel that there should be, for any new building, there should be a required percentage of the land has to be green space. These builders are coming in and they're planting two houses on a lot that had a nice yard and a small house, and now there's no room for any trees to be planted anywhere on that lot. Please do something about this. Thank you very much.
This is Justin Taylor, and I'm calling to make a public comment on the tree protection ordinance. This is not a tree protection ordinance, but a tree removal ordinance. It is backwards, regressive, and worse than our existing ordinance, allowing developers greater flexibility to remove trees and not be subject to appeal. It incorporates most all the concepts that the community flatly rejected in the 2019 feedback meetings, showing that you, the city, is not listening to the community. The latest draft is a 64-page convoluted ordinance loaded with numerous exceptions and caveats. It is too complex for the average person to understand. It has no quantifiable goal for saving the tree canopy, nor any plans for creating an urban forest master plan. It enables the city to exempt from compliance almost any project serving a public purpose. It removes protection for all trees in the setbacks and 10% of trees in stream buffers. It allows all pine trees under 12 inches in diameter to be cut without a permit. It requires preserving only a percentage of priority trees on single-family residential lots and thus allows clear cutting of all other sites. It encourages developers to cut the largest priority trees first to have more land on which they can build. It removes nearly all rights to appeal single-family residential tree cutting. It significantly reduces physical tree removal time postings in both number and duration. most single-family residential properties will never have a physical signposting. It does not provide enough protection for boundary trees on adjacent properties. It also does not protect the next generation of mid-sized trees for them to mature into priority trees. It fails to ensure enough trees replanting or recompense to maintain existing tree canopy. It fails to replace dead or missing trees in parking lots. It reduces the frequency from tree reports from quarterly to annually. It places the Department of City Planning in control of managing the tree trust fund with no financial reporting requirements, even though they have previously misspent millions of dollars from the fund. It allows significantly more tree trust fund money to be spent on non-tree replanting activities. It has no more enforcement or penalties for violations than what is already in the ordinance. It has no additional provisions for curtailing illegal tree cutting, especially among repeat offenders, thereby ignoring this growing problem. It limits pre-construction conferences, which help save trees on construction sites. It has no defined role for the Tree Conservation Commission to manage ordinances started here.
Hi, my name is Andrew Becker. I am calling about the tree ordinance. I'm a resident here in the city, and calling because from what I can tell, this ordinance makes no sense. It's giving these developers a chance to just cut down trees, remove trees, and taking away what's really important to the neighborhood. We need more green space, more trees. We do not need more real estate development in the city. So anything the city council can do to stop this and preserve the trees and nature that we have here in Atlanta, that is what we want. So thank you. That is all. And if anyone wants to talk to me, my phone number is 201-370-6218. Yes, Andrew Becker, and I'm opposed here in this tree ordinance. I want to protect no more trees, or protect the trees. 201-370-6218. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Joan Piccolo. The best way to achieve interdepartmental coordination is to require a stamp from a registered landscape architect at the early plan review. This includes the preliminary site plan review in the Arborist Department that is being considered for this new tree ordinance, as well as the preliminary review in the Zoning Department that is already required. If you need a registered building architect for the building, then you need a registered landscape architect for the site. The landscape architect is a uniquely qualified professional that integrates the expertise of an architect, civil engineer, and environmental planner. We are the interdisciplinary professional that Atlanta needs to combine the wish list of the client with the requirements of the Arborist Department, Site Development and Watershed, Zoning, and Building Department. If that stamp is required from the beginning of design, you're providing the owner, their project team, and the city with the most useful tool they can have to meet the goals in the Atlanta City Design Nature Report. The University of Georgia graduates 50 to 100 bachelor's and master's degrees in its landscape architecture program every year. It's consistently one of the largest and top programs in the country for these experts and has been part of UGA for almost 100 years. Much like architects and engineers, registered landscape architects across the country have a 4 to 5 year college degree, are required to have a 12 to 18 month apprenticeship, then pass a professional test. When I became registered in the year 2000, the Georgia tests were 4 days long. Then we're required to maintain continuing education credits and register with the Secretary of State. Landscape architects focus on the health, safety, and welfare of the public through site planning, site grading, architectural layout, structural design, ecology, and more. If you don't understand site grading, then you don't understand trees or stormwater. Registered landscape architects are different from landscape contractors or just landscape designers because we enter the design process at the beginning when the floor plan is being determined, and we integrate the building with the site. If the landscape architect is not on the team early, then conflicts between departments and scopes often arise too late in the process. Private, residential, and commercial property represent a significant public resource for clean air, water, soil carbon sequestration, and heat island mitigation. If you need a registered building architect for the building, then you need a registered landscape architect for the site. Thank you so much.
My name is Emily Pale. I was born and raised in Atlanta, lived here my entire life. One of my favorite things about Atlanta are the trees. When I'm flying into Atlanta and I look down and I see this green that's Atlanta, I'm thrilled. And I've had a number of people that are not from Atlanta who comment on how beautiful it is to fly into Atlanta. And I just think it's important that we really protect our trees. And I don't live in the subdivision, I live in the city. And when trees come down, especially the big old trees, it just leaves a big empty space. And because there's a lot of construction in my neighborhood, we see a lot of empty spaces where there used to be trees. And all of those trees need to be protected. Another one of my concerns is that when a subdivision is being built or a group of apartments, when those or anything that large scale that's being built leaves the biggest hole, whether you're looking at it from the ground or from the air. And also, I'm concerned about the get out of jail free card that developers are able to use just by going on and cutting trees and begging forgiveness by paying out of it rather than it really mattering to them, so that it makes it easy just to go cut what you want to cut and say you're sorry later, because our trees in Atlanta are more important than that. Thank you so much for listening to me and giving me a chance to say what I am feeling about this and thinking. Thanks so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Stephen Richard. I live in the Morningside neighborhood. I'm concerned about all the tree loss that we're experiencing, and I support Pearson and the Citizens Draft. Thank you.
Hello, this is Robert Quick. I am calling to urge that you support the Tierson Boutte Citizens Draft for the tree ordinance. There are many appealing things to this draft which would enable economic development, but at the same time really do more to preserve trees in Atlanta and maintain Atlanta's distinct character. So I strongly urge you to support Tierson Boutte Citizens Draft. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Jody Cook, and I'm calling because I support efforts to save Atlanta's tree canopy, which means I'm in favor of the citizens group blended draft of the revised ordinance. Several years ago, I was excited to learn about efforts to improve the existing tree protection ordinance, but it seems to me that many of the proposed changes have actually weakened tree protection, not strengthened it. I'm especially concerned about proposed changes that don't protect boundary trees, and I have firsthand experience with this issue. In 2016, I almost lost 2 trees on my property due to a tear down next door, even though my trees were supposedly protected as boundary trees. Several times I had to defend my trees at daybreak in my nightgown by blocking heavy equipment that ran over the tree protection fencing. The new ordinance should strengthen protection for boundary trees, not weaken such protection. The loss of trees has really escalated in recent years. When I first moved to Morningside, my street was lined with giant trees, and my house was in the forest. My back deck looked out on big trees and green leaves. Now there are hardly any of the big trees left because of all the tear downs. My my deck, I now see blue sky and the horizon all the way to Buckhead, more than 5 miles away. This is heartbreaking and a devastating loss in many ways. Please strengthen Atlanta's tree ordinance in every way necessary to protect the trees. Our trees are an extraordinary natural resource that are an exceptional asset for Atlanta. The tree canopy is something very special about Atlanta, and the city of Atlanta should recognize this and take action before it is too late. Please, this is a plea to save the tree.
Hello, my name is Louise Horney, and I've been a citizen of Atlanta since 1997 and live in the Morningside area. Unfortunately, I have been watching trees coming down in my neighborhood right and left as developers are tearing down small houses and building large ones that do not fit the lot size. I am calling in support of the citizens draft for the ordinance, for the tree ordinance. This is one that has been worked on by Mr. Tierson Boutte, with the Boutte Tree Company. He has done work for us, and I know he is extremely knowledgeable, and I've discussed this ordinance with him. I am calling in support of that, and I would hope that this will be the draft that is adopted by this council. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Sally Crow. I live at 835 Courtney Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, 30306, and I'm calling about the tree ordinance work committee meeting that is scheduled, I think, for this evening. I am concerned about the new tree ordinance. I read about it in the newspaper and online, and what concerns me the most is that developers on my street and all around our Morningside neighborhood have been cutting down 100-year-old trees. I know they have to do some cutting to build new houses. However, in some of the lots on my street, they cut every single tree at the front of the lot, leaving none at all. And you know how much we love our trees in the city, and it concerns me very much. So I really think that there ought to be some boundary and some statistics to say you can cut 3 trees, but you cannot cut 6 or something like that. And so have a limit to the number of trees that developers can cut down. I would appreciate you giving some thought to my suggestion. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. So, Russ, Mom, I'm still going to your houses on as many trees in the yard was not happening before, and that house is going down as I have. And they cut every tree. They don't have any trees. Well, they can't unless they pay thousands of dollars. And we pay thousands of dollars. Yes. But if you say they give you permission, you say you're going to plant another tree. Well, at least you believe what time it is, Will? I gotta go.
If you guys are so honored to serve us, you should do a better job at drafting a tree ordinance. There's no quantifiable saving the tree canopy, nor are there any plans for creating a forest master plan. The city can exempt anyone from compliance and almost any project labeled as serving a public purpose, and that is left up to the city to determine. It allows all pine trees under 12 inches to be cut without a permit, which is terribly unacceptable. Requires preserving only a percentage of priority trees on single-family residential lots. Basically, you can clear cut everything else. Totally unacceptable. It encourages developers to cut the largest priority trees so that they can have more land upon which to build. There's not enough protection for boundary trees on adjacent properties. It does not protect the next generation of mid-sized trees for them to turn into priority trees. The priority trees are going to be the ones that are cut down anyway. It doesn't do anything to replace dead or missing trees in parking lots. It allows significantly more trust fund money to be spent on non-tree planting activities. It has no enforcement of penalties for violations other than what is in the current ordinance, and the current ordinance is woefully unsatisfactory. So I would encourage all you guys to go back to the drawing board. This is just not acceptable.
This is Nancy Hamburger. I'm calling to support Tirson Boutte and the Citizens Draft to save the trees in Atlanta. Thank you.
My name is Audrey McMenemy. I'm a 52-year lifelong resident of Atlanta, specifically the Buckhead area. I am calling to voice my extreme displeasure against the proposed new city tree ordinance, which does nothing to protect our city in a forest with an urban canopy unlike any other city in America. I encourage the committee to revisit this with the boot tree owner revisions. Pearson Boot has come up with a much better plan.
Hi, my name is Sherry Koenig, and I'm a 20-year resident of the Atlanta metro area. I've been following over the course of a number of years the work around tree ordinance, improvements, updates. I am in support of the Citizens Blended Draft. I'm concerned about some of what I've seen in the current proposed draft that really allows a number of loopholes to stay in place. I am requesting that we make sure that we're preserving trees in the setback. Often that's where a number of our best trees are. We need to, in addition, ensure that there is an appeal process that's available through the MPUs. That has been shown to be an effective process, and we need to continue to make sure that we have protections beyond just single-family residential, that subdivisions, multifamily, even commercial residents have some protection and requirements also around planting. We have long had a replanting model and not a protection model. We really need to do more to preserve more of our existing trees and soils. That is going to serve us well in the face currently of climate change and for longer term benefits that we need to realize from the ecologic benefits of our trees. Please make sure to move forward and in support of the Citizen Blended Draft. Thank you for your time and for your efforts.
My name is Christy Young, and I support Pearson and the Citizens Draft. Thank you.
Hi, this is Eric Verriest. I support Pearson and the Citizens Draft. I think we do need to preserve all the trees in Atlanta as best as we can. Thank you. Bye.
This is Margaret Ann Briggs, a property owner within the city limits of Atlanta. I am very supportive of our trees, and this proposed ordinance does not do that. It allows development with little concern for the trees, which haven't fought a battle in the past. I know this is to increase the city's property tax base. It does not support the trees, which in the long run will hurt the city. And what a shame that the fund to protect our trees has been misspent to the tune of millions of dollars. This is so sad. Part of the beauty of Atlanta is its magnificent trees. So please support our trees. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Clow. I'm a homeowner and resident in a small midtown area. Home Park is an older neighborhood, and we're a very, very diverse community, economically, racially, in every way you can imagine. There used to be many, many beautiful old hardwoods throughout our neighborhood, but over the past 15 years, there's been a substantial land grab from developers to push out single-family homeowners. And with that push has come the tear down of many small homes and most of the trees accompanying those homes. Then the developers cram large duplexes with little or no trees onto the lot and often fail to landscape after that at all, if anything. There's been a significant rise in the heat and pollution we suffer. As a neighborhood, we have experienced a rise in health issues, particularly for children and our residents with respiratory issues. I support the citizens group Blended Tree Draft Protection Ordinance and strongly urge the City Council to reject the Planning Department draft currently under consideration. It's the responsibility of our council persons to protect their people and neighborhoods against further damage suffered by the loss of our tree cover. The health and welfare of all of Atlanta's people and its neighborhoods should take priority over the economic grab and gain of a few outside investors. Maintaining our tree cover benefits all residents, not just the wealthy or entitled. Thank you for considering my comments. I truly appreciate your time, and I trust that you will do what is right for all of the people in Atlanta to you versus a few wealthy developers. Thank you so much.
Hi, I live on Lennox Road in Pine Hills and would love to save the trees as much as possible. Kay Summers, thank you.
Hello, this is Fulton County resident Melissa Wagner from Chastain Park, and I'm calling and saying that the City Council must reject this current revised tree ordinance and take away the rewrite of the tree ordinance from city planning. City planning has failed to provide this ordinance. An exorbitant amount of money is being spent on this. It has been years, and this revision does nothing to protect the valuable tree canopy in Atlanta. I mean, there's so many problems with it. It's ridiculous. It's completely pro-developer. And having lived in Atlanta for 20 years, I can tell you how this has, the loss of the tree canopy has affected all of us. It's what makes our city desirable. We could have lived many different places, and we chose to stay in Atlanta, much in part because of its beautiful tree canopy. We chose our home because of the wooded spaces that surround it. And our neighborhood has very, very quickly by developers and even residential builders, they go in and they have been clear cutting these lots. Everything suddenly is dead, dying, or hazardous. At my children's school, the Westminster School, it's evident how destructive and how much it takes away from the community when they go in and clear cut trees. That school now, what was once an oasis and felt calm and peaceful, all you hear now is 75. Even though they planted a lot of trees, this is going to be decades before we can even enjoy them. And around Chastain Park, I mean, they're taking away the complete charm of the neighborhoods because builders are just going in, they're easily and inexpensively are able to get trees declared dead, dying, and hazardous, and then they clear cut for their convenience, and the charm in the neighborhood is being lost. The wildlife that we all enjoy is being lost, and Atlanta is just becoming unhealthy with all the traffic, the loss of the trees. It just is unhealthy. I would have never applied my children to the Westminster School if it looked back when my current Vanderbilt student applied to pre-first, if it looks the way it does today, because now you drive on a campus and you see 75. I mean, that's just unhealthy. This tree ordinance does nothing. To take away appeals is ridiculous because there is fraud within our city government, and I think the city council has seen that very clearly on many issues. There's no master plan to preserve that makes our city desirable. It doesn't protect trees in the setbacks. Well, why would I purchase a piece of property when you don't know what can happen in the setbacks? I mean, the whole revision is ridiculous. Please take it away from reject it and take it away.
Hi, James Foley, 1588 Friar Tuck Northeast, calling to enthusiastically support the Citizens Group blended draft tree protection ordinance, which I like because it does make it tougher to remove trees. I've just had a few trees taken out by our neighbors behind us illegally, and across the street also illegally. And I'm very upset about that happening. I especially like the idea of making the contractor who takes trees out also have a responsibility. I mean, they're not dumb. They know what can be done and can't be done, maybe more so than the homeowners in some cases. So again, I support this Citizens blended draft tree protection. I strongly encourage you to enact it. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Bill Pierden. I'm an Atlanta city resident. I'm calling to comment on the tree ordinance. I do not agree with the changes that are being proposed, particularly the changes that make it more difficult for single-family homeowners and single-family neighborhoods. And I agree with the 20-point plan that has come out from the Buckhead Council of Neighborhoods criticizing the tree ordinance and believe it should be readdressed. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Myra Tucker. I'm calling to ask you to adopt the Citizens Group blended draft. I was born and raised in Atlanta. I live in a beautiful area of town, and we had a developer come in and strip most of the hardwoods, beautiful trees on the most beautiful lot in our neighborhood. It was very tricky. He ruined the lot, will never recover. He treated fines like it was like he was brushing off a fly. He was making a lot of money. $1,000 fines did not slow him down. Part of what we love about Atlanta is that it's green, and the Citizens Group blended draft helps keep it that way. It's not extreme at all. It's just to try to keep as much of the land intact as possible. That increases the value of all of our homes as well as our living experience. So thank you for listening, and please act on our behalf tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Art Kreslowski, Krasilopsky. I'm calling regarding the tree ordinance. I want you to know that I support butchering tree owner Kirsten Butte regarding the citizens draft that he put together. I'm sure you have received other voicemails with the same information. I'm not going to repeat that. I just want you to know that I support the tree ordinance, and I'm hoping that it does pass. Thank you.
I am Carol Holliday. I live in District 5, Madeline Archibong's district. I am calling about the agenda item, the new tree protection ordinance. I am dismayed that there has been no public input since the committee discussed a draft over 6 months ago on June 25th, and that overwhelming public input over the past 3 years has been ignored. At the virtual meeting in June, the public had one main goal: better tree protection. and we have provided a lot of input and many practical suggestions for how to achieve better tree protection. Yet the draft ordinance introduced to Council on January 20th and the subject of today's work session offers less tree protection and less transparency than the existing ordinance, and it also takes away the public's right to appeal. Never did I hear a single member of the public ask for less tree protection or less transparency. Never did I hear a single member of the public say that our city should backslide and reduce tree protections at a time when we are experiencing record-breaking development. We have been to meeting after meeting since 2017 and submitted comment after comment, and it is beginning to seem like an effort to wear us out and wear us down. This issue is too important to give up, however. Atlanta's trees are a fundamental and integral part of our environment. They are critically important to the health of our community, our economy, and the well-being of our current and future residents. Please put an end to the lack of transparency in the process. Please listen to your constituents, and let's get to work on common sense improvements to the tree protection ordinance instead of going backward.
My name is Larry Samuelson. I've just read a summary of the latest tree ordinance that was drafted this month, or I should say January, and I'm very much against it. It looks like we're going backwards and not forwards. It's allowing developers more flexibility to take trees out, and is really not subject to appeals. And bottom line, the city is just not listening to what we've been trying to say. I could go through each individual point, but we're very much against this, both my wife and I would suggest that you redraft something that's a little more tree friendly and a little more in keeping with what the population of Atlanta is asking for. Thank you.
John Watson, please support the citizens group blended draft of this ordinance. I have really been depressed and distressed at the number of trees taken out of lots to build mega mansions, and I believe that a more sensible approach can support development and save trees. I'm particularly concerned about the appeals process that has now been nearly eliminated, and that so many trees, 40 to 50%, can be cut for any reason or no reason. Thank you.
Ann Walter, please adopt the Citizens Group blended draft. I moved to Atlanta in 1984 and have seen many of Atlanta's trees disappear so rapidly. Now you see vast canyons where buildings rise on either side and a few tiny trees planted in front. This is not healthy for our air, for nature, or for human beings. Two major problems with the current proposed tree protection ordinance. The tree list is weak and excludes many high-value trees, and the appeals process has been nearly eliminated. Thank you for your service.
Hello, my name is Carol Johnson, and I am calling to complain about the city's latest tree ordinance draft dated January 21, because it does not protect our tree canopy here in the city. I'm particularly upset at how the city will be able to exempt pretty much any project they want to from making the project comply. It doesn't appear to have any quantifiable goal for saving the tree canopy, and there are no plans to create an urban forest master plan. It's removing protection for all the trees in the setbacks and 10% of trees in the stream buffer. Excuse me. It requires preserving only a percentage of priority trees on single-family residential lots, and so it allows clear cutting of all other sites. It removes nearly all of the rights to appeal single-family residential tree cutting. It significantly reduces physical tree removal sign postings in both number and time duration, which means most single-family residential properties will never have a physical sign posting. It doesn't provide enough protection for boundary trees on adjacent properties, and it doesn't protect the next generation of mid-sized trees so that they can mature into big trees. It fails to ensure enough tree replanting or recompense to maintain existing tree canopy. It fails to replace dead or missing trees in parking lots. It reduces the frequency of tree reports from quarterly to annually. I could go on, but I'm sure you're going to hear most of these same points from other people, and basically this draft is inadequate, and I do not support it. Thank you.
My name is Susan Cryer. I live in far northwest Atlanta. I am calling in to state my opinion about the revision of the tree ordinances here in the city of Atlanta and make commentary on the arborist. It seems to me that the new revisions to the rules here in Atlanta are ill-placed, does not put the protection of trees high on the list of the ticking number of developing a property. And all I know is my next door neighbor has cut trees and cut trees and cut trees. I have called the arborist on many occasions, have involved my city councilman's office on this, and we never seem to get an answer from the arborist as to whether a permit has been even requested. So obviously the effectuality of the office of the arborist has been greatly compromised at the moment as well. So wanted to let you know that I am not in support of the revisions of the changes, and not happy with the performance of the arborist office at the moment, evidenced by the fact that they don't seem to care what's going on even when a specific activity has been reported at the time that it's ongoing. We get no answers. Again, my name is Susan Cryer, far northwest Atlanta. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fenton May. I live in Buckhead at the corner of Havisham and West Paces Ferry, and I've been looking at the city's latest tree ordinance draft, and honestly, I don't think it cuts mustard. It is not a tree protection ordinance. It's more of a tree removal ordinance, and we can't afford that in Atlanta. It's backward and regressive and allows developers much too much flexibility to remove trees and not be subject to appeals. So in all, I think you guys should either stay with the current tree ordinance or reject what's on the table. If you want any further comment from me, you may reach me on my cell phone at 404-281-3379. But again, I do not think the current proposed revised ordinance is acceptable. Thank you.
My name is Judith Phillips, and I'm just calling in to let you know that I support the tree ordinance about the homeowner having to say so on whether the trees need to come down in their area or in their yard. I'm very highly supportive of that. I've had too much trouble with trees in my yard that have come down that I have not been able to take the tree itself down, and the tree needs to come down. Thank you.
Yes, my name is William Bennett. I reside at 388 8th Street, Northeast in Midtown Atlanta. I've been a resident of the city for about 16 years now and have noticed over the years the amount of canopy that is being lost to developers within Midtown alone. And I would really, really appreciate support from our city to preserve this valuable asset we have. So I strongly encourage you to support Tierson and the Citizens Draft to protect our tree canopy. And we would be greatly appreciated to put whatever support
Wendy Kirkpatrick, and I'm a resident right in the city in the Ansley Park neighborhood. I'm calling to encourage you to review the new Atlanta Tree Protection Ordinance Citizens Blended Draft. A lot of care and expertise went into this document, taking the best of the tree ordinance rewrite and incorporating some new ideas that will help the city to develop and grow as it needs to accommodate the increasing population, but also in a way that is healthy and responsible for our air quality, water quality, erosion, and really all of the things that trees provide to our community. Thanks in advance for reviewing and strongly considering the blended draft.
Hi, my name is Sue Sherrill. I live in Atlanta, but I'm half a mile from the city limits. But I'm calling about the tree protection ordinance, and I just want to say that I am in favor of the citizens group amended tree protection because it allows a lot more protection of old growth trees. I'm just tired of seeing trees just torn down like toothpicks, like they don't make any difference when they are so vital to our city, to the health of our air and ground and soil. And I just think it's outrageous to see developers just tearing them down with no penalty to speak of. There ought to be thousands of dollars of fines for taking down an old growth tree. Thanks again. This is Sue Sherrill, 404-641-4781. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Susan Warren. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling because I do not believe that the city's latest tree ordinance draft from January of this year, 2021, I don't believe it protects the Atlanta tree canopy. It doesn't really, to me, it's more of a tree removal ordinance. It's backwards, regressive, and it is much worse than our existing document. Our existing ordinance. It allows developers greater flexibility to remove trees and not be subject to appeals. I don't believe that is appropriate. I'm a homeowner. I've had to deal with appeals, and I think that they should too. They should have to abide by the same ordinance that I do. I find it ridiculous that they get special considerations when homeowners do not. If you would like to discuss this further, please contact me. My name is Susan Warren. The number is 404-841-7005, and I live at 276 Lakeview Avenue in the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jo Marie Lyons. I'm a resident of Atlanta in the northwest part of town. I'm calling to say I want to support this Tierson and the citizens draft of this tree proposal. I do think, as you all know, it's been terribly unfair for all the developers. I know we need new tax revenue, but for the developers to literally rape the land of every single tree so they can stick as many houses on it is not going to be a way to preserve any trees in this city. And also, for the tree owners, for the people who own houses, not even to really be able to remove one tree, even, it's just not fair. There has to be a balance. And I do believe this draft offers that kind of balance. Might not be perfect, but at least it balances what the developers are doing with what you previously have forbidden the homeowners to do. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Eva Mason. I live at 1743 Harper Street in Atlanta. And I want to say the proposed rewrite of Atlanta's tree ordinance is so much worse than the tree ordinance which we presently have that I'd ask that the city scuttle the present effort to approve a new ordinance and find a new commissioner for the Department of City Planning who actually places some value on the tree canopy that makes Atlanta special. Otherwise, please support the citizens' blended draft if we can't get a new commissioner who actually cares about our trees. Please support the citizens' blended draft. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason Johns, and I live in Edgewood neighborhood. I'm an International Society of Arboriculture board-certified master arborist, and I've worked as an urban forester in the city of Atlanta for 20 years, and I've served as an Office of Parks arborist for the past 14 years. I'm calling to ask Council to reject the Department of Planning's draft tree protection ordinance, which is more of a clear-cutting ordinance and would be devastating to Atlanta's urban forest canopy. I'm asking instead that Council consider Kirsten Boutte's citizens draft of the tree protection ordinance instead. It needs a lot of work, but it's a more workable document than what the Department of Planning has produced, which is a disaster. Thank you for your time.
Catherine Hansen, St. Charles Avenue, Atlanta. I have worked with Kirsten before. I know very well his concern for trees. I would like to have you approve his suggestion or the suggestion that he has shared with me. I know that he has thought it all out very well, and please listen to him. Thank you.
Dear council members, my name is Nazir Cuddy, and I live in Kirkwood. As an architect who sits on the Beltline DRC Review Committee, I see many large-scale commercial and multifamily residential projects. Many of these projects do not preserve existing trees on site. The most concerning being old-growth, large-caliber trees. For the current tree ordinance, they are not required to be preserved. These types of properties make up approximately 40% of the city's land area, according to the Georgia Tech Spatial Analysis Program. Yet, despite the rapid canopy loss we are experiencing in Atlanta and the science behind climate change, the new proposed ordinance you are reviewing today also has no preservation requirements. This is an unsustainable growth model for the long term health of the city and its citizens. Replanting alone is not sufficient to provide the shade, air quality, and stormwater management benefits that mature trees provide. We need this now to combat the crisis we are facing and for a truly livable city. As an architect, building is near and dear to me, but we need to move forward with responsibility. I strongly urge you to incorporate tree-safe protections into all the zoning districts, including commercial and especially subdivisions and multifamily residential. All citizens of Atlanta deserve this public health benefit, both where they live and where they work. Thank you very much.
This is Martha Eskew. I live in Fulton County, City of Atlanta. I am a 71 resident of Fulton County, City of Atlanta, and I am calling in support of the citizens' version of the tree protection ordinance. No net loss of tree canopy. The Chamber of Commerce and the Development Authority tout trees as the #1 asset in Atlanta when they are attracting businesses, executives, manufacturing plants to the area. If what I have witnessed in the last year continues unabated, which the new version will allow, then we will have no trees left to use as an attraction. For this reason, I believe that trees need to be first in the planning process, not last. So I support the pre-conference idea. A tree appeal is absolutely necessary for success because you can't keep your eyes on everything, and citizens need to have the ability to be a part of the process. Public and private projects need to have the same standards. You replace trees. Builders and developers are smart and they can figure out how to build without clear cutting. If trees are cut, then they need to be replaced. The city needs to empower and support the staff of the planning department and specifically the arborist department to prosecute the TPO to the fullest. Lastly, the trust fund needs stronger oversight, including the development of a master urban forest plan. It is not to be used for salaries and rainy day projects. Trees are necessary for air quality, heat abatement, stormwater management, and beautification of our city. Bottom line, I am calling to support maintaining Atlanta's #1 attraction, lots of trees in the city.
Hello, my name is Brian Kelly. I live at 1776 Piper Circle, 30316. Calling to say that I support Tierson and the citizens draft. Having read through all, 60-something pages of it, I feel that it will get us much closer to preserving the canopy in Atlanta. And though I think it possibly could impact homeowners in a more negative light, there are some loopholes that would allow credit for the trees that already exist on a property, so on and so forth. They'll mitigate some of the recompense. Some of the ideas that I really thought were strong were the public, as far as the recompense fund goes, having to make a public report available. I think that's incredibly important for oversight. And beyond that, I think it's mostly full of good ideas, and a step in the right direction. So thank you for your time.
My name is Joanne Bowden Ainsley. I live at 3126 West Roxborough Road, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia 30324. I'm calling to request that we not make any changes to the proposed ordinance for trees. I am a supporter of our trees. I've lived in Pine Hills for 45 years, and I have done everything that I could to help maintain our neighborhood. We do not need to lose any trees. They are what keep us healthy, being able to breathe well, protect us from sun and rain, and I don't want anything to be changed to allow more cutting of trees. The idea of getting rid of our canopy is a terrible, terrible idea. Please do not make any changes to allow trees to be cut down for anything other than disease, or unfortunately for so many new houses that are being built when they are clear cutting the land to put in new houses. But please support our neighborhoods, our trees, and our ozone layer and our climate. Thank you.
Hi, this is Olivia Dennison. I live in Atlanta, Georgia 30309. I support the citizens group Blended Draft. Atlanta, I've been a resident of Atlanta for over 40 years, and trees are being cut down all over our city. And we have had so much loss this year, loss of our schools, loss of our churches, loss of our well-being, our jobs. I've lost my job and my kids going to school, and my husband works in healthcare, so I've been doing it all alone. Please save our trees. It's the only thing. You are the only ones that can help us keep our trees. Otherwise, developers will continue to take them down. This is something that is in your hands.
Hi, my name is Mercy Wright, and I am calling to complain about the revised tree ordinance, which is just as ineffective as the previous tree ordinance, which, as Mr. Tim Keene put it, is just a moneymaker, all about assessing fees, not about saving trees. This is only helpful to builders and businessmen. this will do nothing for us to protect and preserve our tree canopy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Edith Potachuk, and I live in the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling in support of the citizens draft for the new Atlanta Tree Protection Ordinance. Atlanta is the 5th worst city in the U.S. in terms of tree loss and the 3rd worst city in the U.S. in temperature rise. It is way too easy in Atlanta to cut down our beautiful old trees that protect not only our quality of life but our health. Our trees make Atlanta a desirable place to relocate for others. We need to stop the money-hungry developers that are more worried about lining their own pockets than protecting our community. Please support the citizens draft and help preserve Atlanta's tree canopy. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Pam Wedding in Decatur, Georgia, and I absolutely support this initiative. I studied landscape architecture. I've been part of Trees Atlanta before, the Arbor Foundation, everything, and I've read through this, and this makes perfect sense. And so I completely support Citizens Group Blended Draft. Please vote for it. Thank you.
Hey there, this is William Horton, Horton. I have a house on North Morningside Drive. I am strongly in favor of the Citizens Group draft and the Citizens Group additions and changes that have been proposed related to the TPO. In particular, the tree preservation standard definitely needs to be enhanced and improved, and the public right for appeal needs to be protected and preserved. I think in these days of issues with social equity and social justice issues, that the assistance for low-income homeowners needs to be protected and preserved. Also, I don't think that the enforcement in the current plan that the city is considering allows for adequate enforcement of illegal tree removal, and I think enforcement really needs to be enhanced as suggested by the Citizen Group proposal. And I also am strongly opposed to this notion of the boundary tree removal. There's a loophole there that would allow boundary trees and adjacent properties to be removed that's just inappropriate. And obviously the classification for DDH trees could be significantly enhanced. I'm also a naturalist certified by the state of North Carolina for the Blue Ridge area, so I'm very familiar with ecology and many of these issues related to forest management. And I want to strongly urge adopting the recommendations of the Citizen Group draft and improvements to the tree ordinance. I'm an Atlanta native who has been there since I was born in 1955, and these changes in our canopy are drastic, and really we need to do everything we can to save this incredibly valuable asset. Thank you very much.
This is Greg Pendergrast. I'm a real estate and environmental attorney, and I have given a very hard look at the existing tree ordinance, the planning department draft ordinance, and the citizens draft. The citizens draft is frankly superior in many regards. It was put together by a very strong diverse group of arborists, developers, environmental representatives, and attorneys, and tree commission members. They know what they're talking about. They know what they're doing. They've taken into account a broad variety of perspectives, and it's a good job, and they should be thanked for doing it, and their draft should be accepted, subject to any appropriate modifications. The planning department draft is okay in some regards and backsliding in others. And it is very flawed in attempting to limit public notice and appeal rights. I've sent an email to Council Member Westmore that is specifying some of the particular procedural problems I see in the planning department draft, and I trust and hope that you all will take a good hard look at that, and that there will be an
Green, 798 Yorkshire Road, Atlanta 30306. I wrote most of you this morning, and I've met several of you at previous work sessions on the updating the Atlanta tree ordinance. I am happy to comment once again and to ask you to please act and go ahead and adopt the tree protection ordinance that was put forth by the citizens group. We could have saved a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of mobilizing citizens to call you and ask you to act. But now is the time to go ahead and just adopt the ordinance as the citizens group has put forth. They have put some time into reading the ordinance that you are looking at tomorrow, and there are several deficiencies. I think you recognize that there are. They have put together a merged version that protects trees, that will allow the city of Atlanta to go forward and to protect our beautiful tree canopy so that we are more than just a slogan. We can actually be the city and the trees. Thanks for your consideration and for all the work you do for the citizens of Atlanta.
Hi, this is Steve Whitlock. I live in the Underwood Hills neighborhoods of Atlanta. Been living here for over 20 years. I read a couple of summaries of the tree ordinance, including the one that was on the city council website, and it does not seem to protect our tree canopy at all. It seems to be just a collection of loopholes for developers to get through. So I really, really think you guys need to go back and restart this whole process if this is what you came up with, because what you have got so far does not at all protect the trees and the tree canopy in Atlanta. I think it will accelerate the destruction of it. Thank you very much. Okay.
Hi, this is Sharon Mora. I'm calling to say that I completely support the new tree ordinance. I think I like the idea of more input at the beginning of the process. However, I completely agree that the tree commission needs to be removed as of the appeal process. The tree commission frequently does not follow its own rules, and the NPU, at least in our neighborhood, does not represent the opinions of everyone in the neighborhood. It only represents a small number of people who have lived in the neighborhood for a long, long time. They don't like newcomers. They don't like change. They don't want input from anybody except those who completely agree with everything they say. And they're really running roughshod over a lot of neighbors who should be included in the conversation, who may be too busy to show up for a lot of meetings because they have to work very hard from home. They may have young kids, and it just seems like a lot of these older folks are retirees who have nothing but time on their hands and don't want to listen to any opinion that is any different than their own. So we would greatly appreciate if this could go to a wider audience instead of being trapped in a very small neighborhood association that is very set in its ways and not willing to listen to anyone else or change. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Nick Mencher. I'm calling in support of the strengthened tree ordinance. I believe one has been proposed by Tierson Boutte, citizens draft. I live in Atlanta, and it's very frustrating to see developers scrape every tree off acre-plus lots before building houses. I think that we should have a stronger tree ordinance with arborists to protect the trees in Atlanta. It is the city of trees, but the way it's going now, we're not going to have many left, given the way developers are destroying the tree cover in Atlanta. So please pass a strong tree ordinance. Pearson's seems to be a good one, and keep the trees that we have from being cut down, unless they need to be cut down, but that's not that often. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is Alleen, Alleen, Bratton, Bratton, and I am very opposed to the ordinance as it is proposed. And this city, for years, has been the city of trees. And the one thing that we do not need to do is to eliminate any trees, and therefore that caption. Thank you so much for everything you do. Again, Alleen Bratton, and I oppose the tree ordinance as it is written.
Hi, this is Barbara Thompson, and I live in Atlanta in 1987, and I'm very proud of our city and the progress that is made since then. I wanted to speak on behalf of the Concerned Citizens group that is working on behalf of tree protection. Is I believe that the city planning department is making a backward step in terms of what our city needs. I do believe there's a way to protect the trees and to protect the work of developers. And in particular, I would ask you to pay attention to the lowering of penalties, the definition of what an unhealthy tree is, and also to consider strengthening, not weakening enforcement, and to work in any way possible to protect the wonderful canopy that we still have here in Atlanta and that is disappearing so quickly. I just urge you to act on behalf of citizens, on behalf of the environment, and I thank you very much for the work that you do for our city.
Hello, my name is Susan Zarrow, and I'm calling in to encourage you to adopt the Citizens Group blended draft. I'm a native Atlantan and a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I've always loved the beautiful tree canopy we have here. But I have come to appreciate it in a new way as a garden designer who sees the incredible benefits that the tree canopy has given to our city. To this point, I want to express my concern about the planning department's proposed tree protection ordinance draft. It does not do enough to protect Atlanta's trees, which beautify Atlanta and make it a healthier and a more desirable city to live in. For example, it destroys the appeals process. It doesn't do anything to reduce clear cutting and mass grading on larger properties. And it allows for up to 50% of high-value trees to be cut, provides no protection for trees in subdivisions, and setback trees aren't even mentioned. And finally, the proposed fine of $1,000 a day is really not much of a disincentive for developers. But luckily, there is a more comprehensive approach, and that's the one found in the Citizens Group blended draft. It addresses the problems I've mentioned above, as well as numerous others, and provides specific solution to each. Finally, I want to underscore that the blended draft keeps the best parts of the planning department's draft, but closes the loopholes and fixes major problems like the ones I've listed. It's fair, it's balanced, and it also includes ways to protect trees that can save builders time and money. Thank you for having this session where people can express their concerns and ideas, and I really hope that you'll give the Citizens Group blended draft much more attention. Thank you. This is Judy Ribble, and I am calling to urge the City Council to protect our trees. My zip code is 30305, and that's what makes this area beautiful. If a tree is dead and is possibly dangerous, then of course those trees need to be removed. But we do not want our canopy to be destroyed, and we also do not want our residential zoning
to be replaced with multifamily zoning in this area. This is single family zoning. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Diedrich, and I support the tree ordinance.
Thank you for having the comment line. My name is Iris Hale, Hale. I'm a longtime Atlanta resident since the 1960s when it really was a city in the forest. And I'm a resident of the in-town neighborhoods of around Lake Claire and Candler Park since 1977. And please, yes, vote in favor of this ordinance. It may not be everything we need, but it's a great step in the right direction. I have watched with great sorrow the destruction of our beautiful canopy, our city, my neighboring properties, and a nice little residential neighborhood for years and years at the hands of developers who haven't been held to account for illegally cutting trees and not going through proper channels and making it cheaper for them to cut the tree and pay the fine and sell the wood. Just for a few details, it's been a real long and sad process. So please, yes, vote for anything that will help us out. I've read the information, and these do seem to be taking really good, healthy steps in the right direction. Thank you for your time and consideration, and please help us save a few trees. Bye.
Donna Graham, please provide ordinance that protects our trees. The present, I just read the tree guidelines for the latest tree ordinance, and I am very concerned that it will not protect our trees. Thank you so much. And I went through a renovation and had to very carefully follow tree regulations, and I'm so glad that we did. So please, thank you.
Hi, this is Emily Blake, and I'm calling regarding the tree canopy in Atlanta. And I just want to say that I feel like the latest tree ordinance draft is not enough, is not going to protect the Atlanta tree canopy. And I just wanted to voice my opinion on that and feel that that draft needs to be redone. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Beth Fernandez, F as in Frank, Ernandez, and I'm just calling to let you know that I'm showing my support for the Pearson and the Citizens draft for the tree ordinance. So please consider that. Thank you. Bye.
This is Norman Asher calling to say that I support the tree ordinances that have been in place. The one that you're proposing now looks like it will not be effective to protect our tree canopy, and I would like very much for you to reconsider. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is Dr. Charles Zaff, spelled Z-A-T as in Paul, F as in Frank. I'm calling in support of Tirsin Butte's ordinance draft to protect the trees in Atlanta. This is one of the hallmarks of our city and has been for many years. And I think it's important that we ensure that we continue to have trees as a part of our environment. It's important for the health and mental health of the citizens as well as the look and feel of the city. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David Godfrey at 475 Page Avenue in Candler Park. I'm calling to urge the City Council to seriously consider adopting the recommendations of the Citizens Group blended draft for the tree ordinance. I strongly feel like we need to protect the trees in our city. One of the main and most attractive reasons for me moving into Candler Park was because of the beautiful older hardwood
2878 Normandy Drive in Northwest Atlanta. I'm calling about the tree protection ordinance. I'm in favor of the citizens group version of the tree protection ordinance. I think it does a better job of protecting the canopy of Atlanta trees, which makes our city different from any other city, large city in the United States and possibly the world. Under the citizens group version, the trees will be taken out, limited to those trees that are necessary to build the house and landscape the house and put in the driveway, as opposed to the other ordinance, which lets the developer, without regard to need, take out at least 50% of the priority trees. The citizens group ordinance is also better protective of trees in that it defines priority trees more broadly and with scientific basis. And lastly, the right of appeal is very important, and the citizens group ordinance retains a right of appeal. So I ask you, when you study both of these ordinances, please adopt the citizens group ordinance, or if not in its totality, adopt many of the measures that it advocates that protect the canopy that makes Atlanta a unique city. Thank you very much. If anybody needs to call, my direct dial number is 678-334-2771. Bill Bost, B-O-S-T. Thank you.
My name is Georgette Willix, and I'm calling in support of Pearson Boutte's ordinance that he helped draft. I have known him since he was a student at Georgia Tech. He has cared for my trees, and I trust that his recommendations are the best for the city of Atlanta. I think we're known for our lovely city and our lovely trees, and I support his plan to ensure that we keep these trees, and that we be known as a city of beautiful trees rather than necessarily a city of buildings which have necessitated taking down trees. I'm a citizen of Fulton County. If you need more information, my number is 404-874-3511. Thank you for considering this message. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Thomas Cooper. I live in the Estrid neighborhood in NPUO, and I'm calling in to voice my support of the citizens draft. Trees Atlanta, who donates to Trees Atlanta, who wants the canopy of our city to stay. I'm in full support of the citizens draft, and I hope that the council is as well. Thank you.
Susan Lattimore. I support the Pearson tree ordinance because I think Atlanta is losing its tree canopy. Thank you.
Deborah Johnston, 404-312-1959. I support our trees, and I've been a 25-year resident, and it saddens me to see how rapidly the trees are coming down in Buckhead. I hope something changes drastically very soon.
My name is Patty Thomas. I live in North Buckhead, and I'm calling today to support our trees. Please vote to support our trees. Thank you.
This is Martin Layfeld, a resident of Southwest Atlanta, calling to strongly support Pearson and the Citizens Draft. We must protect and keep all our trees, as many as possible. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Robelier. The last name is spelled R-O-B as in boy, L-Y-E-R. I've been an Atlanta resident for over 25 years, And I just wanted to say that I think Atlanta's tree canopy is one of its greatest assets. And once I heard about this ordinance, I was very happy because, frankly, I think not enough steps have been taken to protect that great asset, whether it's through, overdevelopment without adequate appreciation for trees, or whether it is kind of indiscriminate pruning by utility companies. I often think they do far more than is necessary to protect lines. In any event, just as one long-term Atlanta resident, I wanted to share my thoughts that I think this is a great ordinance, and I very much support it. Best regards.
Hello, my name is Jay Callis. First name J-A-Y, last name K-A-L-L-O-S. My wife and I have both been residents of Atlanta, city of Atlanta, for 30-some years, both in Garden Hills and now Peachtree Heights West, and we're very discouraged to hear this latest tree ordinance draft that's come out. We have worked strenuously in all the homes that we've lived in to preserve trees, fertilize trees, trim the trees. We've spent a lot of money maintaining the trees on our property, and just think part of the beauty of all of Atlanta is the tree canopy that we have. To hear that the new tree ordinance really weakens the strike. I mean, granted, when we did work on our house additions, that type of thing, trying to work around the trees was difficult, but we were able to do it. I mean, now it sounds like both homeowners and developers have a much easier way to take trees down. And we really do think that part of the beauty of the city of Atlanta are our trees. It helps the environment, but also aesthetically, it makes Atlanta the beautiful place it is to live. So we need to protect all of our trees. We specifically need to protect the trees that are in the side setback. We need to protect trees that are on adjacent properties. We need to ensure that tree replanting and recompense is there such that we replace trees that come down. Any trees in parking lots, I mean, that means the worst spot. It's just a waste of asphalt without the tree canopy. We need to make sure that they have to replace trees. And we've seen trees come down in front of the Peach Shopping Center in Buckhead, the Lenox Square tree massacre. We really would appreciate it if you could do anything and everything in your power to provide us with a tree ordinance that protects the trees in the city of Atlanta. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please call us at 404-427-8147. That's 404-427-8147.
Good afternoon. This is Jenny Rio. I am calling in support of the Pearson and Citizens draft to protect our trees. One of the things that makes Atlanta the most beautiful and appealing, not only to we who live here, but for visitors, is our gorgeous tree canopy. Please, please pass this ordinance to stop cutting down so many trees, even if it means not being able to build as many buildings. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Hey, my name's Henry Slack. I grew up here in Atlanta. I learned the trees from walks with my grandfather 60 years ago, roughly. So I can still identify the oaks and poplars and sweet gums and so on. So I really want the city to adopt, or the council to adopt, the citizens group blended draft of the trees possible ordinance, because I think it does better to solve things. I mean, I grew up here. I didn't used to see a lot of I hate when I lose words. of the little trees that stay flowering for months and months, all summer long. Not crepe myrtles, but apparently they were approved as, you could do them, and they had a lot of trunk, so you could replace the big oak, and that's not fair at all. We need protection for trees in subdivisions or multifamily, non-residential. We really need more cost to developers. Reading here, fines can't exceed $1,000 per day, which is that doesn't get their attention. We need a 3 strikes and you're out type rule. And there's a lot of high value trees that aren't on the list. So please, whatever we can do to strengthen the tree ordinance, and I think especially the citizens group blended draft would do a great job. All right, thanks. Happy day.
My name is Melissa Mulvaney, and I'm calling about the Department of City Planning's latest tree protection ordinance draft. Taking a look at it, it just doesn't seem to me that it does much to protect trees, and it doesn't also seem to take into account most of the direct opposition based on the feedback meetings that happened in 2019. Trees are a big part of keeping our city beautiful, and more importantly, they're important to keeping our environment healthy and our climate balanced. And so I'm asking that you reject this latest draft of the tree protection ordinance. I think the fact that there is no quantifiable goal for saving the tree canopy is a problem, and there's no provision for creating a urban forest master plan. It exempts the city from compliance. It removes almost all rights to be able to appeal single-family residential tree cutting. It doesn't do anything to provide for tree replanting, to maintain the existing tree canopy. It does nothing, or it doesn't do nothing, but it limits pre-construction conferences with developers, which might increase the chance of saving trees on construction sites. And I think it's a problem that the trust fund money can be used on non-tree replanting activities. So this is just a handful of reasons why I think it needs to be rejected and more work needs to be done. You can reach me at 704-998-1074. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Hi, my name is Karen Sherrod, and I'd like to express support for the tree ordinance. Thank you. This is Nina Schwartz calling about the tree protection ordinance. This tree ordinance seems more of the same, a moneymaker all about assessing fees. It professes to save a certain percentage of priority trees, but interestingly, no one seems to know what percentage of Atlanta's trees are priority trees, and therefore how much of Atlanta's tree canopy is actually being protected. But assessing fees seems more important than protecting trees. Why? Because if a developer chooses to ignore the code, like they do, and cuts the trees down anyway, the developer just pays a fee, which developers treat as a cost of doing business. And there are no additional provisions in this tree ordinance for curtailing illegal tree cutting. Developers will continue to do exactly what they do now. Cut down whatever trees they want with total impunity and pay the relatively modest fines. Our urban tree canopy is essential, not just as a defining characteristic of Atlanta, but also as an indispensable means of reducing pollution and heat. It needs to be protected with a code that actually works, not a code that is easily subverted. Thank you. This is Millie Coleman, Coleman, at 2065 Spring Lake Drive, Atlanta 30305. And our household is against the new tree ordinance. We think it is looser and not more protective of the trees. Please make it stronger so developers have fewer loopholes to cut down trees. Thank you.
Elizabeth Brandis. I'm very concerned about the destruction of our trees in Atlanta and how they don't protect them when they're building new houses and buildings, how they don't have a good border around the drip line rather than just too close to the trunk. So I think we definitely need a new tree ordinance to save our trees. Thank you so much.
Yes, hello. Thank you for taking comments from people. My name is Craig Kelly. I'm in the Morningside area of Atlanta. Calling to support the citizens draft and support Tirson Boutte and his proposals. I'd just like to urge you to relieve us of onerous tree policies and allow homeowners to remove trees, to have a little more latitude in removing trees that may be, looming over our properties that we'd like to clear out, while obviously not cutting into the canopy, but dealing with trees one-on-one. I would ask you to allow homeowners to have more flexibility in managing their own trees, and a little more clarity on the policy and a little less onerous. So once again, my name is Craig Kelly, and I hope you are able to vote this way. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Marion Rivers, and I live in Buckhead, and I strongly support the tree ordinance. I am terribly disappointed in some of the voters on the city council that have allowed all this apartment development in Buckhead. And there are two areas in particular. One at the corner of Lenox and Piedmont Road, and it's an apartment complex called Madeira. And it is a disaster. It's going to cause a huge amount of traffic, and dozens of, I'm sure, 100-year-old oak trees were destroyed because of this apartment complex. Additionally, there's another complex that's going up at the corner of Roswell Road and West Andrews Drive. And that apartment complex is a little more attractive, but nonetheless, beautiful trees were destroyed. And it seems as though the council members are only interested in tax revenue and not the beauty of our city. So I hope that we can get some strict tree ordinances so that we can prevent this unbelievable destruction of our trees. Thank you for your allowing me to vent. Thank you.
Hello. I am Alice Boutte. I am Tirson Boutte's mother. And myself and my husband, Thomas Boutte, certainly are supportive of our son, which would be logical. But, and the citizens draft for your tree ordinance work. And I'm very, very grateful growing up in harsh New England to have been able to spend time because of Tirson going to school here and settling here, to enjoy the trees of this city. And I just hope that Atlanta will stand firm and lead the pack on tree protection and ordinance and make it a tree city that will become loved and appreciated around the country. You go to Chicago and New York and many other cities, and you hardly see a tree unless you go to Central Park. But there's no other trees. It's all cement. And I think that Atlanta could do a great job for the movement of climate change and how much we need trees in order to live as human beings on a planet. All that, to be a tree city, that's what I tell people when I visit here. I said, it's a tree city, and they grow taller than anywhere else, and I think it's beautiful. So I do hope and pray that that Atlanta will maintain and support the trees for homeowners and however they possibly can to help them grow and not cut them down, when they can be saved. All those good things. Thank you very much for listening. Okay, thank you for your work.
All right, bye.
Hi, my name is Raul Tino, R-A-U-L. Pino, P as in Peter, I-N-O. And I'm calling to support the Pearson and Citizens draft proposal for the tree ordinance. I think it's a great step forward, and I hope City Council passes it. Thank you for helping us protect trees and also help homeowners deal with the issues that we face with trees. And, you know, both to protect them and to also remove hazardous ones with less complications. Sometimes these old trees, they're about to fall. We just need to move and act. I also want new developments to also be more responsible and not just cut everything down, just like I can't as a homeowner. So thank you so much. Bye.
My name is Nancy Porteous. I live in the city, I'm a long-term resident of the city, and I have watched this city allow developers denude our beautiful, beautiful canopy, and it just has to stop. And you guys are pivotal in making this happen. You know that if you add some serious fees, this will be more difficult. You've got to make it harder for the developers to take every one of our great old beautiful trees away. The list, it has to be expanded. You have to take care of the trees in the setbacks and on the boundary areas. And there's no reason for us to allow these developers to just completely clear cut a big piece of property. It's just wrong. And in the long run, it's going to hurt us. It's going to make us look bad. So please, please, please accept the citizens group draft, blended draft, or whatever you want to call it. It's a good draft. Those people have worked hard to try to make it more fair and to protect our trees. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Rivers, and I live at 8 Honor Avenue in Buckhead, right off Roswell Road. And I have not always lived in Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta when I was first married in 1971. Then I lived in Sandy Springs and Brookhaven, and I moved back to Atlanta in 2011. And my husband, Marion, and I are big supporters of a good tree ordinance that makes sure as much as possible that existing trees stay where they are, and that when trees have to be cut down, that the fees that developers paid are commensurate with the value of the tree. The worst eyesore here is the Modera apartments that were built at the corner of the Lenox Connector and Piedmont Road. They are a complete eyesore. And many beautiful trees were cut down, and I hope they go bankrupt before they even open. So we support a good tree ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Shipkins. I live in the Underwood Hills neighborhood, and I am asking that the council not approve this drafted tree ordinance. The reason is, my main reason is a general one, but it does not do enough to protect the existing tree canopy. There's not enough replanting provided for. It appears to be really very developer friendly, and I just do not agree with many of the proposals that it contains. So again, Maria Shipkins from Underwood Hills, please do not pass this tree ordinance as it is currently written. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, I have been a city resident since about 95, just before the Olympics, and I've been a homeowner in Home Park right here in Midtown since about 5 years ago. And I noticed as I was going through some older photos that I used to take when I first came to the city, just the drastic difference in tree coverage throughout the city. That you don't notice this kind of thing as it happens, but then once you go back and short time period, like, 5 or 10 years, you really notice how, trees have been coming down all over the place. And the problem is that this impacts the summer temperatures. Because, it gets hot enough as it is, and with rampant taking down of trees, the summers become more and more brutal and unbearable. And Atlanta used to be a kind of a point of pride of how it was a city in trees, and it had a vast canopy and a lot of shade. And now we've become kind of one of the worst cities in the U.S. as far as tree loss. So, upon further research, I noticed that there is the citizen plan for tree management versus the city ordinance. And after looking at the details, I wanted to throw my support behind the citizens plan because it covers things like protecting boundary trees, requiring approval before using funds from the tree fund, covers the number of trees and needing to show additional proof that the tree removal is necessary. Because we all know that, given chance, developers will just take down trees because it's easier for them and they figure, well, trees will grow back. But that takes a long time, and the trees that grow back don't really help all of the wildlife that has been offset and has fled from the area. So I wanted to put my support in for the different points on a citizens plan. And I also particularly like that they've developed kind of a master plan for the city, which is very good, because otherwise 10 years go by and you look around and all of a sudden you're like, what the hell happened to all the trees? So I just wanted to be brief. I just wanted to support the citizens plan for trees in Atlanta. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mary Jean McCarthy. I live here in Atlanta, zip code 30306. And I am I've never called before, so I'm very concerned that the City Council needs to support the citizens group, the blended draft. And I can't begin to tell you how important trees are to me. And somehow I believe we're getting things backwards. We are cutting down trees, the thing that creates and saves and stores carbon during a climate warming period. And then we're allowing huge large houses to be built that use even more energy while cutting down trees. It's totally backwards. So I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about the fact that trees can just be taken off the top and can be cut before any tree protects the supply. I think all high-value trees must be equally protected, and that there is no real appeals process. It's just about gone. So that needs to be restored so that residents in my neighborhood can object to, or at least see what's going on. And lastly, there's really not enough teeth in the enforcement. Having developers pay $1,000 a day is really next to nothing. So I really think that's 3 strikes you're out rule would get their attention and make sure that we don't have any rogue tree cutting. So thank you for your time, and please consider some changes very seriously. Thank you.
This is Ethel Ware Carter. I live in the city of Atlanta, in the Brookhaven area, but within the city limits of Atlanta. And I'm alarmed at the proposed plan, hoping that you will look at the citizens group plan and help us protect our canopy and our valuable trees. In my neighborhood, people are just clearing the lots, and it's really distressing to think that the city was known as a green city will soon not be a green city. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Tracy Cole, and I respectfully ask that you not change the current tree ordinance and that you protect our trees. Thank you.
If I could read the tree next door memo on the top 20 reasons why this does not protect our trees, I would do so. All I can say is I'm totally opposed to this weakening of the protection of our trees. Goodbye.
This is Lisa Frank in North Buckhead, and I support the citizen group's blended draft
of the tree ordinance, since it closes several loopholes in the city's current draft. I also support the Tree Next Door's analysis of the many flaws in the city's draft. Please use their work as your guide. To me, some of the most important issues in the city's draft are these. 1, clear cutting is still allowed on commercial and multifamily sites. There's only minor protection of high-value trees on single-family lots only. All kinds of development must be protected to keep the high-value trees. 2, the city's planning department can designate any project for the, quote, public good, unquote, which gives them full discretion to interpret the tree ordinance any way that works for them. 3, the appeals process is eliminated completely, giving developers the last say. 4, it does not increase fees developers pay to remove healthy trees. These fees are already too low. $7 a day, especially in my neighborhood, is no penalty at all. And there's no penalty for repeat offenders. This kind of development has got to stop. 5, the head of the planning department has full discretion on how fees going into the tree trust fund are spent. We must keep the tree commission and the public involved in this process. 6, dead, dying, and hazardous trees are not clearly defined, allowing developers to continue to cut healthy trees without any fine, a terrible loophole. 7, the current draft removes protection for all trees in the setbacks and 10% of trees in stream buffers, exactly where trees are essential. And finally, the 64-page document is just way too complex for the average person to understand. We need a simplified version that is not so technical. Otherwise, developers and lawyers will be the only ones with enough money to figure it out. And it makes the laws work for them, not our trees. Thank you for standing up for land and mature trees. They cannot be replaced. We must pass a tree ordinance that genuinely protects them. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Coffin. I live in the Virginia Highlands in northeast Atlanta. I work with a tree activist organization called the Tree Next Door. In 2019, our organization began investigating the Tree Trust Fund. Developers and homeowners pay into this fund when they cut down more trees than can be planted. It was established in 2002, and the city uses this fund to plant more trees in public areas to replace the lost tree canopy. We wanted to know how much money was in the fund and why Planning Commissioner Keene was publicly evasive about the fund and its finances. We found irregularities and reported them to the CDHS City Council Committee Chair, Matt Westmoreland, who initiated an internal city audit of the Tree Trust Fund in January 2020. When the Tree Next Door produced our report in March 2020, we showed over $3 million had been taken from the fund by the Planning and Parks Department by adding extra salaries and using the Tree Trust Fund accounts for other purposes. The city auditors made the same findings when they finished their audit in the fall of 2020. In addition, they also found $2.2 million in uncollected illegal removal fines, a lack of transparency, lack of tracking of money, and generally a lack of enforcement of the tree ordinance. Commissioner Keene was charged with correcting the situation. But the current city draft does not follow the guidelines of the city audit. Keene turns his back on this audit. He proposes less financial reporting, moving from a quarterly report to an annual report. He makes himself the sole decider of distribution of tree trust fund money. No salary specifics are included in the city draft. This is not the transparency and reporting the city audit called for. Because of COVID, our organization was unable to get the word out about this deal. Please look at the Tree Next Door website for more information on the report and the results of the city audit. It is time to replace Commissioner Keene with a public servant that will enforce the law and use the Tree Trust Fund as the law requires. Mayor Bottoms, if you are listening, it is time to replace Tim Keene. Thank you.
My name is Beatrice Gardner, and I support Tierson and the citizens' draft for the protection of trees. Thank you.
Hi, this is Holly Scardino. We support the citizens' draft tree ordinance. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Tom Scardino, and appreciate you taking my call. I am an 8-year resident of Atlanta and very concerned about the loss of tree cover in Atlanta, especially the old established trees, 50 years and older. We are such a unique city in the world to be able to sustain a large variety of beautiful old hardwoods and softwood trees, and it's too much of a loss to continue with the current ordinance. So I support the citizens' draft of the new ordinance 100%. I think it will be a good move for all current and future residents of Atlanta. I'm definitely for the city of Atlanta and intelligent growth of our urban center, but with respect for the trees, especially the legacy large trees. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Darrell Cohen, and you're making reference to a tree protection ordinance. It sounds to me like it's a tree destruction ordinance. I grew up in Atlanta in Sherwood Forest, attended and graduated from Spring Street School, now the Center for Poetry Arts. I also attended and graduated from Grady High, and I am distraught at what has happened to the trees at Grady, and I'm distraught as to what type of ordinance the City Council is planning in regard to saving rather than destroying our old hardwood trees. Please carefully consider and reconsider this type of ordinance and do it right. My feeling has always been do it right or don't do it at all. Thanks so much for listening. Again, it's Darrell Cohen. Bye now.
Hi, this is Jody Oakums, and I'm calling in support of the Tierson and the Citizens Draft for helping to protect our city trees and giving us more say in keeping our trees as opposed to having other people be able to come in and take them down when development happens. And we support this citizens draft. Okay, thank you.
Yes, my name is Linda Trower, and I just have a few comments. This is weaker than the original one, which was weak, and it's just as long, which is bad. My biggest complaint with it is it doesn't do anything to address the issue of clear cutting. Atlanta's greatest natural resource is its tree canopy, and this thing, as written, just takes another big whack at it. I live in a part of town that has a wonderful tree canopy. Down the street from me, your division, the Arborist division, let a developer come in and clear cut everything.
Now we have a bunch of stark houses with no trees and flooding property. So I think you need to go back to the drawing board and start over again and keep the homeowners in mind, not the developers, and also keep in mind our tree canopy, because this does nothing but eat away at it. Thank you so much. Please go back to the drawing board. This is not acceptable. Bye.
Hello, my name is Josette Murray, and I'm calling in support of the Citizens Group blended draft. I hope that every single item on that draft will be adopted by the City Council in reformulating the current tree ordinance, which is lacking, to say the least. Atlanta's canopy is a huge selling point for the city, and environmentally, its importance can't be overstated. Please accept the recommendations of the Citizens Group blended draft. Thank you.
My name is Ellen Adair White. I live at 3500 Valley Road Northwest, Atlanta 30305. I think it is terrible that the tree ordinance leaves so many gaps in protection of our most important natural resource. I would like to see much more attention given to single-family homeowners and their ability to do what they want on their property, and much less leeway to developers. I think enabling developers to cut the most significant tree first is abhorrent. This needs to go back to the drawing board and have much more thought and care given. This is like, the trees in Atlanta could be the drawing card, just like Greenville turned the Reedy River into its drawing card. Trees and the green space above our heads is as important as the coastline is to Charleston. And the political leadership in Atlanta needs to understand it and recognize it, and quit allowing it to be exploited for personal profit. There's a way to balance both. Unfortunately, for all the time and money and effort that has been spent, this tree ordinance does not do it. I want to see better. Thank you.
Gloria Tatum. Atlanta has been updating the tree protection ordinance for years to give more protection to the trees. This latest version is actually worse than the current bad version of the TPO. There are at least 20 reasons why this latest draft should be rejected, because it protects the builders, not the trees. Atlanta has 85% of its trees on private property, also known as single-family lots. Commissioner Tim King new zoning plan will subdivide single-family lots. This will give home builders freedom to do whatever they think is best to build homes in the backyard. This will require the removal of more trees on private property. This helps the builders, but does not protect the trees. The new zoning regulations may wipe out all tree protection. Who is rewriting the zoning code to subdivide private single-family lots? And are builders helping to write the new TPO? Let's not forget that fewer trees and more concrete, let's not forget what that means. It means more runoff water in Atlanta's already overloaded sewer system. Another problem, the city audits call for more transparency, accountability after they found $3 million taken from the fund by the Parks and Planning Department and $2.2 million in uncollected fines for illegal tree removal. The new TPO draft eliminates the quarterly report and replaces it with an annual report. This is less transparency and less accountability, the very opposite of what the city audit calls for. Now Commissioner King makes himself the sole person to decide this distribution of the Tree Trust Fund. It is time to replace Key with someone who actually cares about and will protect the trees. Thank you.
Hey, I was just calling to say that I wanted to have some input on the citizens group blended draft. I really think the council should adopt it. We are the city in the forest. We are a city of trees, and that's one of the best things about Atlanta, hands down. I've lived in so many other cities and ended up coming back home to Georgia because there's something so refreshing about all the green here. Just a couple points in particular. This rule that up to 40 to 50% of trees can be cut for any reason before tree protections apply is insane, because that amount can extremely damage a tree. And those big trees they're going to be going after are our old heritage trees. So all high-value trees must be protected. Appeals process that has nearly been eliminated. Come on, y'all. We know that there needs to be an appeal process. Oversight happens all the time. Accountability issues happen all the time. Appeal is just part of keeping things fair and keeping democracy alive. Keeping our trees alive, really. Look, the zero tree protection for subdivisions and multifamily or non-residential zoning, that's insane. It's not the tree's fault where the humans have applied the zoning. These trees still need protection. So much of this wording is in favor of developers, especially that fines can't exceed $1,000 per day. That's nothing to developers. They spend that on freaking coffee a day. That's not true, but you know what I mean. It's got to be more. There's no limit on us doing justice to our city and one of the main attractions, not just for our city, but one of the best things we do for the earth, and for the children that live here, and for everybody that lives here. There's so many blended draft solutions, and I support them all. Please, let's stand on the right side of history. Let's stand on the right side of Mother Earth and our Atlanta citizens. Accept the blended draft. Please, do the right thing. Thanks.
Hi, this is Susan Yao. I am a lifelong resident of the city of Atlanta, 63 years now, and I support the tree ordinance and encourage the council to adopt it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Stevens. I'm an Atlanta native, an APS graduate, and an urban planner, and I want to make 3 simple points about this proposed ordinance. First, if you'll excuse the pun, we're missing the forest for the trees. As a tree protection ordinance, this ordinance should be about protecting trees. And based on the community response, it's clear to me that it would benefit from not just protecting trees, but also creating a legal precedent for establishing a culture of environmental heritage for our city. The last 10 years of deliberations have taught us anything, it's that this moment demands that the city be assertive. The ordinance references the moniker, the city in the forest. And historically, Atlanta's been called the Dogwood City. Point is, many of our trees were here before this was Atlanta, and many will long outlive us. We need to think on the time scale of the trees, which means considering implications for the next 100 years and beyond. The strategy of cut and plant and cut and plant is not particularly resilient, sustainable, or reasonable when the alternative is simply to protect and only remove when absolutely necessary. Second, ironically, this proposed ordinance is also, to abuse another metaphor, stuck in the weeds. There are inherent complexities between individual and landowner rights in the environment, but on a fundamental level, the goal is simple: protect trees. This plan needs to be simplified. It is over 30,000 words. By contrast, the riparian buffer requirements ordinance, which protects the banks of every stream and wetland in the city, is under 8,000 words. Number 3, part of simplifying the ordinance would be to specify that the Tree Trust Fund be for preserving and planting trees and nothing else. It seems that there has been some misunderstandings or misinterpretations of the existing ordinance, which this proposed ordinance seems unlikely to resolve. So, to be clear, we need a Tree Trust Fund, not a free slush fund. Thank you.
This is Cynthia Patterson. The tree protection ordinance draft does not fully address the number 1 top priority,
to protect existing trees, canopy, and soil. Add a 3 strikes you're out rule that suspends contractor licenses for ordinance violations and illegally cutting trees. Daily fines of $1,000 are not a deterrent. Up to 40% of high-value trees can be cut for any reason before protections apply. All high-value trees must be protected to prevent developers from cutting the largest, most valuable trees. Restore the appeals process. Residents residing in the NPU, where the tree lives, must have the right to appeal to protect their neighborhood's trees and canopy. As Atlanta, a city in the forest, develops and welcomes new residents, we must protect our trees. A vibrant, healthy, world-class city is enhanced by abundant trees, shade, and green space. A strong tree ordinance that puts trees first is imperative to safeguard trees and canopy. I urge Atlanta's Planning Department to adopt the Citizens Group blended draft. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Margaret Spalding. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I've lived here for 20 years. I am Executive Director of the South River Watershed Alliance. And I'll say off the bat that I've been inspired by the community from all over Atlanta, all residents' interest in protecting our tree canopy, not anti-development, but just seeking a balance so that we're not trampled by development. Trees really make Atlanta a place. They're a place-making quality that it gives our city. And I think, like a lot of residents, I'm tired of false density. That is increased impervious surface, larger houses for fewer or the same amount of people. We want more diversified housing, and we want to protect our tree canopy. I support the Citizens Group blended draft. I've worked, I'm part of the Citizens Group. I've worked for years now with this group. The main folks who are working on rewriting the ordinance have worked very hard with the planning department and have blended the great things that the planning department has come up with the solutions that close major problems and loopholes that still remain in the city planning department's drafts. There are too many problems to say in 3 minutes. I will just say that I strongly support the adoption of the Citizens Group blended draft, and I have problems with, number one, the lack of protection of trees in the setback. From a watershed perspective, if you've never seen the South River east of the city, you just wouldn't believe how much stormwater it takes on. It's devastated by stormwater. Every time it rains, trees fall in, and so protecting our setback trees is base, and it needs to be back in the ordinance protected at least as much as the existing ordinance. Additionally, I'd like to say that the tree list in the plan. The tree list is weak and excludes many high-value trees. We've got to use the tree list from the Citizens blended draft. And lame enforcement fines have got to be more than just $1,000 a day, or developers are just going to...
This is Elizabeth Hale. I did participate in a lot of the tree ordinance study sessions that the city's consultants did, and I didn't feel as though they really got what the citizens who were in these meetings were saying. I think we care deeply about
preserving the trees everywhere that we can, and I don't think that that's where the city's ordinance ended up. So I am definitely against the city's rewrite. I think I am against the city's rewrite. I think the citizens' rewrite goes a long way in the right direction. I know a lot of folks feel as though it still needs some work, and they feel that way as well. But I do really like that the developers do a tree walkthrough before they start making plans, so that they know ahead of time which trees they should try to save, which are not as important. A lot of these folks aren't going to know that ahead of time. I also, there's just a lot of good in it. So I hope the city will go in that direction. And thank you all for taking input. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Daniel Echevarria, and I am a habitual voter. I'm calling in today to tell the council that they should adopt the citizens group blended draft. I think that there's a long way to go to make this tree ordinance as strong as it can be, and what has been proposed by the council has some major problems, and the blended draft has some solutions to that. The fact that the appeals process was almost eliminated is not something that sits very well with me. I think that that needs to be addressed immediately. The fact that there are 0 tree protections for subdivisions, multifamilies, or non-residential zonings is also absurd. And the fact that the fines can't exceed $1,000 per day is negligible to most developers. We really need to see the solutions that have been laid out in the blended draft. And I hope that the council, listens to voters. All right, thank you.
Hello, Teresa Cremines, a longtime resident of Morningside, Virginia Highland, and I've witnessed the declining tree canopy in the city over a couple of decades. I do not approve the city planning draft of the revision of the tree protection ordinance. It protects trees far less than our current ordinance, even when it's fully enforced. The city should look forward and have an urban plan for the tree canopy, recognizing that climate change we are currently experiencing and will continue to experience at some level will have an impact on the canopy. A protected and regenerating tree canopy can be protection from the effects of climate change on the city and its inhabitants. This cannot be ignored in any planning for the city. This proposed tree ordinance does not protect the existing canopy or make plans for any adequate, meaningful replacement of trees that will be lost under the best of tree protection. Some items of concern specifically in this ordinance, and this is just a few, but many, the city is allowed to exempt from the compliance projects that are given some special dispensation for public purpose. So there's some vagueness there. And protection for trees in the setbacks is not provided, and 10% even of trees in stream buffers are permitted. Mid-sized trees are not protected, and these are very important for the replacement of canopy as the mature trees may be lost, and priority trees are even allowed to be cut without any special protection. This proposal limits the right of appeals for neighboring citizens when trees are scheduled to be cut. Postings for tree removal are reduced from current practice, even making it difficult for interested persons to file and prepare an appeal. The current tree quarterly reports are reduced to annual. These are very useful, or should be, to the city and all of the citizens to see the trends that are occurring, and these should be prepared and analyzed and discussed quarterly. Inadequate fines are proposed for violations and lack of enforcement criteria is presented. The overall revised management of the Tree Trust Fund money is flawed and that the role of the Tree Conservation Commission in the Tree Trust Fund is reduced, and the Department of City Planning is in charge. Recently, it's been shown that they have misspent. These are just some of the highlights of problems. Significant rewriting is needed for this to be a true protection ordinance. Many citizens have given input over the past couple of years, and it seems none of this has been incorporated into the.
Oh, my name is Lily Cross. I live in Hamilton. I'm not a really beautiful too. I definitely want to become a good about the person who is living here. As the resident owner, I have serious chance of the small and beautiful trees taken down the place with concrete. Little seedling trees that once you decades to get to be the size of the wood that you cut down. It's tragic. Sometimes that people will pay money for a tree on a lot. Every day for a tree on a lot. The developers do that more. They just constantly at me. Because the view is cheaper and the big trees don't get any protection. Fines are negligible. There needs to be more consequences. It needs to be harder to cut trees down. And there needs to be more protection for forested areas. I grew up in Canada. It used to be it's beautiful part of the trees. That's how it used to be followed. We're not supposed to be in the trees anymore because they keep all the creeks there up on the I hope you pass. It's draft. Please. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Michael Wagner, and I was calling to let you know that you need to reject the latest draft of the City Council regarding the tree ordinance. This is not even remotely appropriate, given all the struggles that we've had in trying to do good work with saving the trees and keeping the environment proper, and this new planning situation does not even get to meet the needs of the community or residents, and this whole pro-builder scenario is getting to be overdone. We're losing the charm of our city. We're losing the environmental benefits of the city, and we're losing property values as a result of trees just being randomly taken down without any kind of opportunity for the city to make some comments and to ensure that we have an appropriate tree line and area in the community. So please vote this down. This is not appropriate planning, and the rewrite process is not appropriate either. So thank you very much.
I support Tierson and the citizens draft of the Atlanta Tree Ordinance. Thank you very much. This is Dan Heller. That's it. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Stone, and my comments on the Atlanta Tree Protection Ordinance are that we should focus on no net loss of quantity or quality of trees in the city. I'd really like to see the preservation standard increased. Right now, a developer owner that wants to remove up to 50% of the high value trees really doesn't have restrictions to prevent that. Up to 50% of removal is decimating. I would like to see a change in some of the priorities, because right now they seem to focus on what the owner or developer wants to build. And what I've seen I've been living in my home since 1998, and I'm seeing more and more properties developed by a developer and then sold. So it's not really the demands of an owner at all. And I don't think a developer should be able to dictate changes to our small and wonderful neighborhoods in the city, especially if they don't live in those neighborhoods. I would like to see the standard be extended beyond single-family residences for the tree ordinance, because private and public properties are a much better target for the city who has control over those activities much more than they do single-family residences, and it should be the focus rather than the exception. I'd like to see a strengthening of the existing enforcement provisions and make it easier for neighbors to identify whether or not a removal has been permitted. Today, CDHS trees don't require a permit, so we have no way of knowing whether something's being removed legally or illegally, and there's no oversight. So all the focus on a new ordinance, if there's no enforcement or oversight, is just futile. Lastly, I'd like to have a careful review of how the money in the tree trust fund is spent. I would like the majority, if not all of that money, go toward new trees, especially in the neighborhoods that are being decimated by development, so that we can preserve the beauty of our city. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful meeting tomorrow.
Hi there. I have been a homeowner in Druid Hills, Emory area for 20 years, and I wanted to encourage support of the tree protection ordinance. We need what trees do for us and provide beauty and clean air and life-sustaining everything, really. They're so important. And so I really like what it stands for, the tree ordinance, and I support Pearson and that ordinance. Thanks so much for your time. Bye. This is Amy and Ralph Green. We have lived in East Atlanta for 40 years. Like longtime residents of Atlanta, are totally committed to the community, and have a balanced view about development too, I think. But we think that the proposal currently in front of the council should be changed, and I think the blended proposal is far better, and will do a much better job at both protecting the environment and what makes Atlanta really special, and at the same time allow for development to proceed, and that the council should really strongly consider the blended proposal that has been proposed by Forest in the City and other neighborhood groups, and are very concerned about the planning department's version of this as inadequate. So we appreciate the labor and the thought that they've devoted to it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
My name is Gertrude Caruso. My number is 770-414-1360. And I support the Pearson and Citizens Pearson draft for trees. And I believe this will truly help both the homeowners and developers maintain good quality trees in the Atlanta area. And that's one of the things I love about Atlanta, especially certain areas, is that the tree coverage is just really beautiful. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pam Woodley. I would like to urge you to support the Citizens, I think it's called the Citizens Blended Draft. I moved here from Minnesota 20 years ago, and I had thought that Atlanta, living in the North my whole life, I really thought that Georgia would look just like Florida, because I had been to Florida. I had not been to Georgia. And so I pictured, a treeless, boring, hellish landscape. And so imagine how happy I was when I got here, because I had been relocated with my job.
and saw all the old trees and the hills and the shade and everything I loved. So please take care of our trees. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Gilfie. I live in Collier Hills, in the Collier Hills neighborhood in City Council District 8, and I was calling to urge the council to adopt the Citizens Group blended draft of the tree protection ordinance. Thank you.
My name is Jacqueline Echols. In spite of the investment of more than 3 long years, innumerable hours of time, large amounts of taxpayer money, what is being proposed by the planning department does not in any objective and realistic way provide protections for the city's tree canopy. As a matter of fact, the proposed draft is purposely regressive in that it removes protections currently in place. During the CDHS committee last work session on the draft ordinance, this body instructed the planning department to work with citizens to develop a document that better protects trees. The planning department's response is a draft that strips away protections contained in the existing ordinance. There is no way to move forward while backsliding. The version of the ordinance that the citizens have worked to create since the last CDHR work session is worthy of the committee's and the council's support. The council voted to roll back protections in the post-development stormwater ordinance that protected trees, citizens, and communities. I urge you not to do the same with the tree protection ordinance. The loss of our tree canopy is having devastating effects on the quality of life of citizens, and frankly, we deserve better. It is time to put public interest ahead of special interest and support a tree protection ordinance that we all need and depend on with our every breath. Thank you.
Hello, this is David Belair calling from 52 Interlochen Drive here in Atlanta. I am not supportive of your draft 2021 tree ordinance, period. I want us to save our trees, and the provisions that the draft ordinance provides are not satisfying and not satisfactory for tree protection. Please save our trees. Please do not adopt this draft ordinance. It needs to be reworked such that there's much more protection over our tree canopy in Greater Atlanta, and certainly in the city of Atlanta. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Stephen Lindsay, and I'm calling in support of the Citizens Group blended draft. I want the council to adopt that. It's a very good document, and there's a lot of work by professionals and concerned citizens that have gone into it. The main reason that I want that adopted is so that trees will be properly protected, but not just any trees, the best trees, the ones that have the best value, the best chance for living a long time, and also because it closes loopholes that are in the current draft proposal. The main reason the loopholes need to be closed is so that when developers and builders are planning, they are more thoughtful in what they cut down and where they cut it down, and that will reduce the amount of replanting that's needed. It takes decades for a tree to grow to its full potential to produce the best results for the health and well-being of all the inhabitants. So please adopt the Citizens Group blended draft for tree protection. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Wielandner, Wielandder. There are 5 things I want to see that I'm not seeing in the tree ordinance, the draft tree ordinance. First, I want incentives to replace dead, dying, hazardous tree removals. I want to solve the problem of homeowners removing old oaks that are deemed dying and hazardous, and then invariably replacing them with sod, or maybe an ornamental maple. So do more to encourage canopy replacement, maybe subsidize tree planting from the tree slush fund. Number 2, as a citizen, I want to be empowered to help curb illegal tree removal. When we hear chainsaws nearby, We need a way to check whether the cutting has city approval. For example, my neighbors just had several trees cut. They claim the city arborist visited the site and approved the job immediately before the cutting occurred. And today, more than 1 month later, the city's permit website, the Acela Citizen Access Portal, has no mention of it. The city doesn't document this job or any of the other recent tree removals within 2 blocks of my house. It's not even happening retrospectively. Number 3, close the loophole that allows businesses who remove trees illegally to get away with it. As I just mentioned, the Acela Citizen Access Portal fails to document and publicize permitted tree removals. So citizens have no way to determine if nearby tree cutting is being done legally. That lack of publicly available information, combined with the fact that businesses cutting trees illegally only get punished if they're caught in the act, makes it effectively impossible to punish a business that cuts trees illegally. To close that loophole, permits need to be publicized in a timely fashion, and businesses that cut trees illegally need to be punished even after the fact, even if they're not caught in the act. 4, I want to see harsher penalties for businesses that cut trees illegally. It's not enough to fine them and take them off the registered tree professional list. Property owners that want a back alley tree cutter are not hiring off the registered professionals list. 5, I want a 24/7 hotline for reporting suspected illegal tree cutting. I love several things in this draft ordinance. I like the higher thank you.
This is Sandra Owen, and I'm calling in support of Tierson and the citizens draft. I agree with all 7 items and encourage the council to consider the positive impact of Tierson's ordinance draft. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Lindeman III. I'm a resident of Virginia Highland. I want to express my appreciation for the council's time and efforts on the proposed new tree ordinance. As the city's advocate for development, city planning lacks credibility as an honest broker in this process, and the council must serve as a counterweight to the city planning proposal and this administration's lack of commitment to protecting the environment and minimizing climate change. I have found it puzzling that the mayor testified before Congress on climate change, but does not advocate for protection of Atlanta's tree canopy. I would request you accept the citizens' draft revisions to the new ordinance. I don't believe any of these revisions are a significant impediment to development. I am not anti-development, but believe development can occur in conjunction with protection of the tree canopy. Clear cutting of lots needs to be unlawful. The proposed fee is not a disincentive to cut down trees. This fee is much, much less than the cost to cut down a tree. A major issue of any new tree ordinance is enforcement. The current tree ordinance is not enforced, and a major issue is illegal tree cutting. The arborist division should be separated from city planning so they can do their job without political interference from this administration. Thank you for considering the citizens' draft revisions to the tree ordinance.
This is Larry Cooper, and I moved to Atlanta around 1975 because it was so beautiful with all the trees. And I want to report that I am against the city proposal, and I am in favor of the citizens group proposal. Thank you, and I hope you'll take this into consideration.
Hello, this is Carmen Talley, Talley. My phone number is 404-237-7404, and I'm calling to say that I would like for you to please consider the citizens' proposal to protect our trees, which is so so important in Atlanta. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, my name's John Swartz. I'm in the city of Atlanta, and I just wanted to call in opposition to the proposed tree ordinance.
Hello, this is Florence Gilchrist at 515-451-9174. And my message is support TSA and the citizens draft. And this is Tuesday, February 16th. And that's my message. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Lanier, and I am a citizen in Atlanta who is very concerned about our tree canopy. It is very sad to me that Atlanta is the fifth worst city in the U.S. in tree loss, when we are known for our trees and need our trees. The citizens group blended draft to protect and enhance Atlanta's tree canopy is superior to what you have on the docket, and we truly hope that you will consider rejecting the planning department draft and adopting this blended draft. I really pray and hope that you will consider this and do this so that we can preserve our canopy and help our trees. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Jane Parker, and I definitely support trees, and I don't think we should be cutting them down at the rate we are. Thank you.
Hi, it's Patricia Reynolds. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I am opposed to the new tree ordinance. I do not believe that it gives the residents enough of an opportunity to participate in protecting our tree canopy. So, again, I cannot support the new rewrite of the tree ordinance. Thank you.
This is Jefferson Allen. I wish to leave a comment. I've been a longtime resident of the Chastain Park neighborhood of Atlanta, and in my 25 years of living in Atlanta, one of the things that I've most appreciated as a New York City transplant has been the number of trees present in residential areas in the city, particularly the larger, older, high-value trees. The city of Atlanta should not be short-sighted and do anything that makes it easier for a developer, for cost savings for that individual developer, to cut down these high-value trees. They are a treasure for our community. They take decades to grow. They cannot be replaced by anything that a developer can put in place. And it would be a grievous mistake for the city council to allow any sort of tree protection ordinance that does not provide the maximum protection for these high-value trees. I understand if there is a need to place a structure or a building where a tree actually is, but if this new tree protection ordinance is allowed to make it easier for builders to cut down trees for their convenience, to make it easier to construct a home, not where it is necessary to construct a home, the unique value that Atlanta has compared to other metropolitan areas will be lost. I urge the council to reject the current draft and think much more seriously about the terms and conditions proposed by the Citizens Group draft. Thank you.
We are E.T. and Louise Laird on Valley Road in Atlanta, and we are calling to say that we want to support our trees and that the city's latest tree ordinance draft does not protect our trees, and we do not want you to accept them. Thank you.
Hello, this is Steve Dorridge. The city planning department's proposed tree ordinance, again, does not protect Atlanta's trees. It's going to further destroy the trees, and the appeals process missing is also something that's not a good idea. So I really would like the council to support the Citizens Group blended draft. That draft corrects a lot of the concerns that I have in the current draft tree ordinance. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, my name is Tavia McEwen, and I've lived in the city of Atlanta for almost 30 years. And the tree ordinance that's written by your folks is not good. The citizens that have come together to write the tree ordinance, the layman's document, I don't know quite how to refer to it, is one that should be adopted. The one that's crafted by that was charged by the city council is not a good tree ordinance. I have worked in conservation for over 30 years, having run the Nature Conservancy, and we need a strong tree ordinance in the city limits of Atlanta. So please, please, please adopt the citizens one that has been presented. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy Hogg. I am from MPU 9, and I am calling in the hopes that you will support the citizens draft of, it's actually the citizens blended draft. The problems with the current tree ordinance that is being drafted is sevenfold. Trees are taken off the top. There's a major problem. The appeal process has been nearly eliminated. I was able to appeal some trees getting felled from my property next to me, and we were able to save a 200-year-old tree because of the draft. The zero protection for subdivisions and multifamilies of non-residential zoning. There is lame enforcement, and there pretty much has always been lame enforcement. There is a power grab at tree funds, at the trust fund. Commissioner Keene is attempting to take power and authority to approve purchases made with tree trust fund money, cutting the Tree Conservation Commission out of the process. That's not cool. Setbacks of trees are not protected. There is a dangerous loophole on boundary tree agreements allowed, and floodplain unprotected. 10% of high valley trees can be destroyed in protected floodplains. So I would strongly urge you to support the citizens draft. Thank you very much for listening.
Good evening. This is Jane Whitaker, and I am calling to support the rewrite of the tree ordinance, which was issued by the city. I do not approve of that. I think what Will Anthony is trying to do is save as many trees as possible, and I am totally behind that. I guess there's nothing else I need to say to you, but I think the ordinance is flawed. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Melanie Walker. I'm a native of Atlanta, and I just am in full support of leaving the trees. I know they're high maintenance to deal with as far as wires and things of that nature when we have storms, but I'm in full support of leaving all the trees alone. We've lost so many trees throughout Atlanta between the several really, really bad long-term droughts that we've had over the last 15 years, and then again with hurricane remnants that have come through Atlanta. And it's what makes us special, being that people drive as much as they do in Atlanta, and we've just got much more concrete and buildings than we had even 20 years ago. It's so very important to leave the trees from a livability standpoint, and excuse me, and just from a standpoint of it being better for the atmosphere. If you start removing trees and increase your concrete, you've got areas that are very much not able to cool off in the summer months. We're seeing that now throughout the world, where cities are staying at really record highs for their lows at night. And we know that, probably 8-9 months a year, we have pretty severe heat in Atlanta. So for these many reasons and many more, it's what makes Atlanta special. We're not like any other city that I have visited throughout the world.
due to the trees and the hills within our city, and it's just really beautiful. And I hope that you'll really reconsider cutting them back only if necessary, and please do not remove them unless they are truly dead. Thanks so much. And again, it's Melanie Walker, and I'm a lifelong resident of Atlanta. Thank you.
Honorable City Council members, my name is Suzanne Blom. I'm an architect and also a member of the Tree Conservation Commission. But today I'm speaking to you as a concerned citizen. The tree ordinance before you has been in the works a long time. And despite strong calls from the public for protective ordinance, there are still some major problems that I ask you to correct. Every spring in non-COVID times, Piedmont Park hosts the Dogwood Festival. Our native flowering dogwood is an important understory tree in the eastern deciduous forest. Yet according to this ordinance, only 1 in 10 inches or greater DBH is considered a priority tree worth saving. And then only when no other priority trees are present on the property. This is a problem, and it's an example, just a small example of many on the priority tree list. Classifying trees into only 2 categories, priority versus non-priority, is also a problem. Non-priority does not mean that the tree does not have high value. It's only that its size does not yet meet priority standards. Preservation standards for single-family residences is a concern. Single-family residences are allowed to remove up to 50% of priority or non-priority trees, and commercial and multifamily residential properties have no preservation requirements. These type of properties, commercial and multifamily, make up approximately 40% of the city's land area, according to the Georgia Tech Spatial Analysis Program. Given the rapid canopy loss we're experiencing in Atlanta, this is an unsustainable growth model for the long-term health of the city and its citizens. Replanting alone is not sufficient to provide shade, air quality, the stormwater management benefits that mature trees provide. We need this now to combat the crisis we are facing and for a truly livable city. We need to protect our citizens. I strongly urge you to incorporate tree-safe protection into all the zoning districts, including commercial and especially subdivisions and multifamily residential. All citizens of Atlanta deserve this public health benefit, both where they live and where they work. I urge you also to look at the citizens' blended draft. They offer many good solutions for some of these problems that I mentioned. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Susan Casey, and I'm calling to urge the committee to reject the draft tree ordinance outright. This draft replaces the current ordinance goal of, quote, no net loss of trees with the exceptionally underwhelming goal to, quote, reverse loss over time, end quote. Not now, but over time. This speaks volume about what has and hasn't been accomplished since June 2017. When the city announced with great fanfare that it was hiring an outside consulting group from South Carolina to come in, evaluate, and redraft Atlanta's tree ordinance. We paid those consultants some $1.2 million, exceeded their contract, and they never produced the draft. Never incorporated the stated interest of many, many Atlanta citizens at public meetings about changes they wanted to see over the course of 3.5 years, and numerous meetings where our input was completely disregarded. Then, for reasons that aren't clear, the Department of Planning came up with a draft that does not protect trees, does not improve upon the current ordinance, and in fact will lead to much more tree loss in Atlanta. 3.5 years and $1.2 million for a process that didn't even come close to fulfilling its responsibilities starts to feel very much like a sham. Window dressing to make it look like Atlanta cares about protecting trees, but really doesn't care. Please reject this draft ordinance because it's a step in the wrong direction. Yes, it picks up a few improvements around the margins, but it's fundamentally flawed. No preservation requirements outside of single-family residential neighborhoods. No preservation goals for families living in apartments or multifamily settings. Goals in single-family neighborhoods of losing up to 50% of trees and discounts for doing so. Please try another approach that listens to caring citizens and takes us forward.
toward a healthier tree canopy, a healthier city, and a healthier planet. Thanks very much for this opportunity to provide input.
Hi, this is Trudy Murphy. I admire very much that the City Council is considering the tree ordinance again. I am calling to advocate to respond to the citizens' version of the draft tree ordinance, and not the city not the city plan. The city plan leaves out many of the important aspects that are necessary to protect our trees in Atlanta. I moved to Atlanta 22 years ago, and there was an urban forest, and which was one of the reasons why I purchased my home in Atlanta. However, in the last 5 years, there has been a huge destruction of trees. The skyline has changed, and it is devastating to walk in the neighborhood and daily hear the sound of trees being removed and ground up, trees that are healthy and not requiring being removed for hazards or for construction. Please, stop the city plan, the new city draft plan ordinance, and go back to the citizens' city plan, which was a far more comprehensive plan. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
This is Tamara Basil, B-A-Z-Z-L-E, a resident of Atlanta, and I am calling to strenuously object to the proposed tree ordinance. It is really just a disgrace for a city who depends on its trees for its natural beauty, since we have no rivers or lakes or other things in the city. And this just does not provide enough protection for our trees at all. There's no goal for saving the tree canopy. All the pine trees under 12 inches in diameter could be cut. It encourages developers to cut the largest trees first. It doesn't protect the next generation of mid-sized trees. It fails to replace dead or missing trees in parking lots where they're desperately needed for shade during our increasingly hot summers. It has no enforcement or penalties for violations in it other than what's in the current ordinance, which I have thought for years was abominable. It limits pre-construction conferences, which help to save trees on construction sites. I just don't understand what the city was thinking. And I appreciate whomever is listening to this or the recording. I appreciate the opportunity to object. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Christy Ide, and I am calling to voice my opinion about the tree ordinance 21-0-0063. I want the council to adopt a citizens group blended draft. I've lived in the metro area since the 80s. I love the trees in Atlanta. It is incredible to me today that the protection for these trees is going out the window. You know, we live in a climate crisis. We should be doing everything we can do to protect the existing trees that we have, to continue to give us shade, to continue to give us oxygen. it's just incredible to me that we're in the position that we're in. There are major problems with what is being proposed by the city. For instance, it's a major problem to me that the appeals process is at risk. The appeals process is really needed so residents can appeal a tree removal. I think that we need better enforcement. It's today very lame enforcement. I support 3 strikes you're out for ordinance violations and illegal tree cutting, particularly on weekends. Give the police the authority to arrest responsible parties. Protect the trees in the setback areas. Today they're not. One of my neighbors had almost a 300-year-old tree removed last year in the setback on a boundary. Actually, it was a boundary tree, or close to the borderline between 2 properties. Incredible to lose a 300-year-old tree that was totally healthy, had nothing wrong with it. Ridiculous. Boundary trees need to be protected. All right, thank you. I will follow up with an email.
Yes, this is David Ivey, I-V-E-Y, and I am calling to register my support for Tillerson's draft of the ordinance to protect our trees. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, City Council people. Thank you very much for the job you're doing. My name is Michelle Sullivan. I live in Buckhead, and I'm calling to ask that you please protect our tree canopy. That's the most beautiful thing about our city. And these developers are just getting away by paying people off and just ruining our neighborhoods and clear cutting, and it's taking away the charm and the grace and the beauty that makes Atlanta. So I am hopeful that you all will do the right thing and vote to protect our tree canopy at your next meeting. Again, Michelle Sullivan. I live in Buckhead. Thank you.
Hello, this is Ann Mornan, MOORNAN. My number is 678-637-2765. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. And I'm calling to state that I believe the latest tree ordinance is flawed and should not be supported. It does not, this tree ordinance does not protect our tree canopy. It's 64 pages with numerous exceptions and caveats, too complex for the average person to understand. It has no quantifiable goal for saving the tree canopy. It enables the city to exempt from compliance almost any public project. It removes all setback and 10% of stream buffer trees from protection. It allows pine trees under 12 inches to be cut without a permit. I could go on for quite some time, but it's a poorly executed ordinance, and I hope that it is not supported. Thank you very much for your time and attention and for all you do for our city. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Ogawa, and I live in Atlanta, and I'm calling to say that I support Kirsten Boutte and the Citizens Draft to protect trees in Atlanta, because they are a vital resource in our city, I think, and should be protected and stewarded as best we can. Thank you.
Yes, this is Zach Gober, MPC Chair. I've been asked by many MPE residents that they are opposed to the tree ordinance, so they felt like they had a voice when the city came to hear them, and that this new ordinance has somehow avoided involving them. So been requested that they come before MPEC. I'm sure that other MPs are requesting the same, that the city needs to have the citizens involved. Just letting you know. Thanks.
My name is Jeb, J-E-B, Hughes, H-U-G-H-E-S. I live at 415 Pineland Road, Northwest Atlanta, 30342. I've been a resident of the city for over 30 years. I have read the draft of the new tree ordinance, and I'm wanting to voice my extreme displeasure with it. I don't see how it does anything but destroy over time the tree canopy that we have in Atlanta, which is one of the unique positive aspects of Atlanta. And rather than enumerate all my problems with it, I just want to go on record that the ordinance as proposed is a very poor piece of legislation, and I am completely opposed to it. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jennifer Black, and I'm calling about the tree ordinance and why I feel strongly that this new ordinance will not protect our trees in Atlanta. First of all, people already take down trees all the time because it's easier to have a penalty than to get a permit, and then they don't end up having to pay the penalties. They're not enforced. It also reduces the ability to keep pine trees, because now if they're under 12 inches, they can be taken down without a permit, or in this new draft. And that's unacceptable, because there are a lot of beautiful pine trees in Atlanta that don't need to be taken down. And single-family residential tree cutting doesn't have any right to appeal in this new draft. So I'm extremely concerned, especially also as much building as we have in Atlanta, and with parking lots. When trees are taken down to create parking lots, they're not being replaced. It's a real concern. So I do not agree with this new draft at all, and I do not believe the city is listening to our concerns, and I want to make my voice heard. Thank you very much.
Hey, this is William Bell. I'm just calling in to say that I support Pearson and the citizens draft. Thank you very much.
Hi there, my name is Jill Wolf, and I'm calling in support of Pearson and the citizens draft of the tree ordinance. Everything about the draft is I support. I think it's important that we have more oversight and to improve the access to the information about any of the trees that we see, and the arborists that also check them out. I think there should be more flexibility for homeowners and more clarity on DEH decisions. And, you know, as a personal example, a lot of the homes that are being built in my neighborhood, they take down numerous trees, and it's sad to see a lot of the trees coming down when they really don't have to. Thank you very much for listening.
Hi, my name is Dina French. I am a member of the Tree Conservation Commission, and I'm an attorney with the Atlanta Legal Aid Society. I live in Jennifer Ides District. My comment is focused on the Department of Planning's latest draft, which removes all protection from trees during the construction of multifamily, mixed-use, commercial, industrial subdivisions. I am an advocate for affordable housing and environmental and health equity, so I was shocked at that. I am guessing the Department of Planning thinks that you can clear cut an area and just plant a couple of trees, and that will produce a tree canopy that will preserve health. It's not true. There's tons of evidence that we have presented. The Georgia Forestry Commission has an excellent handbook that states that trees that are less than 20 years old provide few of the environmental, economic, and social benefits we count on. So if you cut down all your older trees, you'll be left with neighborhoods full of tiny mature trees that can't provide the environmental and health benefits of mature trees. We would all suffer decades of heat, flooding, and reduced air quality. So we need to maintain the healthy, mature trees in each neighborhood, especially around affordable housing.
Soils that have been graded and compressed by heavy equipment restrict the ability of planted trees to grow and mature. These trees will often die in 10 to 20 years. So you might assume you're planting a lot of trees, but the trees are never going to grow into a healthy urban forest. We're never going to get the benefit of the trees that we need. So the most important requirement for growing large, healthy trees in urban areas is having good quality soil. The Georgia Forestry Commission estimates that 80% of all tree problems are soil related. So we can't just cut down all the mature trees. We have to save some of the trees, especially where we're going to be having affordable housing, multifamily units. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Sarah Catherine Tunkel, and I was calling to say that I support Pearson and the Citizens Draft. And I hope that we can prevent so many trees from being removed from lots during development. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Burke, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I am calling to support the new Atlanta Tree Protection Ordinance that includes the Citizens Blended Draft. I think it's really important that we add more details, such as those suggested by the Citizens Group, to protect and preserve and enhance our tree canopy in the city, because this will have a positive effect on Atlanta's air quality, our water quality, runoff control, and also hopefully contribute to a little bit better temperature and avoid some of the temperature inversions we suffer through in the summertime. Anyway, I definitely support a more detailed tree protection ordinance like the one that is proposed by the Citizens Protection Group. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melanie Vaughn West, V as in Victor, AUGHN-WEST, and I am a pastor of a church in the Atlanta area, Oakhurst Baptist Church. And I just wanted to let you all know that I support the Citizens Group Blended Draft for the protection of our city in the forest. I have grown up in the Metro Atlanta area and fell in love with trees from an early age and have lived in many places now around the country, but no place as beautiful as Atlanta. And I've had the pleasure of touring people around our city who have come from all over the world, and the thing that makes us so beautifully unique and uniquely beautiful is our amazing trees, and everyone always comments how they've never seen trees so beautiful, and people who I know who have lived here, who have lived in other places around the world, say that there has been no place as beautiful as Atlanta because of our trees. And the reason that I moved back to the Atlanta area several years ago was because of our trees and because of the beauty that they provide. And I hope that you all will consider the Citizens Group Blended Draft to protect our unique beauty and the unique way we offer this to the world of being an urban center, a thriving urban center with the beauty of trees. Thank you so much for considering this comment.
Good morning, City Council persons. My name is Bill Gould. I am a 47-year resident of Atlanta with an education in environmental sciences, and I'm also a lifelong environmental and historic preservation advocate. Firstly, I want to applaud Commissioner Keene and the Planning Department on the well-intended efforts to craft a more robust and results-driven tree protection ordinance. But at the end of the day, the Planning Department is tasked with visioning and accommodating our city's population growth. Decidedly and understandably, it is job one. But protecting existing and high-value tree growth is largely a hindrance to this mission. And while there may be designing with nature in the mix as a guiding principle, it is still imperative that the new TPO be crafted in full partnership with environmental scientists, tree experts, and groups whose job one is conservation. And we are we're lucky to have such a resource in the knowledgeable and dedicated team comprising the citizens group. And I have followed their efforts from the beginning of this process and have high confidence in their expertise and intentions. Additionally, I've fully and carefully studied the 13 pragmatic recommendations that have been proposed in the citizens' blended draft of the TPO, and want to encourage the council to support them all. Trees, as I'm sure you've heard over and over, are Atlanta's most celebrated physical feature, and we should be a progressive national leader in tree protection. It's our rightful place, rather than where we stand now, climbing the ranks of cities with the highest tree loss in the country. I thank you for your hard work and consideration in this matter and supporting the citizens draft of the TPO. Thank you.
Chairman Westmoreland and committee members, this is Joseph Santoro with the Council for Quality Growth. We are a nonprofit trade association representing over 300 companies comprised of architects, attorneys, contractors, developers, engineers, financial executives with a vested interest in quality growth and development in the city of Atlanta. As the Community Development and Human Services Committee works on amendments to the Tree Protection Ordinance, we respectfully request that you consider the following comments and recommendations. Vesting schedule. We recommend adopting a reasonable vesting schedule for residential and commercial developers who have already invested in the city but have not accounted for the latest regulatory changes when underwriting for a new or redeveloped project in the city. Our organization recommends that any project that has been through the Concept Review Committee within the prior 12 months, filed for an Urban Design Commission review, filed for any zoning or subdivision application, or is filed for any type of permit, including demolition or land disturbance, be vested under the city's current tree protection ordinance. Project phasing. Many development projects involve temporary and phased conditions. How is this being addressed in the revised ordinance? And two-phase review periods. Further discussion is warranted to determine the optimum sequence for arborist review. With the two-phase approach, arborist review and comment is critical prior to SAP approval to eliminate backtracking and conflicting design comments. This will help reduce or eliminate potential conflicts with the tree ordinance and SPI codes. Arborist staffing and plan review and approval timeline. Recommendation for an established timeline be added to the ordinance. With the added steps and process and expected timeline from plan submittal to approval should be considered. And is the city planning on hiring additional field arborists and arborist reviewers to take on the added responsibility of review of right-of-way trees and inspecting trees during the guaranteed establishment period and additional plan review with the phased approach? Soil volume and soil cells. This is an expensive design element. It would be beneficial for a minimum standard for suspended hardship to create additional soil volume be provided. A detail or additional text that identifies the acceptable elements can help designers communicate budget requirements based on minimum standards. Priority tree list. We recommend that the tree list include all species that the city considers priority and eliminate interpretive statements. And we request for consideration to move pines to group 4. Guarantee during tree establishment. Consideration of the request that a tree should be replaced during the development's existence by the owner. How will the city keep track of this when many developers sell properties post-construction? And it is understood that inspections will take place at year 2 and 5, but what happens after year 5? And why are dead, dying, and hazardous trees not required to be replaced pre-development, but are required post-development? The Council for Quality Growth applauds the City of Atlanta's efforts to update the tree protection ordinance, and that we serve as a resource to the city to incorporate a revised tree protection ordinance that does not infringe on quality development within the City of Atlanta.
Hi, this is Linda Ivy, and I am supporting the tree ordinance that Felicia Moore has been involved in, that I want the tree ordinance to make it better in 2021. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Farnsworth. I am a citizen of Atlanta, and I'm calling to implore you to please adopt the Citizens Group blended draft of the tree ordinance, and which has significant changes to the current ordinance as written. I hope you can understand how great a resource the trees in the city are and its canopy. We don't want to become another Houston. There are definite ways to integrate high-density, smart growth development and still preserve our trees. And that one entails not permitting so much clear-cutting as the current draft enables of high-value trees, not having any sort of real penalty for developers that skirt the rules, like a 3 strikes policy, and just having
165 Terrace Avenue. I pay a lot of taxes and I vote. I'm calling today to express my abundant concern for what has been very slow progress on reforming Atlanta's tree protection ordinance. The draft rewrite that's been released has multiple weaknesses. This is especially disappointing given the extensive citizen engagement over the past 2 years and the incredibly delayed process and long time frame. Atlanta's tree canopy is one of its greatest assets, and every day it is negatively impacted. We all see it in our neighborhoods. Please listen to the input from the citizens group. The rewrite should not create additional loopholes. There are more exceptions for quality trees, setback trees, boundary trees, floodplain trees. A tree protection ordinance should protect trees, period. There are too many workarounds. Also, the appeals process should not be removed. However, there would be a need for fewer appeals if the planning department were more proactive in pre-construction conferences. If the planning department is truly to live up to their stated objective of design for people, design for nature, design for people and nature, then we need the highest quality tree protection ordinance possible. We must do better. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for your being open to input with regarding Atlanta's tree ordinance. My name is Maurice LaCroix, zip code 30307. And there is awareness of the many rewritings of the tree ordinance, with every rewriting being less protective of the trees. Mercy me. You are totally at the service of development. Big question mark. Let it not be so for us who dwell in the city of the trees. It does not be a historical remembrance. There is no replacement of a mature tree. Will you please, how may it be that you write an ordinance that is actually safeguarding the trees as distinct from serving the developers? Come now, be present to the at least top 20 reasons that you should do so. I projected the next generation of mid-sized trees as well as the mature trees, and ensure enough tree replanting and to compensate and maintain the existing tree canopy, and replace the missing trees in the parking lots, and reduce the frequency of cease reducing the frequency of tree reports. Thank you for attending to the trees.
I believe in the tree ordinance, and that developers should not just be allowed to clear cut land. Tell your name. Betsy Moore.
My name is Laura Dobson, and I live in the Peachtree Hills neighborhood in Atlanta. I'm calling because I'm concerned and disappointed over the revised tree ordinance. First and foremost, this revision is a tree ordinance, but it's not a tree protection ordinance. It continues to merely monetize tree loss, but does so with less protection, less transparency, less accountability, and more exclusions than the existing ordinance. It's confusing, it's vague, and it's dangerously subjective, even though it's 64 pages long.
Enforcement hasn't been addressed. The same department that doesn't enforce the current ordinance will still not enforce the new ordinance. The Tree Trust Fund remains under the purview of the Department of City Planning when the city's own audit revealed that department had abused the fund by millions of dollars. And despite builders and developers cutting egregiously under the current ordinance, in some cases 22 acres clear cut in the middle of a historic neighborhood, the revision reduces expectations and requirements of development while keeping any fine at a nominal slap on the wrist. A $500 to $1,000 fine, which so many developers have admitted is just the cost of doing business. This ordinance does not protect Atlanta's environment, and that's not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. Not with climate change, flooding, stormwater runoff, heat islands, environmental injustice, and everything else that we know is happening. We know is happening, and we also know that trees prevent it. Either enforce the current ordinance, which is better than the revised ordinance, or assign the revision to a third party that can meaningfully protect one of Atlanta's greatest and most needed assets. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Rita Costello, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to comment on the tree protection draft. I would support a blended draft as opposed to what's currently being proposed. And I have a personal story about trees. I care so much that because I felt like the ordinance was weak, that I actually purchased a second home in order to protect 4 trees, canopy trees, that otherwise a developer would have bought that house and been permitted to clear cut the entire yard. So I put my money where my mouth was and saved 4 trees. Whereas the neighbor behind me has thick grass and now a pool. So I think that there are major problems with what we have and what's proposed. I would like to protect a border tree, but my neighbor will not sign the plan that I have to protect the border tree. And yet my neighbor behind me, on the other hand, somehow was able to build a pool and didn't have to approach me for any kind of border tree agreement. So that's not very consistent now or in the draft proposal. So I do think that the border trees are an issue. If somebody's trying to protect a tree, I think you should make that easier for us. And I think that they need to be required to be surveyed. They are not being accounted for, and that is where we're losing a lot of our trees. Again, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to more good work from y'all. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, my name is Anna Hauser. I am a resident of Westview on the west side, and I was calling to just bring some feedback about the ordinance process. I'm just a little confused after such a long and costly process. A, that there was no real outcome from the consultant firm, but B, that now the draft that's being considered is both less protective and also more confusing than the existing ordinance. Yeah, that's my feedback for sure. I think we need more protection, and the protections need to be tied more into land use planning. Okay, thanks very much. And my phone number, I don't know if you asked for that, but again, my name is Anna Hauser, and my phone number is 404-751-8150.
Hello, this is Jean Price, and I'd like to request that you support the Pearson tree ordinance, so that we have a find a better ordinance to support trees and help protect the old growth trees. Excuse me, I'm sorry for the bad word. I've read the draft of I'm trying to find the name of it, the Titterson proposal, and or Titterson proposal, excuse me, and I really like it and would love to have the citizens draft approved and moved to vote positively by the council. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brinkley Dickerson, and I am the chair of Neighborhood Planning Unit A. Our NPU has considered the proposed tree ordinance, and we have a number of concerns about it, many of which I'm sure will be voiced today at your meeting. Our primary concern is that it does not protect trees. The fine structure is too low to discourage a developer from cutting down trees for convenience. And the concept of preserving just specimen trees, the way that it has been implemented in the draft ordinance, we don't think it provides a workable solution at all. We believe that the council needs to take a step back and look at what the goal is. And the goal is to preserve our tree canopy. Our tree canopy is critical to the quality of life that we have in Atlanta. It functions as preventing us from being a heat sink. It collects water, it prevents floods, and just offers so many other intangible benefits that we all get. This draft ordinance simply does not do enough to encourage people to keep trees, encourage people to grow more trees, and to protect trees during development and other processes. I hope that you'll reject this approach and start over. I know you've done that once before, but I don't think this is a workable solution, and neither do the members of NPUA as expressed at our last meeting. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck.
Hello, my name is Tova Chowdhury. I live in 30309. I'm calling in regards to the tree protection ordinance, and I'm calling in favor of protecting trees in Atlanta. I'd really like to see a stronger ordinance. Instead of one that favors developers, we need to make sure that arborists are willing and trained. We need many more arborists, so there needs to be funding for them. They, most importantly, need to have authority and some teeth to actually back up the law. They need to have some form of support in actually protecting our trees. As it stands, people get away with taking as many trees as they want. They rarely even have to pay fees. The public rarely knows where that money goes. We don't see mass plantings in any way to try to offset the number of trees that we're losing. And it's really starting to be a visible effect in the city, and it's heartbreaking that we have stayed in the city so long, loving the unique character that the trees bring, and we are losing them at such a drastic rate. Not only for the loss of illegal cutting, but also, we're just at a point in the city where we're losing a lot of trees to age and disease. And we need a tree protection ordinance that hopefully will keep planting new trees so that we can offset the loss that we have. But most importantly, please give trees a chance in the city. Give somebody the authority to actually protect them, because as it stands, nobody seems to believe that anybody can do anything about it. The arborists don't seem to care, and whether they care or not, they don't seem to have any authority to do anything anyway. So please do write a tree protection ordinance that helps protect our trees, that balances people's need to be able to do what they want with their own property, that balances business, but it needs to be much stronger in favor of trees at this point. Thank you for your time on this.
Hello, good evening. This is Stephen Davis with the Atlanta Apartment Association. Look forward to tomorrow's work session as I go over this comment line. I'm calling in opposition to the new proposal for the tree ordinance. Right now, in a time where we're in a global pandemic and an affordable housing crisis, we do not believe that now is the right time to impose greater development costs, which will drive up the cost of developing apartment communities, while the city also just did a stormwater ordinance, and while the city also is contemplating raising impact fees. Compounding all of those will lead to higher rents and less development. So again, the Atlanta Apartment Association stands opposed to the tree ordinance rewrite. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Margaret Susan Van Dyne. I live in Morningside. I'm calling to let you know that I'm very concerned about the rewrite on the tree ordinance. Everything I have seen has been pretty bad. In my neighborhood, in my immediate neighborhood, in other words, the one city block that I live on, we lost over 20 trees in the last 2 years due to construction and due to fire and due to a microburst that took out eight mature old growth oak trees at one fell swoop. My electric bill has gone up by almost $100 in the last year due to the loss of trees both in my yard and in my neighbor's yard, partly due to this microburst. And I keep seeing every place I go, more trees being cut down that really don't need to be cut down. Contractors are just lazy and they do not want to work around mature trees. They just find it easier to clear cut. So we need to rewrite the new ordinance so that it protects our tree canopy. We really depend on that. It is one of the beautiful things about Atlanta, and I would very much like to see it written so that it protects the trees and not the contractors. I can be reached at 404-583-4248 if you would like further comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Margaret Spalding. I'm a 20-year resident of the city of Atlanta. I grew up in Athens, Georgia. I think I speak for most Atlantans when I say we love and value our trees. I've been inspired to work with so many people and meet so many people throughout this process that really, really care about Atlanta's canopy. We have got to protect our trees. It makes Atlanta a place worth living in. It's our placemaker. They also obviously protect our watershed. I'm the South River Watershed Alliance Executive Director. If you've ever been out on the South River east of the city where you can canoe and kayak, you'll see devastation that occurs because of the amount of stormwater that river takes on. Trees fall in every time it rains because of the amount of impervious surface that it's dealing with from the city. So I am here to say that I support the citizens group blended draft. Adoption of that draft will solve major problems and loopholes that exist in the planning department's draft. It's something that I'm very proud to have been a part of. I'm in the citizens group and chair of City of in the Forest. Our group has worked closely with the city planning department, who has made some significant improvements to their draft, but is not going to protect our trees sufficiently. So please support and adopt the citizens group blended draft. I will mention three problems that I see of many with the existing planning department's draft. First of all, there is no tree protection for subdivisions, multifamily or non-residential zoning. That's the kind of development we're seeing more and more in our neighborhoods, and we must require a minimum tree save protection for all zoning districts, especially subdivisions and residential. This is where our most valuable trees are. They're not in our parks, they're in our backyards and the undeveloped areas of neighborhoods. Secondly, lame enforcement. I've got to say, there's just no way we can continue to live in a city with any trees at all if fines don't exceed $1,000 per day. For most developers, that's just nothing. So the blended draft solution lays it out. Adopt a blended draft solution for all the problems that remain in the planning department's draft. Thank you.
My name is Susan Heron, and my husband's name is James Heron. We reside at 765 Lowwater Road, Northeast Atlanta, and I'm calling to oppose the City Planning, Atlanta City Planning Department's tree ordinance draft. It is incomplete and needs to tighten up where the clear cutting is concerned. I want to fully support, and hope that you will too, the citizens group blended draft, which has some fail-safes in there to retain the city and the forest that is a signature of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dalil Anthony, and I'm calling as chair of the Buckhead Council of Neighborhoods. If you've read the emails that I and others have been sending you, you know that this latest tree ordinance is full of the same developer-friendly but canopy-destroying and public silencing concepts that the Department of City Planning has been trying to push on us since they started their rewrite process 2 years ago. Before that, they spent another year conducting a $1.2 million urban canopy framework study, which didn't provide any insight into such things as what percentage of our trees qualify as priority. And yet, we now have an ordinance rewrite that preserves only a fraction of the so-called priority trees on single-family lots. But no one has a clue as to how many trees we are talking about. Moreover, in a separate initiative, the city is trying to eliminate all single-family zoning. Thus, according to this tree ordinance draft, will eliminate protection for all trees. And let's be real. People can still cut down any tree they want if they are willing to pay the misdemeanor fine, which doesn't exceed $1,000. And threatening tree cutters with the potential loss of their registration, come on. That doesn't mean much, since cutting trees without proper registration is still a misdemeanor. This latest draft confirms what we've been telling you for years now. City planning has no intention of saving the tree canopy. They just want to make it easier for developers to build without any interference from neighbors who want to save their community's trees. And now, this afternoon, City Planning sends an email promoting their new glitzy interactive tree ordinance website, in which they have a clickable button called Read the New Tree Ordinance, like the ordinance is already a done deal. No need for City Council to vote on it first. Seriously? Shouldn't they create an ordinance that actually saves trees first? Then they can work on their packaging and marketing materials. Honestly, it's time to send the Department of City Planning packing when it comes to this tree ordinance rewrite process. They've been given 3 whole years now to come up with a new tree ordinance, and they still don't have an ordinance that saves the tree canopy, just one that makes developers very happy. Thank you for listening, but it's time for City Council to step in and take action. Please visit the Tree Next Door website at treenextdoor.org for more information. Thank you.
Hello, this is Gayla Jameson, and I live at 441 Ridgewood Road, Northeast in Atlanta. And I'm a tree lover. I grew up around trees, and I am really not happy with this new information of so-called tree protection, and I just find that increasingly there is not enough protection for trees in Atlanta, and what we are developing, we see developers who are removing trees that provide shade and beauty and water retention, just so that more houses can be built. And I think we're losing something of our city, the city and the trees. The developers will have more power with this new plan, and they will have more flexibility in removing trees without even any appeals needed. Now, how does that happen? So let's not have any backsliding from the current tree protection, and I think Atlanta will stay the beautiful green city that it is. Let's not be all brick and mortar. Thank you so much.
This is Corliss Clare, Southwest Atlanta. I'm calling to ask council support for the citizens group blended draft. Our area of the city contains the second highest tree canopy coverage in the city. So protecting this while we grow is extremely important. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Donio. I live in the Capitol View neighborhood, and I'm calling about the tree ordinance. I feel the tree ordinance is still leaving plenty of loopholes for developers. And if you have any doubts about that, all you have to do is drive past I-20 where the Glenwood Kroger is, and you will see where they've just completely clear cut all of these trees that used to be on an embankment so that they can show off a uninspired apartment complex. The developers are constantly clear cutting without any thought to the old growth trees. Even from an environmental standpoint, you have them, the analogy would be taking a 3-foot air filter and replacing it with a 2-inch air filter. It is just completely uninspired building. Memorial Drive is a miserable drive. There's no trees, there's no green space. It is just completely boring. You keep letting developers build a city that is uninspired and boring. Do something about it by strengthening the tree ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, this is Meredith Walters. I really appreciate the opportunity to leave a comment. First of all, I just wanted to say I really hope the council will adopt the citizens group blended draft. I support that and think it's a great document. So I hope that the council moves forward with the citizens group blended draft. When I grew up in Atlanta, but I moved away. I lived in San Francisco in the Bay Area for 15 years. And I was nervous to move back. I wanted to be with my family, but I wasn't sure about living in Atlanta. But really the trees in the city and the green spaces are the thing that made Atlanta way more livable and attractive, and has given me a really high quality of life that I couldn't even get in San Francisco. So trees are super important to me for many reasons, but just basically they make me happy and keep me sane. There are several issues with the current draft. Just to touch on a few, the fact that up to 40 or 50% of high-value trees can be cut for any reason before any tree protections apply is not good protection of trees. So I hope that the council makes sure that all high-value trees are protected. In addition, there's zero protection for subdivisions, multifamily, or non-residential zoning in the current draft. And I would hope that the council would require minimum tree-safe protection for all zoning districts, especially subdivisions and residential. I've seen how those kinds of developments have really been the ones where developers come in and just clear cut. Like at the Horizon School, I was a part of that in that neighborhood, and it was so sad what Hedgewood Homes did. And then lastly, the enforcement fines can't exceed $1,000 per day, which is not very much for most developers. So I really think we need a 3 strikes you're out rule if developers are going to take this seriously at all. And that's fair. That if they can violate the law, but if they do it 3 times, then their license should be suspended for 3 to 5 years. That's really not a big punishment for breaking the law knowingly 3 times. And then grant Atlanta Police the authority to arrest parties for illegal tree destruction. Again, that's the only thing that's going to make them take it seriously. I've seen developers break the law because they just don't care, because there's not enough reason not to. So thank you very much. I appreciate your attention, and I really appreciate your consideration of this important matter. Thanks.
This is Suzette Brading, and we support the tree ordinance. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leah Clement, and I am calling to please, City Council, adopt the Citizens Group Blended Draft. I live and work in Atlanta and know that trees are foundational for our emotional and physical health and for the health of our communities. And the more we cut down, especially high value trees and old trees, the more we destroy the fabric of our lives' integrity and our health and well-being. And we need life around us, and just clear-cutting trees and allowing for the clear-cutting of trees and not accepting the citizens group blended draft, which really merges all of the positive things that you all are trying to enforce and to make sure are available to developers, as well as protecting our trees. And we desperately need that. So please accept it, adopt it. If you need to make more edits, bring it back to the community and make sure that there is community input in that process in however you move forward. So thank you very much, and please save our trees.
Hello, my name is Anna Hamer, and I'm calling on behalf of the trees and the Tree Protection Ordinance. I believe that you should adopt the citizens group blended draft. The citizens have been involved with this process for the entirety, and their ideas are fantastic, and they pay attention to what is going with the trees. We must preserve and enhance the appeal process. The people who appeal the trees are the ones that are speaking for the trees. They are the eyes and ears of your working on this project. They are the ones that can tell when trees need to be saved, and they care about the trees. We must preserve the appeal process so that neighbors may still have their voices heard about the trees in their own neighborhood. There is a lame enforcement in the draft that you have. A $1,000 fine will not protect any trees. It will not stop any developers or homeowners or anyone really from chopping down trees. $1,000 a day limit will not preserve trees. And most of all, we should not have a power grab for the Tree Trust Fund ever. We still have to honor the Tree Commission because it's made up of citizens who have practically volunteered their time. Please do better for the trees in the city of Atlanta. Adopt the citizens group blended draft. Thank you.
My name is Raynell Solar, and I live in Atlanta 30306. The proposed tree ordinance recently introduced by City Council leaves our tree canopy at risk, and this is wrong, especially when trees are a critical part of our effort to mitigate climate change and reduce stormwater runoff. Let me start by discussing the change that has been made to the purpose of the tree ordinance. Currently in the city of Atlanta, there shall be no net loss of trees, whereas the goal of the proposed ordinance is to, quote, reverse canopy loss over time, unquote. What does that even mean? Does this allow the city to cut down trees for the next decade and then start compensating for that loss 20 years later? A better goal would be to simply increase canopy, which would be a clear and straightforward goal. This change exemplifies the unnecessary confusion that exists throughout this entire document. Additionally, the proposed ordinance introduces an escape clause that permits any part of the ordinance to be ignored. The exemptions listed in the current ordinance are limited and well defined. However, the proposed section entitled Exemptions and Variations allows for a whole myriad of exemptions. It states that the city arborist may allow special exceptions to any portion of this article in the case where strict application is not necessary in order to accomplish a public purpose. That is extremely vague and leaves any city arborist with unchecked discretion. The only way to challenge this section would require a long and expensive lawsuit where a judge would likely accept any judgment made by a certified arborist. In closing, our tree canopy would thrive better by increasing enforcement of the existing ordinance than by adopting this new version. This proposed version is not a tree protection ordinance, but is merely a tree ordinance. I ask that you please reject these changes. Thank you for your time and attention. Bye.
My name is James Alexander. I live on Atwood Road in Garden Hills for 47 years. My wife and I want to express our opposition to the current draft of the tree ordinance, and we would hope that you would withdraw it and revise it more in accord with the reasons and aspects of ordinance that have been put forth by the Buckhead Council of Neighborhoods, and we strongly urge you to look at that. They have 20 reasons that they have published. We support them totally, and we respectfully request that you consider those and draw an ordinance that would conform to their suggestions. Thank you very much.
My name is Mary Watt, and I am calling concerning the proposed new tree ordinance. I find it very disturbing that in the 49 years I have lived in Atlanta, to watch the tree canopies and the things that have made so many parts of this city attractive and drawn so many people to this area to live, be just randomly chopped down by developers, and all of the native trees seem to be disappearing. The wildlife habitat is being destroyed, and the benefits of having the trees and the green spaces and the protections at streams and river edges to be so essential to the continuation of life and human decency and everything positive that having the tree canopies and the wildlife, the calming effect of watching the birds and the different animals. I've had my house declared a nature preserve, and I think Atlanta can do way better to protect its nature preserve and its trees and the canopies and the benefits of the trees than it is doing. And I find these continued swipes that chop it down because it doesn't matter. We'll replace it with something, and it's usually trash trees used to, if it's a replacement at all. And I urge the city council to vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Hi, this is Leah Horton. I live on North Morningside, in the Morningside community, and I am calling to say that I oppose the current council's plan and that I support the citizens' draft supported by Tierson. It's really important to us that this draft be taken, that the one that the council is proposing does not do enough to protect our trees in our city. The second draft has more protection for individuals and the trees. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Terry Stewart, and I am calling to support any stronger measures at all in the tree ordinance to protect our tree canopy and our environment. I also would like to point out that the city of Atlanta is knowingly non-compliant with both state and federal laws concerning the protection of wildlife and their habitats. Developers routinely, not only developers, but also the Department of Parks and Recreation, routinely throw nests and animals into the wood chippers to destroy any evidence of the destruction of nests and habitats, which are protected under both state and federal law. And basically, we've been told that the city of Atlanta has no intention of ever being compliant with state and federal law if it stands in the way of development. I also would like to say that the Arborist Department has definitely been in the pocket of the developers, and we need more ways to make the arborist department accountable for the destruction of the trees when either private homeowners or developers are wanting to destroy them merely for frivolous reasons or to increase their profit. Any questions, I can be reached at 404-373-7672. So again, I strongly support any measures to strengthen Atlanta's tree ordinances. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amanda Geller. I live on Stillman Street in Atlanta, and I am calling to support the Pearson and the Citizens Draft to help keep our trees and keep Atlanta as beautiful as possible. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Hi, my name is Fraser Vibash, and I'm an Atlanta citizen, and I'm calling to oppose the draft that the City Council has come up with and instead support the proposal of the citizen group that is much more proactive in terms of saving trees and the tree canopy. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hi, this is Chris Gillian. My number is 404-822-1620. I live at 9 West Andrews Drive here in Buckhead, and I'm calling to state my opinions against the tree ordinance. I've read through as much as I could and written notes, and I would say that this is not good for the city, not good for our long-held reputation of being a city amongst the trees. The canopy that we have is quite a marvel and very unique. We have family that live internationally. When they come to visit us, they marvel at how much we have in terms of our umbrage in our city. And the last thing I want to see is us turning into another faceless concrete jungle. I think our country has enough of that. And this ordinance as it stands would be one step further in that direction. We're losing I think our reputation of being a green city physically. And this ordinance, enables the city to be exempt from a lot of culpability on any project that serves a public purpose. It removes a lot of protections, from all treatment and the setbacks. I think one of the many problems I have was that it's just there's no goal for saving the tree canopy, and furthermore, no plans for creating any future protections for our kids and our city. So I would say I would very much disagree and would not like to see this move forward as it's written right now. The protections and provisions that are laid in it, which are too numerous to count in this little voicemail, just allows for significantly more trees to be lost with no enforcement or penalties whatsoever. And being a new home builder, I've gone through many steps to protect the trees on my property as well, and didn't mind paying fines if something got injured or damaged. I think it's just our responsibility. I'd be happy to take any phone calls. Numbers 404-822-1620. Chris Gillian.
My name is Jessie Potsdamer, and I'm calling because I support the Citizens Group blended draft. We need the trees. They do not need to be cut down. And when I moved to Atlanta, I was so impressed with all of the trees, in particular, as we drive through Atlanta and you see the trees, and we know what they will help us to breathe and continue to support
our environment. Thank you. Please vote for the Citizens Group blended draft.
Hi, this is John Wishay, JohnWuichet. I'm calling as an Atlanta homeowner to express my concern over the current draft of the tree ordinance. I highly value the aesthetic and economic services that trees provide, so much so that I purchased my home in Grant Park specifically because of its tree canopy. Atlanta is known as a city in the forest, and I want it to remain that way for my children and grandchildren. Please don't water down the current protection ordinance to something more like a removal ordinance. Please show me a system that strengthens existing protections and that's simple to understand and enforce. Thank you.
This is Catherine Miller, and I'm calling in reference to the tree ordinance that I think you're discussing at tomorrow's work session. I tried to read it, and from a layman's point of view, it's pure circles. It also seems there's so many outs for commercial development. I think you could get away with doing whatever you wanted to cut down trees and not replace them within this document. As a homeowner for the last 42 years, I probably can't get anything done if I wanted to take a tree down. But the developers can, with their lawyers and stuff, can skirt this to their advantage. I don't think this is this is absolutely no improvement over the current tree ordinances that we have. Thank you.
Hello, this is Jack Whitaker. My last message just got cut off after about 10 seconds. I would like for the City Council to reject the most recent tree protection ordinance because it is more like a tree removal ordinance. It does not provide adequate canopy protection for the city, and it has way too many loopholes. Our trees are gifts. These things have been growing since the Civil War. Some trees in Atlanta are over 200 years old. Cutting them down is not something that can be replaced with bushes or grass or other types of foliage. A tree is very important to the livelihood of the city. Jack Whitaker, good day.
All right. This is still Matt Westmoreland, Chair of the Community Development and Human Services Committee. I do want to sincerely thank the 232 members of the public who called in yesterday afternoon and left those messages for us. I want to close out this conversation the same way we started at the beginning. Before I do that, I believe my colleague, Councilmember Bond, may be on the line and wanted to share a couple thoughts before we do close out. Are you here, Mike?
Yes, I am, Matt. Mr. Chair, thank you. Just a quick announcement. One, I also want to thank all the citizens who have been a part of this process, and of course our staff and those in the impacted community, tree community. I've been on a couple of walkthroughs through the community to look at the quality of our trees and have participated in some conversations with some advocates. So I'm hoping that we'll get to a place that is mutually beneficial for all interested parties and, of course, for our trees. Atlanta is the city in the trees. But I wanted to make an announcement that tomorrow night, Thursday, February 18th, this is the next Post One at Large virtual town hall meeting. It is at 6:30 p.m. Public safety is going to be the focus. And, of course, if you'd like to register, you can do that by sending an email to mbond, that's mbond, at atlantagA.gov, or calling our office number and leaving your registration there, 404-330-6770. And, of course, we've advertised on all of our social media platforms for the link. And so just wanted to make that announcement. And hope to encourage all citizens who have the interest to please participate. And again, congratulations, Mr. Chair. This was quite an undertaking today. You deserve a lot of credit.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you for the announcement. We've got more work to do on this that I'll spend just one more minute talking about, and then we will call it a day after a lively 7 hours. I want to say thank you to Commissioner Keene and to Andrew Walter and David Zaparanik and the folks in the planning department for your presentation earlier today and your work in the past. I want to thank the self-named citizens group, Chet Tisdale, Catherine Kolb, Howard Katzman, Kirsten Boutte, for all the work that you've done over the last 11 months. Jim Cheeks, president of the in-town chapter of the Greater Atlanta Home Builders, for your comments earlier today on behalf of your members. I mentioned at the top of all this that I'd like to set a target for council to consider a new tree protection ordinance at our May 3rd full council meeting. Working backwards from that, the committee I chair that serves as the oversight for this work would meet to consider such an ordinance on April 27th. At the moment, I'd like to have one more work session similar to this on April 19th, where I would like for us to consider, we heard a lot today of feedback from various residents around what they would like to see, as well as folks from the development community heard from Council for Quality Growth. And so over the next 60 days, we have a lot of work to do as it relates to discussing and reaching resolution on differing points of view. I look forward to helping lead those conversations and land this plane and get us to a good spot. So thank you for everyone who took part today, who called in, who emailed, and will continue to stay engaged. And we will be back on the other side. Yes, whoever that is.
Yeah, this is Madeline. I wanted to know, Archibald, when did you say the next date would be? April what? Or May 19th. What?
A tentative April 19th work session. It's 2 days after we get back from recess.
Yeah, I was trying to see, because if that's the third Monday, so how does that work?
It is. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using the wrong date. I'm trying to talk about April 21st. Thank you for. Look at you.
What I wanted to say is that there's a standing meeting of the Pension Investment Board on the third Wednesday. So a conflict. It's Marcy Overstreet and Archibald who would have that. Not that halts anything, but just wanted to put that on.
All right. And that's helpful to know. 10?
Yeah.
Okay. We will plan around that. I appreciate you raising that.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for hanging until the end. Anything else you want to talk about?
Nope.
All right. If there's no one else on the call who would like to share any other parting thoughts, I will close out this work session. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you again soon.